Chapter 10. Voiced by Books on English. The Lot, 3. The town knew about darkness. It knew about the darkness that comes on the land when rotation hides the land from the sun, and about the darkness of the human soul. The town is an accumulation of 3 parts which, in sum, are greater than the sections. The town is the people who live there, the buildings which they have erected to den or do business in, and it is the land. The people are Scotch, English and French. There are others, of course, a smattering, like a fistful of pepper thrown in a pot of salt, but not many. This melting pot never melted very much. The buildings are nearly all constructed of honest wood. Many of the older houses are salt boxes and most of the stores are false-fronted, although no one could have said why. The people know there is nothing behind those facades, just as most of them know that Loretta Starcher wears falsies. The land is granite-bodied and covered with a thin, easily ruptured skin of topsoil. Farming it is a thankless, sweaty, miserable, crazy business. The harrow turns up great chunks of the granite underlayer and breaks on them. In May you take out your truck as soon as the ground is dry enough to support it, and you and your boys fill it up with rocks perhaps a dozen times before harrowing, and dump them in the great weed-choked pile where you have dumped them since 1955, when you first took this tiger by the balls. And when you have picked them until the dirt won't come out from under your nails when you wash and your fingers feel huge and numb and oddly large-pawed, you hitch your harrow to your tractor and before you've broken 2 rows you bust one of the blades on a rock you missed. And putting on a new blade, getting your oldest boy to hold up the hitch so you can get at it, the first mosquito of the new season buzzes bloodthirstily past your ear with that eye-watering hum that always makes you think it's the sound loonies must hear just before they kill all their kids, or close their eyes on the interstate and put the gas pedal to the floor, or tighten their toe on the trigger of the .30-.30 they just jammed into their quackers, and then your boy's sweat-slicked fingers slip and one of the other round harrow blades scrapes skin from your arm, and looking around in that kind of despairing, heartless flicker of time, when it seems you could just give it all over and take up drinking or go down to the bank that holds your mortgage and declare bankruptcy, at that moment of hating the land and the soft suck of gravity that holds you to it, you also love it and understand how it knows darkness and has always known it. The land has got you, locked up solid got you, and the house, and the woman you fell in love with when you started high school, only she was a girl then, and you didn't know for shit about girls except you got one and hung on to her, and she wrote your name all over her book covers, and first you broke her in and then she broke you in, and then neither one of you had to worry about that mess anymore, and the kids have got you, the kids that were started in the creaky double bed with the splintered headboard. You and she made the kids after the darkness fell, 6 kids, or 7, or 10. The bank has you, and the car dealership, and the Sears store in Lewiston, and John Deere in Brunswick. But most of all the town has you because you know it the way you know the shape of your wife's breast. You know who will be hanging around Crosson's store in the daytime because Napshew laid him off, and you know who is having woman trouble even before he knows it, the way Reggie Sawyer is having it, with that phone company kid dipping his wick in Bonnie Sawyer's barrel. You know where the roads go and where, on Friday afternoon, you and Hank and Nolly Gardner can go and park and drink a couple of 6-packs or a couple of cases. You know how the ground lies, and you know how to get through the marshes in April without getting the tops of your boots wet. You know it all. And it knows you, how your crotch aches from the tractor saddle when the day's harrowing is done, and how the lump on your back was just a cyst and nothing to worry about like the doctor said at first it might be, and how your mind works over the bills that come in during the last week of the month. It sees through your lies, even the ones you tell yourself, like how you are going to take the wife and the kids to Disneyland next year or the year after that, like how you can afford the payments on a new color TV if you cut cordwood next fall, like how everything is going to come out all right. Being in the town is a daily act of utter intercourse, so complete that it makes what you and your wife do in the squeaky bed look like a handshake. Being in the town is prosaic, sensuous, alcoholic. And in the dark, the town is yours and you are the town's, and together you sleep like the dead, like the very stones in your north field. There is no life here but the slow death of days, and so when the evil falls on the town, its coming seems almost preordained, sweet and morphic. It is almost as though the town knows the evil was coming and the shape it would take. The town has its secrets, and keeps them well. The people don't know them all. They know old Albie Crane's wife ran off with a traveling man from New York City, or they think they know it. But Albie cracked her skull open after the traveling man had left her cold, and then he tied a block on her feet and tumbled her down the old well, and 20 years later Albie died peacefully in his bed of a heart attack, just as his son Joe will die later in this story, and perhaps someday a kid will stumble on the old well where it is hidden by choked blackberry creepers and pull back the whitened, weather-smoothed boards and see that crumbling skeleton staring blankly up from the bottom of that rock-lined pit, the sweet traveling man's necklace still dangling, green and mossy, over her rib cage. They know that Hubie Mars 10 killed his wife, but they don't know what he made her do first, or how it was with them in that sun-sticky kitchen in the moments before he blew her head in, with the smell of honeysuckle hanging in the hot air like the gagging sweetness of an uncovered charnel pit. They don't know that she begged him to do it. Some of the older women in town, Mabel Woods, Glynis Mayberry, Audrey Hearser, remember that Larry McLeod found some charred papers in the upstairs fireplace, but none of them know that the papers were the accumulation of 12 years' correspondence between Hubert Mars 10 and an amusingly antique Austrian nobleman named Breischen, or that the correspondence of these two had commenced through the offices of a rather peculiar Boston book merchant who died an extremely nasty death in 1933, or that Hubie had burned each and every letter before hanging himself, feeding them to the fire one at a time, watching the flames blacken and char the thick, cream-colored paper and obliterate the elegant, spider-thin calligraphy. They don't know he was smiling as he did it, the way Larry Crockett now smiles over the fabulous land title papers that reside in the safe deposit box of his Portland bank. They know that Coretta Simons, old Jumpin' Simons's widow, is dying slowly and horribly of intestinal cancer, but they don't know that there is better than $30,000 cash tucked away behind the dowdy sitting room wallpaper, the results of an insurance policy she collected but never invested and now, in her last extremity, has forgotten entirely. They know that a fire burned up half of the town in that smoke-hazed September of 1951, but they don't know that it was set, and they don't know that the boy who set it graduated valedictorian of his class in 1953 and went on to make $100,000 on Wall Street, and even if they had known, they would not have known the compulsion that drove him to it or the way it ate at his mind for the next 20 years of his life, until a brain embolism hustled him into his grave at the age of 46. They don't know that the Reverend John Groggins has sometimes awakened in the midnight hour with horrible dreams still vivid beneath his bald pate, dreams in which he preaches to the little Mrs. Thursday night Bible class naked and slick, and they ready for him, or that Floyd Tibbetts wandered around for all of that Friday in a sickly daze, feeling the sun lie hatefully against his strangely pallid skin, remembering going to Ann Norton only cloudily, not remembering his attack on Ben Mears at all, but remembering the cool gratitude with which he greeted the setting of the sun, the gratitude and the anticipation of something great and good, or that Hal Griffin has 6 hot books hidden in the back of his closet which he masturbates over at every opportunity, or that George Midler has a suitcase full of silk slips and bras and panties and stockings, and that he sometimes pulls down the shades of his apartment over the hardware store and locks the door with both the bolt and the chain, and then stands in front of the full-length mirror in the bedroom until his breath comes in short stitches and then he falls to his knees and masturbates, or that Carl Foreman tried to scream and was unable when Mike Ryerson began to tremble coldly on the metal work table in the room beneath the mortuary, and the scream was as sightless and soundless as glass in his throat when Mike opened his eyes and sat up, or that 10-month-old Randy McDougal did not even struggle when Danny Glick slipped through his bedroom window and plucked the baby from his crib and sank his teeth into a neck still bruised from a mother's blows. These are the town's secrets, and some will later be known and some will never be known. The town keeps them all with the ultimate poker face. The town cares for devil's work no more than it cares for God's or man's. It knew darkness, and darkness was enough. TWO. Sandy McDougal knew something was wrong when she woke up, but couldn't tell what. The other side of the bed was empty. It was Roy's day off, and he had gone fishing with some friends. Would be back around noon. Nothing was burning, and she didn't hurt anywhere. So what could be wrong? The sun. The sun was wrong. It was high up on the wallpaper, dancing through the shadows cast by the maple outside the window. But Randy always woke her before the sun got up high enough to throw the maple's shadow on the wall. Her startled eyes jumped to the clock on the dresser. It was 10 minutes after 9. Trepidation rose in her throat. "Randy," she called, her dressing gown billowing out behind her as she flew down the narrow hall of the trailer. "Randy, honey?" The baby's bedroom was bathed in submerged light from the one small window above the crib, open. But she had closed it when she went to bed. She always closed it. The crib was empty. "Randy," she whispered, and saw him. The small body, still clad in wash-faded Dr. Denton's, had been flung into the corner like a piece of garbage. One leg stuck up grotesquely, like an inverted exclamation point. "Randy!" She fell on her knees by the body, her face marked with the harsh lines of shock. She cradled the child. The body was cool to the touch. "Randy, honey baby, wake up, Randy, Randy, wake up." The bruises were gone. All gone. They had faded overnight, leaving the small face and form flawless. His color was good. For the only time since his coming she found him beautiful, and she screamed at the sight of the beauty, a horrible, desolate sound. "Randy! Wake up! Randy? Randy? Randy?" She got up with him and ran back down the hall, the dressing gown slipping off one shoulder. The high chair still stood in the kitchen, the tray encrusted with Randy's supper of the night before. She slipped Randy into the chair, which stood in a patch of morning sunlight. Randy's head lolled against his chest and he slid sideways with a slow and terrible finality until he was lodged in the angle between the tray and one of the chair's high arms. "Randy," she said, smiling. Her eyes bulged from their sockets like flawed blue marbles. She patted his cheeks. "Wake up now, Randy. Breakfast, Randy. Is oh hungry? Please, oh Jesus, please." She whirled away from him and pulled open one of the cabinets over the stove and poured through it, spilling a box of rice Chex, a can of Chef Boyardee ravioli, a bottle of Wesson oil. The Wesson oil bottle shattered, spraying heavy liquid across the stove and floor. She found a small jar of Gerber's chocolate custard and grabbed one of the plastic Dairy Queen spoons out of the dish drainer. "Look, Randy. Your favorite. Wake up and see the nice custard. Chocker, Randy. Chocker, chocker." Rage and terror swept her darkly. "Wake up," she screamed at him, her spittle beading the translucent skin of his brow and cheeks. Wake up for the love of God, you little shit, wake you pea." She pulled the cover off the jar and spooned out some of the chocolate-flavored custard. Her hand, which knew the truth already, was shaking so badly that most of it spilled. She pushed what was left between the small slack lips, and more fell off onto the tray, making horrid plopping sounds. The spoon clashed against his teeth. "Randy," she pleaded. "Stop fooling your mama." Her other hand stretched out, and she pulled his mouth open with a hooked finger and pushed the rest of the custard into his mouth. "There," said Sandy McDougal. A smile, indescribable in its cracked hope, touched her lips. She settled back in her kitchen chair, relaxing muscle by muscle. Now it would be all right. Now he would know she still loved him and he would stop this cruel trickery. "Good," she murmured. "Chocker good, Wandy? Will I make a smile for Mommy? Be Mommy's good boy and give her a smile." She reached out with trembling fingers and pushed up the corners of Randy's mouth. The chocolate fell out onto the tray plop. She began to scream. 3. Tony Glick woke up on Saturday morning when his wife, Marjorie, fell down in the living room. "Margie," he called, swinging his feet out onto the floor. "Marge?" And after a long, long pause, she answered, "I'm okay, Tony." He sat on the edge of the bed, looking blankly down at his feet. He was bare-chested and wearing striped pajama bottoms with a drawstring dangling between his legs. The hair on his head stood up in a crow's nest. It was thick black hair, and both of his sons had inherited it. People thought he was Jewish, but that Dago hair should have been a giveaway, he often thought. His grandfather's name had been Glikuchi. When someone had told him it was easier to get along in America if you had an American name, something short and snappy, Gramps had had it legally changed to Glick, unaware that he was trading the reality of one minority for the appearance of another. Tony Glick's body was wide and dark and heavily corded with muscle. His face bore the dazed expression of a man who has been punched out leaving a bar. He had taken a leave of absence from his job, and during the past work week he had slept a lot. It went away when you slept. There were no dreams in his sleep. He turned in at 7:30 and got up at 10 the next morning and took a nap in the afternoon from 2 to 3. The time he had gone through between the scene he had made at Danny's funeral and this sunny Saturday morning almost a week later seemed hazy and not real at all. People kept bringing food. Casseroles, preserves, cakes, pies. Margie said she didn't know what they were going to do with it. Neither of them was hungry. On Wednesday night, he had tried to make love to his wife and they had both begun to cry. Margie didn't look good at all. Her own method of coping had been to clean the house from top to bottom, and she had cleaned with a maniacal zeal that precluded all other thought. The days resounded with the clash of cleaning buckets and the whir of the vacuum cleaner, and the air was always redolent with the sharp smells of ammonia and Lysol. She had taken all the clothes and toys, packed neatly into cartons, to the Salvation Army and the Goodwill store. When he had come out of the bedroom on Thursday morning, all those cartons had been lined up by the front door, each neatly labeled. He had never seen anything so horrible in his life as those mute cartons. She had dragged all the rugs out into the backyard, had hung them over the clothesline, and had beaten the dust out of them unmercifully. And even in Tony's bleary state of consciousness, he had noticed how pale she had seemed since last Tuesday or Wednesday. Even her lips seemed to have lost their natural color. Brown shadows had insinuated themselves beneath her eyes. These thoughts passed through his mind in less time than it takes to tell them, and he was on the verge of tumbling back into bed when she fell down again and this time did not answer his call. He got up and padded down to the living room and saw her lying on the floor, breathing shallowly and staring with dazed eyes at the ceiling. She had been changing the living room furniture around, and everything was pulled out of position, giving the room an odd disjointed look. Whatever was wrong with her had advanced during the night, and her appearance was bad enough to cut through his days like a sharp knife. She was still in her robe, and it had split up to mid-thigh. Her legs were the color of marble. All the tan she had picked up that summer on their vacation had faded out of them. Her hands moved like ghosts. Her mouth gaped, as if her lungs could not get enough air, and he noticed the odd prominence of her teeth, but thought nothing of it. It could have been the light. "Margie? Honey?" She tried to answer, couldn't, and real fear shot through him. He moved to call the doctor. He was turning to the phone when she said, "No. No." The word was repeated between a harsh gasp for air. She had struggled up to a sitting position, and the whole sun-silent house was filled with her rasping struggle for breath. "Pull me, help me, the sun is so hot." He went to her and picked her up, shocked by the lightness of his burden. She seemed to weigh no more than a bundle of sticks. "Sofa." He laid her on it, with her back propped against the armrest. She was out of the patch of sun that fell in a square through the front window and onto the rug, and her breath seemed to come a little easier. She closed her eyes for a moment, and again he was impressed by the smooth whiteness of her teeth in contrast to her lips. He felt an urge to kiss her. "Let me call the doctor," he said. "No. I'm better. The sun was burning me. Made me feel faint. Better now." A little color had come back into her cheeks. "Are you sure?" "Yes. I'm okay." "You've been working too hard, honey." "Yes," she said passively. Her eyes were listless. He ran a hand through his hair, tugging at it. "We've got to snap out of this, Margie. We've got to. You look." He paused, not wanting to hurt her. "I look awful," she said. "I know. I looked at myself in the bathroom mirror before I went to bed last night, and I hardly seemed to be there. For a minute A smile touched her lips. I thought I could see the tub behind me. Like there was only a little of myself left, and it was, oh, so pale. I want Dr. Reardon to look at you." But she seemed not to hear. "I've had the most lovely dream the last 3 or 4 nights, Tony. So real. Danny comes to me in the dream. He says, 'Mommy, Mommy, I'm so glad to be home.' And he says, What does he say? He asked her gently. He says that he's my baby again. My own son, at my breast again. And I give him to suck and then a feeling of sweetness with an undertone of bitterness, so much like it was before he was weaned, but after he was beginning to get teeth and he would nip. Oh, this must sound awful. Like one of those psychiatrist things. No, he said. No. He knelt beside her and she put her arms around his neck and wept weakly. Her arms were cold. No, doctor, Tony, please. I'll rest today. All right, he said. Giving in to her made him feel uneasy. It's such a lovely dream, Tony, she said, speaking against his throat. The movement of her lips, the muffled hardness of her teeth beneath them, was amazingly sensual. He was getting an erection. I wish I could have it again tonight. Maybe you will, he said, stroking her hair. Maybe you will at that. 4. My God, don't you look good, Ben said. Against the hospital world of solid whites and anemic greens, Susan Norton looked very good indeed. She was wearing a bright yellow blouse with black vertical stripes and a short blue denim skirt. You, too, she said, and crossed the room to him. He kissed her deeply, and his hand slid to the warm curve of her hip and rubbed. Hey, she said, breaking the kiss. They kick you out for that. Not me. No, me. They looked at each other. I love you, Ben. I love you, too. If I could jump in with you right now. Just a second, let me pull back the spread. How would I explain it to those little candy stripers? Tell them you're giving me the bedpan. She shook her head, smiling, and pulled up a chair. A lot has happened in town, Ben. He sobered. Like what? She hesitated. I hardly know how to tell you, or what I believe myself. I'm mixed up, to say the least. Well, spill it and let me sort it out. What's your condition, Ben? Mending. Not serious. Matt's doctor, a guy named Cody. No. Your mind. How much of this Count Dracula stuff do you believe? Oh. That. Matt told you everything? Matt's here in the hospital. 1 floor up in intensive care. What? He was up on his elbows. What's the matter with him? Heart attack. Heart attack. Dr. Cody says his condition is stable. He's listed as serious, but that's mandatory for the first 48 hours. I was there when it happened. Tell me everything you remember, Susan. The pleasure had gone out of his face. It was watchful, intent, fine-drawn. Lost in the white room and the white sheets and the white hospital Johnny, he again struck her as a man drawn to a taut, perhaps fraying edge. You didn't answer my question, Ben. About how I took Matt's story? Yes. Let me answer you by saying what you think. You think the Mars 10 house has buggered my brain to the point where I'm seeing bats in my own belfry, to coin a phrase. Is that a fair estimate? Yes, I suppose that's it. But I never thought about it in such harsh terms. I know that, Susan. Let me trace the progression of my thoughts for you, if I can. It may do me some good to sort them out. I can tell from your own face that something has knocked you back a couple of steps. Is that right? Yes, but I don't believe. Can't. Stop a minute. That word can't blocks up everything. That's where I was stuck. That absolute, goddamned imperative word. Can't. I didn't believe Matt, Susan, because such things can't be true. But I couldn't find a hole in his story any way I looked at it. The most obvious conclusion was that he had jumped the tracks somewhere, right? Yes. Did he seem crazy to you? No. No, but... Stop. He held up his hand. You're thinking calm thoughts, aren't you? I suppose I am, she said. He didn't seem crazy or irrational to me, either. And we both know that paranoid fantasies or persecution complexes just don't appear overnight. They grow over a period of time. They need careful watering, care, and feeding. Have you ever heard any talk in town about Matt having a screw loose? Ever heard Matt say that someone had the knife out for him? Has he ever been involved with any dubious causes? Fluoridation causes brain cancer, or Sons of the American Patriots, or the NLF? Has he ever expressed an inordinate amount of interest in things such as senses or astral projection or reincarnation? Ever been arrested that you know of? No, she said. No to everything. But Ben, it hurts me to say this about Matt, even to suggest it, but some people go crazy very quietly. They go crazy inside. I don't think so, he said quietly. There are signs. Sometimes you can't read them before, but you can afterward. If you were on a jury, would you believe Matt's testimony about a car crash? Yes. Would you believe him if he had told you he saw a prowler kill Mike Ryerson? Yes, I guess I would. But not this. Ben, I just can't. There, you said it again. He saw her ready to protest and held up a forestalling hand. I'm not arguing his case, Susan. I'm only laying out my own train of thought. Okay? Okay. Go on. My second thought was that somebody set him up. Someone with bad blood or a grudge. Yes, that occurred to me. Matt says he has no enemies. I believe him. Everybody has enemies. There are degrees. Don't forget the most important thing: there's a dead man wrapped up in this mess. If someone was out to get Matt, then someone must have murdered Mike Ryerson to do it. Why? Because the whole song and dance doesn't make much sense without a body. And yet, according to Matt's story, he met Mike purely by chance. No one led him to Dell's last Thursday night. There was no anonymous call, no note, no nothing. The coincidence of the meeting was enough to rule out a setup. What does that leave for rational explanations? That Matt dreamed the sounds of the window going up, the laugh, and the sucking sounds. That Mike died of some natural but unknown causes. You don't believe that, either. I don't believe that he dreamed hearing the window go up. It was open. And the outside screen was lying on the lawn. I noticed it, and Parkins Gillespie noticed it. And I noticed something else. Matt has latch-type screens on his house. They lock on the outside, not the inside. You can't get them off from the inside unless you pry them off with a screwdriver or a paint scraper. Even then it would be tough. It would leave marks. I didn't see any marks. And here's another thing: the ground below that window was relatively soft. If you wanted to take off a second-floor screen, you'd need to use a ladder, and that would leave marks. There weren't any. That's what bothers me the most. A second-floor screen removed from the outside and no ladder marks beneath. They looked at each other somberly. He resumed, I was running this through my head this morning. The more I thought about it, the better Matt's story looked. So I took a chance. I took the can't away for a while. Now, tell me what happened at Matt's last night. If it will knock all this into a cocked hat, no one is going to be happier than I. It doesn't, she said unhappily. It makes it worse. He had just finished telling me about Mike Ryerson. He said he heard someone upstairs. He was scared, but he went. She folded her hands in her lap and was now holding them tightly, as if they might fly away. Nothing else happened for a little while, and then Matt called out, something like he was revoking his invitation. Then, well, I don't really know how to. Go on. Don't agonize over it. I think someone else made a kind of hissing noise. There was a bump, as if something had fallen. She looked at him bleakly. And then I heard a voice say, I will see you sleep like the dead, teacher. That's word for word. And when I went in later to get a blanket for Matt, I found this. She took the ring out of her blouse pocket and dropped it into his hand. Ben turned it over, then tilted it toward the window to let the light pick out the initials. MCR Mike Ryerson? Mike Corey Ryerson. I dropped it and then made myself pick it up again. I thought you or Matt would want to see it. You keep it. I don't want it back. It makes you feel? Bad. Very bad. She raised her head defiantly. But all rational thought goes against this, Ben. I'd rather believe that Matt somehow murdered Mike Ryerson and invented that crazy vampire story for reasons of his own. Rigged the screen to fall off. Did a ventriloquist act in the guest room while I was downstairs, planted Mike's ring, and gave himself a heart attack to make it all seem more real, Ben said dryly. I haven't given up hope of rational explanations, Susan. I'm hoping for one. Almost praying for one. Monsters in the movies are sort of fun, but the thought of them actually prowling through the night isn't fun at all. I'll even grant you that the screen could have been rigged. A simple rope sling anchored on the roof would do the trick. Let's go further. Matt is something of a scholar. I suppose there are poisons that would cause the symptoms that Mike had, maybe undetectable poisons. Of course, the idea of poison is a little hard to believe because Mike ate so little. You only have Matt's word for that, she pointed out. He wouldn't lie, because he would know that an examination of the victim's stomach is an important part of any autopsy. And a hypo would leave tracks. But for the sake of argument, let's say it could be done. And a man like Matt could surely take something that would fake a heart attack. But where is the motive? She shook her head helplessly. Even granting some motive we don't suspect, why would he go to such Byzantine lengths, or invent such a wild cover story? I suppose Ellery Queen could explain it somehow, but life isn't an Ellery Queen plot. But this other is lunacy, Ben. Yes, like Hiroshima. Will you stop doing that? She whip-cracked at him suddenly. Don't go playing the phony intellectual. It doesn't fit you. We're talking about wives' tales, bad dreams, psychosis, anything you want to call it. That's shit, he said. Make connections. The world is coming down around our ears, and you're sticking at a few vampires. Salem's Lot is my town, she said stubbornly. If something is happening there, it's real. Not philosophy. I couldn't agree with you more, he said, and touched the bandage on his head with a rueful finger. And your ex-pac's a hell of a right. I'm sorry. That's a side of Floyd I never saw. I can't understand it. Where is he now? In the town drunk tank. Parkins Gillespie told my mom he should turn him over to the county to Sheriff McCaslin, that is, but he thought he'd wait and see if you wanted to prefer charges. Do you have any feelings in the matter? None whatever, she said steadily. He's out of my life. I'm not going to. She raised her eyebrows. But I want to talk to him. About us? About why he came at me wearing an overcoat, a hat, sunglasses, and Playtex rubber gloves. What? Well, he said, looking at her, the sun was out. It was shining on him. And I don't think he liked that. They looked at each other wordlessly. There seemed to be nothing else on the subject to say. 5. When Noli brought Floyd his breakfast from the excellent cafe, Floyd was fast asleep. It seemed to Noli that it would be a meanness to wake him up just to eat a couple of Pauline Dickins's hard-fried eggs and 5 or 6 pieces of greasy bacon, so Noli disposed of it himself in the office and drank the coffee, too. Pauline did make nice coffee, you could say that for her. But when he brought in Floyd's lunch and Floyd was still sleeping and still in the same position, Noli got a little scared and set the tray on the floor and went over and banged on the bars with a spoon. Hey! Floyd! Wake up, I got why dinner. Floyd didn't wake up, and Noli took his key ring out of his pocket to open the drunk tank door. He paused just before inserting the key. Last week's Gunsmoke had been about a hard guy who pretended to be sick until he jumped the turnkey. Noli had never thought of Floyd Tibbets as a particularly hard guy, but he hadn't exactly rocked that Mears guy to sleep. He paused indecisively, holding the spoon in one hand and the key ring in the other, a big man whose open-throat white shirts always sweat-stained around the armpits by noon of a warm day. He was a league bowler with an average of 151 and a weekend barhopper with a list of Portland red light bars and motels in his wallet right behind his Lutheran ministry pocket calendar. He was a friendly man, a natural fall guy, slow of reaction and also slow to anger. For all these not inconsiderable advantages, he was not particularly agile on his mental feet, and for several minutes he stood wondering how to proceed, beating on the bars with the spoon, hailing Floyd, wishing he would move or snore or do something. He was just thinking he better call Parkins on the Citizens Band and get instructions when Parkins himself said from the office doorway, "What in hell are you doing, Noli? Calling the hogs?" Noli blushed. "Floyd won't move, Park. I'm afraid that may be his, sick. Well, do you think beating the bars with that goddamn spoon will make him better?" Parkins stepped by him and unlocked the cell. "Floyd?" He shook Floyd's shoulder. "Are you all are?" Floyd fell off the chained bunk and onto the floor. "Goddamn," said Noli. "He's dead, ain't he?" But Parkins might not have heard. He was staring down at Floyd's uncannily reposeful face. The fact slowly dawned on Noli that Parkins looked as if someone had spared the bejesus out of him. "What's the matter, Park?" "Nothing," Parkins said. "Just, let's get out of here." And then, almost to himself, he added, "Christ, I wish I hadn't touched him." Noli looked down at Floyd's body with dawning horror. "Wake up," Parkins said. "We've got to get the doctor down here." 6. It was mid-afternoon when Franklin Bodding and Virgil Rathbun drove up to the slatted wooden gate at the end of the Burns Road fork, 2 miles beyond Harmony Hill Cemetery. They were in Franklin's 1957 Chevrolet pickup, a vehicle that had been Corinthian ivory back in the first year of Ike's second term, but which was now a mixture of shit brown and primer paint red. The back of the truck was filled with what Franklin called crappie. Once every month or so, he and Virgil took a load of crappie to the dump, and a great deal of said crappie consisted of empty beer bottles, empty beer cans, empty half-kegs, empty wine bottles, and empty Popov vodka bottles. "Closed," Franklin Bodding said, squinting to read the sign nailed to the gate. "Well, I'll be dipped in shit." He took a honk off the bottle of Dawson's that had been resting comfortably against the bulge of his crotch and wiped his mouth with his arm. "This is Saturday, ain't it?" "Sure is," Virgil Rathbun said. Virgil had no idea if it was Saturday or Tuesday. He was so drunk he wasn't even sure what month it was. "Dump ain't closed on Saturday, is it?" Franklin asked. There was only one sign, but he was seeing 3. He squinted again. All 3 signs said closed. The paint was barn red and had undoubtedly come out of the can of paint that rested inside the door of Dud Rogers's caretaker shack. "Never was closed on Saturday," Virgil said. He swung his bottle of beer toward his face, missed his mouth, and poured a blurt of beer on his left shoulder. "God, that hits the spot." "Closed," Franklin said, with mounting irritation. "That son of a whore is off on a toot, that's what. I'll close him." He threw the truck into first gear and popped the clutch. Beer foamed out of the bottle between his legs and ran over his pants. "Wind her, Franklin!" Virgil cried, and let out a massive belch as the pickup crashed through the gate, knocking it onto the can-littered verge of the road. Franklin shifted into second and shot up the rutted, chuck-holed road. The truck bounced madly on its worn springs. Bottles fell off the back end and smashed. Seagulls took to the air in screaming, circling waves. A quarter of a mile beyond the gate, the Burns Road fork, now known as the Dump Road, ended in a widening clearing that was the dump. The close-pressing alders and maples gave way to reveal a great flat area of raw earth which had been scored and runneled by the constant use of the old case bulldozer, which was now parked by Dud's shack. Beyond this flat area was the gravel pit where current dumping went on. The trash and garbage, glitter-shot with bottles and aluminum cans, stretched away in gigantic dunes. "Goddam no-account hunchback pisswah looks like he ain't plowed nor burned all the week long," Franklin said. He jammed both feet on the brake pedal, which sank all the way to the floor with a mechanical scream. After a while the truck stopped. "He's laid up with a case, that's what." "I never knew Dud to drink much," Virgil said, tossing his empty out the window and pulling another from the brown bag on the floor. He opened it on the door latch, and the beer, crazied up from the bumps, bubbled out over his hand. "All them hunchbacks do," Franklin said wisely. He spat out the window, discovered it was closed, and swiped his shirt sleeve across the scratched and cloudy glass. "We'll go see him. Might be something in it." He backed the truck around in a huge, wandering circle and pulled up with the tailgate hanging over the latest accumulation of the lot's accumulated throwaway. He switched off the ignition, and silence pressed in on them suddenly. Except for the restless calling of the gulls, it was complete. "Ain't it quiet?" Virgil muttered. They got out of the truck and went around to the back. Franklin unhooked the S-bolts that held the tailgate and let it drop with a crash. The gulls that had been feeding at the far end of the dump rose in a cloud, squalling and scolding. The two of them climbed up without a word and began heaving the crappie off the end. Green plastic bags spun through the clear air and smashed open as they hit. It was an old job for them. They were a part of the town that few tourists ever saw, or cared to, firstly, because the town ignored them by tacit agreement, and secondly, because they had developed their own protective coloration. If you met Franklin's pickup on the road, you forgot it the instant it was gone from your rearview mirror. If you happened to see their shack with its tin chimney sending a pencil line of smoke into the white November sky, you overlooked it. If you met Virgil coming out of the Cumberland Green front with a bottle of welfare vodka in a brown bag, you said hi and then couldn't quite remember who it was you had spoken to. The face was familiar but the name just slipped your mind. Franklin's brother was Derek Bodding, father of Richie, lately deposed king of Stanley Street Elementary School, and Derek had nearly forgotten that Franklin was still alive and in town. He had progressed beyond black sheepdom, he was totally grey. Now, with the truck empty, Franklin kicked out a last can clink and hitched up his green work pants. "Let's go see Dud," he said. They climbed down from the truck and Virgil tripped over one of his own rawhide lacings and sat down hard. "Christ, they don't make these things half right," he muttered obscurely. They walked across to Dud's tar-paper shack. The door was closed. "Dud!" Franklin bawled. "Hey, Dud Rogers!" He thumped the door once, and the whole shack trembled. The small hook and eye lock on the inside of the door snapped off, and the door tottered open. The shack was empty but filled with a sickish sweet odor that made them look at each other and grimace, and they were barroom veterans of a great many fungoid smells. It reminded Franklin fleetingly of pickles that had lain in a dark crock for many years, until the fluid seeping out of them had turned white. "Son of a whore," Virgil said. "Worse than gangrene." Yet the shack was astringently neat. Dud's extra shirt was hung on a hook over the bed, the splintery kitchen chair was pushed up to the table, and the cot was made up Amish style. The can of red paint, with fresh drips down the sides, was placed on a fold of newspaper behind the door. "I'm about to puke if we don't get out of here," Virgil said. His face had gone a whitish green. Franklin, who felt no better, backed out and shut the door. They surveyed the dump, which was as deserted and sterile as the mountains of the moon. "He ain't here," Franklin said. "He's back in the woods someplace, laying up snookered." "Frank?" "What?" Franklin said shortly. He was out of temper. That door was latched on the inside. "If he ain't there, how did he get out?" Startled, Franklin turned around and regarded the shack. Through the window, he started to say, and then didn't. The window was nothing but a square cut into the tar paper and buttoned up with all-weather plastic. The window wasn't large enough for Dud to squirm through, not with the hump on his back. "Never mind," Franklin said gruffly. If he don't want to share, fuck him. Let's get out of here. They walked back to the truck, and Franklin felt something seeping through the protective membrane of drunkenness, something he would not remember later, or want to, a creeping feeling, a feeling that something here had gone terribly awry. It was as if the dump had gained a heartbeat, and that beat was slow, yet full of terrible vitality. He suddenly wanted to go away very quickly. I don't see any rats, Virgil said suddenly. And there were none to be seen, only the gulls. Franklin tried to remember a time when he had brought the crappie to the dump and seen no rats. He couldn't. And he didn't like that, either. He must have put out poison bait. Hey, Frank? Come on, let's go, Franklin said. Let's get the hell out of here. 7. After supper, they let Ben go up and see Matt Burke. It was a short visit. Matt was sleeping. The oxygen tent had been taken away, however, and the head nurse told Ben that Matt would almost certainly be awake tomorrow morning and able to see visitors for a short time. Ben thought his face looked drawn and cruelly aged, for the first time an old man's face. Lying still, with the loosened flesh of his neck rising out of the hospital Johnny, he seemed vulnerable and defenseless. If it's all true, Ben thought, these people are doing you no favors, Matt. If it's all true, then we're in the citadel of unbelief, where nightmares are dispatched with Lysol and scalpels and chemotherapy rather than with steaks and Bibles and wild mountain time. They're happy with their life support units and hypos and enema bags filled with barium solution. If the column of truth has a hole in it, they neither know nor care. He walked to the head of the bed and turned Matt's head with gentle fingers. There were no marks on the skin of his neck, the flesh was blameless. He hesitated a moment longer, then went to the closet and opened it. Matt's clothes hung there, and hooked over the closet door's inside knob was the crucifix he had been wearing when Susan visited him. It hung from a filigreed chain that gleamed softly in the room's subdued light. Ben took it back to the bed and put it around Matt's neck. Here, what are you doing? A nurse had come in with a pitcher of water and a bedpan with a towel spread decorously over the opening. I'm putting his cross around his neck, Ben said. Is he a Catholic? He is now, Ben said somberly. 8. Night had fallen when a soft rap came at the kitchen door of the Sawyer house on the Deep Cut Road. Bonnie Sawyer, with a small smile on her lips, went to answer it. She was wearing a short ruffled apron tied at the waist, high heels, and nothing else. When she opened the door, Corey Bryant's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open. Boo, he said. Boo, boo, Bonnie? What's the matter, Corey? She put a hand on the door jamb with light deliberation, pulling her bare breasts up to their sauciest angle. At the same time she crossed her feet demurely, modeling her legs for him. Geez, Bonnie, what if it had been the man from the telephone company, she asked, and giggled. She took one of his hands and placed it on the firm flesh of her right breast. Want to read my meter? With a grunt that held a note of desperation, the drowning man going down for the third time, clutching a mammary instead of a straw, he pulled her to him. His hands cupped her buttocks, and the starched apron crackled briskly between them. Oh my, she said, wiggling against him. Are you going to test my receiver, Mr. Telephone Man? I've been waiting for an important call all day. He picked her up and kicked the door shut behind him. She did not need to direct him to the bedroom. He knew his way. you're sure he's not going to be home?" he asked. Her eyes gleamed in the darkness. "Why, who can you mean, Mr. Telephone Man?" "Not my handsome hubby, he's in Burlington, Vermont." He put her down on the bed crossways, with her legs dangling off the side. "Turn on the light," she said, her voice suddenly slow and heavy. "I want to see what you're doing." He turned on the bedside lamp and looked down at her. The apron had been pulled away to one side. Her eyes were heavy-lidded and warm, the pupils large and brilliant. "Take that thing off," he said, gesturing. "You take it off," she said. "You can figure out the knots, Mr. Telephone Man." He bent to do it. She always made him feel like a dry-mouthed kid stepping up to the plate for the first time, and his hands always trembled when they got near her, as if her very flesh was transmitting a strong current into the air all around her. She never left his mind completely anymore. She was lodged in there like a saw inside the cheek which the tongue keeps poking and testing. She even cavorted through his dreams, golden-skinned, blackly exciting. Her invention knew no bounds. "No, on your knees," she said. "Get on your knees for me." He dropped clumsily onto his knees and crawled toward her, reaching for the apron ties. She put one high-heeled foot on each shoulder. He bent to kiss the inside of her thigh, the flesh firm and slightly warm under his lips. "That's right, Corey, that's just right. Keep going up, keep." "Well, this is cute, ain't it?" Bonnie Sawyer screamed. Corey Bryant looked up, blinking and confused. Reggie Sawyer was leaning in the bedroom doorway. He was holding a shotgun cradled loosely over his forearm, barrels pointed at the floor. Corey felt a warm gush as his bladder let go. "So it's true," Reggie marveled. He stepped into the room. He was smiling. "How about that? I owe that Tasbat Mickey Sylvester a case of Budweiser. Goddamn." Bonnie found her voice first. "Reggie, listen. It isn't what you think." He broke in. He was like a crazy man. He was. "Shut up, cunt." He was still smiling. It was a gentle smile. He was quite big. He was wearing the same steel-colored suit he had been wearing when she had kissed him goodbye 2 hours before. "Listen," Corey said weakly. His mouth felt full of loose spit. "Please. Please don't kill me. Not even if I deserve it. You don't want to go to jail. Not over this. Beat me up, I got that coming, but please don't. Get up off your knees, Perry Mason," Reggie Sawyer said, still smiling his gentle smile. "Your fly's unzipped." "Listen, Mr. Sawyer?" "Oh, call me Reggie," Reggie said, smiling gently. "We're almost best buddies. I've even been getting your sloppy seconds, isn't that right?" "Reggie, this isn't what you think. He raped me." Reggie looked at her and his smile was gentle and benign. "If you say another word, I'm going to jam this up inside you and let you have some special airmail." Bonnie began to moan. Her face had gone the color of unflavored yogurt. "Mr. Sawyer, Reggie. Your name's Bryant, ain't it? Your daddy's Pete Bryant, ain't he?" Corey's head bobbed madly in agreement. "Yeah, that's right. That's just right. Listen. I used to sell him number 2 fuel oil when I was driving for Jim Weber," Reggie said, smiling with gentle reminiscence. That was for all 5 years before I met this high box bitch here. Your daddy know you're here? No, sir, it'd break his heart. You can beat me up, I got that coming, but if you kill me my dad'd find out and I bet it'd kill him dead as shit and then you'd be responsible for 2. No, I bet he don't know. Come on out in the living room a minute. We got to talk this over. Come on. He smiled gently at Corey to show him that he meant him no harm, and then his eyes flicked to Bonnie, who was staring at him with bulging eyes. You stay right there, puss, or you ain't never going to know how Secret Storm comes out. Come on, Bryant. He gestured with the shotgun. Corey walked out into the living room ahead of Reggie, staggering a little. His legs were rubber. A patch between his shoulder blades began to itch insanely. That's where he's going to put it, he thought, right between the shoulder blades. I wonder if I'll live long enough to see my guts hit the wall. Turn around, Reggie said. Corey turned around. He was beginning to blubber. He didn't want to blubber, but he couldn't seem to help it. He supposed it didn't matter if he blubbered or not. He had already wet himself. The shotgun was no longer dangling casually over Reggie's forearm. The double barrels were pointing directly at Corey's face. The twin bores seemed to swell and yawn until they were bottomless wells. You know what you been doing? Reggie asked. The smile was gone. His face was very grave. Corey didn't answer. It was a stupid question. He did keep on blubbering, however. You slept with another guy's wife, Corey. That your name? Corey nodded, tears streaming down his cheeks. You know what happens to guys like that if they get caught? Corey nodded. Grab the barrel of this shotgun, Corey. Very easy. It's got a 5-pound pull and I got about 3 on it now. So pretend you're grabbing my wife's tit. Corey reached out one shaking hand and placed it on the barrel of the shotgun. The metal was cool against his flushed palm. A long, agonized groan came out of his throat. Nothing else was left. Pleading was done. Put it in your mouth, Corey. Both barrels. Yes, that's right. Easy, that's okay. Yes, your mouth's big enough. Slip it right in there. You know all about slipping it in, don't you? Corey's jaws were open to their widest accommodation. The barrels of the shotgun were pushed back nearly to his palate, and his terrified stomach was trying to retch. The steel was oily against his teeth. Close your eyes, Corey. Corey only stared at him, his swimming eyes as big as tea saucers. Reggie smiled his gentle smile again. Close those baby blue eyes, Corey. Corey closed them. His sphincter let go. He was only dimly aware of it. Reggie pulled both triggers. The hammers fell on empty chambers with a double click-click. Corey fell onto the floor in a dead faint. Reggie looked down at him for a moment, smiling gently, and then reversed the shotgun so the butt end was up. He turned to the bedroom. Here I come, Bonnie. Ready or not? Bonnie Sawyer began to scream. 9. Corey Bryant was stumbling up the deep-cut road toward where he had left his phone truck parked. He stank. His eyes were bloodshot and glassy. There was a large bump on the back of his head where he had struck it on the floor when he fainted. His boots made dragging, scuffing sounds on the soft shoulder. He tried to think about the scuffing sounds and nothing else, most notably about the sudden and utter ruin of his life. It was 8:15. Reggie Sawyer had still been smiling gently when he ushered Corey out the kitchen door. Bonnie's steady, racking sobs had come from the bedroom, counterpointing his words. "You go on up the road like a good boy, now. Get in your truck and go back to town. There's a bus that comes in from Lewiston for Boston at 9:45. From Boston you can get a bus to anywhere in the country. That bus stops at Spencer's. You be on it. Because if I ever see you again, I'm going to kill you. She'll be all right now. She's broken now. She's gonna have to wear pants and long-sleeve blouses for a couple of weeks, but I didn't mark her face. You just want to get out of a Salem's lot before you clean yourself up and start thinking you are a man again." And now here he was, walking up this road, about to do just what Reggie Sawyer said. He could go south from Boston, somewhere. He had a little over $1,000 saved in the bank. His mother had always said he was a very saving soul. He could wire for the money, live on it until he could get a job and begin the years-long job of forgetting this night the taste of the gun barrel, the smell of his own shit satcheled in his trousers. "Hello, Mr. Bryant." Corey gave a stifled scream and stared wildly into the dark, at first seeing nothing. The wind was moving in the trees, making shadows jump and dance across the road. Suddenly his eyes made out a more solid shadow, standing by the stone wall that ran between the road and Carl Smith's back pasture. The shadow had a man-like form, but there was something. "Who are you?" "A friend who sees much, Mr. Bryant." The form shifted and came from the shadows. In the faint light, Corey saw a middle-aged man with a black mustache and deep, bright eyes. "You've been ill-used, Mr. Bryant." "How do you know my business?" "I know a great deal. It's my business to know." "Smoke?" "Thanks." He took the offered cigarette gratefully. He put it between his lips. The stranger struck a light, and in the glow of the wooden match he saw that the stranger's cheekbones were high and Slavic, his forehead pale and bony, his dark hair swept straight back. Then the light was gone and Corey was dragging harsh smoke into his lungs. It was a Dago cigarette, but any cigarette was better than none. He began to feel a little calmer. "Who are you?" he asked again. The stranger laughed, a startlingly rich and full-bodied sound that drifted off on the slight breeze like the smoke of Corey's cigarette. "Names," he said. "Oh, the American insistence on names. Let me sell you an auto because I am Bill Smith. Eat at this one. Watch that one on television. My name is Barlow, if that eases you." And he burst into laughter again, his eyes twinkling and shining. Corey felt a smile creep onto his own lips and could scarcely believe it. His troubles seemed distant, unimportant, in comparison to the derisive good humor in those dark eyes. "You're a foreigner, aren't you?" Corey asked. "I am from many lands, but to me this country, this town, seems full of foreigners." "You see?" "Eh? Eh?" He burst into that full-throated crow of laughter again, and this time Corey found himself joining in. The laughter escaped his throat under full pressure, rising a bit with delayed hysteria. Foreigners, yes, he resumed, but beautiful, enticing foreigners, bursting with vitality, full-blooded and full of life. Do you know how beautiful the people of your country and your town are, Mr. Bryant? Corey only chuckled, slightly embarrassed. He did not look away from the stranger's face, however. It held him rapt. They have never known hunger or want, the people of this country. It has been 2 generations since they knew anything close to it, and even then it was like a voice in a distant room. They think they have known sadness, but their sadness is that of a child who has spilled his ice cream on the grass at a birthday party. There is no, how is the English, attenuation in them. They spill each other's blood with great vigor. Do you believe it? Do you see? Yes, Corey said. Looking into the stranger's eyes, he could see a great many things, all of them wonderful. The country is an amazing paradox. In other lands, when a man eats to his fullest day after day, that man becomes fat, sleepy, piggish. But in this land, it seems the more you have, the more aggressive you become. You see? Like Mr. Sawyer. With so much, yet he begrudges you a few crumbs from his table. Also like a child at a birthday party, who will push away another baby even though he himself can eat no more. Is it not so? Yes, Corey said. Barlow's eyes were so large, and so understanding. It was all a matter of. It is all a matter of perspective, is it not? Yes, Corey exclaimed. The man had put his finger on the right, the exact, the perfect word. The cigarette dropped unnoticed from his fingers and lay smouldering on the road. I might have bypassed such a rustic community as this, the stranger said reflectively. I might have gone to one of your great and teeming cities. Bah! He drew himself up suddenly, and his eyes flashed. What do I know of cities? I should be run over by a hansom crossing the street. I should choke on nasty air. I should come in contact with sleek, stupid dilettantes whose concerns are, what do you say? Inimical, yes, inimical to me. How should a poor rustic like myself deal with the hollow sophistication of a great city, even an American city? No. And no, and no. I spit on your cities. Oh yes. Corey whispered. So I have come here, to a town which was first told of to me by a most brilliant man, a former townsman himself, now lamentably deceased. The folk here are still rich and full-blooded, folk who are stuffed with the aggression and darkness so necessary to, there is no English for it. Pokal, Verdalak, Iyalik. Do you follow? Yes, Corey whispered. The people have not cut off the vitality which flows from their mother, the earth, with a shell of concrete and cement. Their hands are plunged into the very waters of life. They have ripped the life from the earth, whole and beating. Is it not true? Yes. The stranger chuckled kindly and put a hand on Corey's shoulder. You are a good boy. A fine, strong boy. I don't think you want to leave this so perfect town, do you? No. Corey whispered, but he was suddenly doubtful. Fear was returning. But surely it was unimportant. This man would allow no harm to come to him. And so you shall not. Ever again. Corey stood trembling, rooted to the spot, as Barlow's head inclined toward him. and you shall yet have your vengeance on those who would fill themselves while others want. Corey Bryant sank into a great forgetful river, and that river was time, and its waters were red. 10. It was 9 o'clock and the Saturday night movie was coming on. The hospital TV bolted to the wall when the phone beside Ben's bed rang. It was Susan, and her voice was barely under control. Ben, Floyd Tibbetts is dead. He died in his cell sometime last night. Dr. Cody says acute anemia, but I went with Floyd. He had high blood pressure. That's why the army wouldn't take him. Slow down, Ben said, sitting up. There's more. A family named McDougal out in the Bend. A little 10-month-old baby died out there. They took Mrs. McDougal away in restraints. Have you heard how the baby died? My mother said Mrs. Evans came over when she heard Sandra McDougal screaming, and Mrs. Evans called old Dr. Plowman. Plowman didn't say anything, but Mrs. Evans told my mother that she couldn't see a thing wrong with the baby, except it was dead. And both Matt and I, the crackpots, just happened to be out of town and out of action, Ben said, more to himself than to Susan. Almost as if it were planned. There's more. What? Carl Foreman is missing. And so is the body of Mike Ryerson. I think that's it, he heard himself saying. That has to be it. I'm getting out of here tomorrow. Will they let you go so soon? They aren't going to have anything to say about it. He spoke the words absently, his mind had already moved on to another subject. Have you got a crucifix? Me? She sounded startled and a little amused. Gosh, no. I'm not joking with you, Susan. I was never more serious. Is there any place where you can get one at this hour? Well, there's Marie Bodding. I could walk. No. Stay off the streets. Stay in the house. Make one yourself, even if it only means gluing 2 sticks together. Leave it by your bed. Ben, I still don't believe this. A maniac, maybe, someone who thinks he's a vampire, but... Believe what you want, but make the cross. But... Will you do it? Even if it only means humoring me? Reluctantly, yes, Ben. Can you come to the hospital tomorrow around 9? Yes. Okay. We'll go upstairs and fill in Matt together. Then you and I are going to talk to Dr. James Cody. She said, he's going to think you're crazy, Ben. Don't you know that? I suppose I do. But it all seems more real after dark, doesn't it? Yes, she said softly. God, yes. For no reason at all he thought of Miranda and Miranda's dying, the motorcycle hitting the wet patch, going into a skid, the sound of her scream, his own brute panic, and the side of the truck growing and growing as they approached it broadside. Susan? Yes. Take good care of yourself. Please. After she hung up, he put the phone back in the cradle and stared at the TV, barely seeing the Doris Day Rock Hudson comedy that had begun to unreel up there. He felt naked, exposed. He had no cross himself. His eye strayed to the windows, which showed only blackness. The old, childlike terror of the dark began to creep over him, and he looked at the television where Doris Day was giving a shaggy dog a bubble bath and was afraid. 11. The county morgue in Portland is a cold and antiseptic room done entirely in green tile. The floors and walls are a uniform medium green, and the ceiling is a lighter green. The walls are lined with square doors, which look like large bus terminal coin lockers. Long parallel fluorescent tubes shed a chilly neutral light over all of this. The decor is hardly inspired, but none of the clientele have ever been known to complain. At 9:45 on this Saturday night, 2 attendants were wheeling in the sheet-covered body of a young homosexual who had been shot in a downtown bar. It was the first stiff they had received that night. The highway fatals usually came in between 1 o'clock and 3 a.m. Buddy Bascombe was in the middle of a Frenchman joke that had to do with vaginal deodorant spray when he broke off in mid-sentence and stared down the line of locker doors. MZ. 2 of them were standing open. He and Bob Greenberg left the new arrival and hurried down quickly. Buddy glanced at the tag on the first door he came to while Bob went down to the next. Tibbetts, Floyd Martin. Sex Yem. Admitted, the 10th of April, 75. Autops. Shed, the 10th of May, 75. Signator, J.M. Cody, M.D. He yanked the handle set inside the door, and the slab rolled out on silent casters. Empty. Hey! Greenberg yelled up to him. This fucking thing is empty. Whose idea of a joke? I was on the desk all the time, Buddy said. No one went by me. I'd swear to it. It must have happened on Carty's shift. What's the name on that one? McDougal, Randall Freitas. What does this abbreviation INF mean? Infant, Buddy said dully. Jesus Christ, I think we're in trouble. 12. Something had awakened him. He lay still in the ticking dark, looking at the ceiling. A noise. Some noise. But the house was silent. There it was again. Scratching. Mark Petrie turned over in bed and looked through the window, and Danny Glick was staring in at him through the glass, his skin grave pale, his eyes reddish and feral. Some dark substance was smeared about his lips and chin, and when he saw Mark looking at him, he smiled and showed teeth grown hideously long and sharp. "Let me in," the voice whispered, and Mark was not sure if the words had crossed dark air or were only in his mind. He became aware that he was frightened his body had known before his mind. He had never been so frightened, not even when he got tired swimming back from the float at Popham Beach and thought he was going to drown. His mind, still that of a child in 1,000 ways, made an accurate judgment of his position in seconds. He was in peril of more than his life. "Let me in, Mark. I want to play with you." There was nothing for that hideous entity outside the window to hold on to. His room was on the 2nd floor, and there was no ledge. Yet somehow it hung suspended in space, or perhaps it was clinging to the outside shingles like some dark insect. "Mark, I finally came, Mark. Please?" "Of course. You have to invite them inside." He knew that from his monster magazines, the ones his mother was afraid might damage or warp him in some way. He got out of bed and almost fell down. It was only then that he realized fright was too mild a word for this. Even terror did not express what he felt. The pallid face outside the window tried to smile, but it had lain in darkness too long to remember precisely how. What Mark saw was a twitching grimace, a bloody mask of tragedy. Yet if you looked in the eyes, it wasn't so bad. If you looked in the eyes, you weren't so afraid anymore, and you saw that all you had to do was open the window and say, "Come on in, Danny," and then you wouldn't be afraid at all because you'd be at one with Danny and all of them and at one with him. You'd be? No. That's how they get you. He dragged his eyes away, and it took all of his willpower to do it. "Mark, let me in. I command it." He commands it. Mark began to walk toward the window again. There was no help for it. There was no possible way to deny that voice. As he drew closer to the glass, the evil little boy's face on the other side began to twitch and grimace with eagerness. Fingernails, black with earth, scratched across the window pane. "Think of something. Quick! Quick!" "The rain," he whispered hoarsely. "The rain in Spain falls mainly on the plain." In vain he thrusts his fists against the posts and still insists he sees the ghosts. Danny Glick hissed at him. "Mark! Open the window. Betty Bitter bought some butter." "The window, Mark, he commands it." "But," says Betty, "this butter's bitter." He was weakening. That whispering voice was seeing through his barricade, and the command was imperative. Mark's eyes fell on his desk, littered with his model monsters, now so bland and foolish. His eyes fixed abruptly on part of the display, and widened slightly. The plastic gal was walking through a plastic graveyard, and one of the monuments was in the shape of a cross. With no pause for thought or consideration, both would have come to an adult, his father, for instance, and both would have undone him. Mark swept up the cross, curled it into a tight fist, and said loudly, "Come on in, then." The face became suffused with an expression of vulpine triumph. The window slid up and Danny stepped in and took 2 paces forward. The exhalation from that opening mouth was fetid, beyond description, a smell of charnel pits. Cold, fish-white hands descended on Mark's shoulders. The head cocked, dog-like, the upper lip curled away from those shining canines. Mark brought the plastic cross around in a vicious swipe and laid it against Danny Glick's cheek. His scream was horrible, unearthly, and silent. It echoed only in the corridors of his brain and the chambers of his soul. The smile of triumph on the Glick thing's mouth became a yawning grimace of agony. Smoke spurted from the pallid flesh, and for just a moment, before the creature twisted away and half dived, half fell out the window, Mark felt the flesh yield like smoke. And then it was over, as if it had never happened. But for a moment the cross shone with a fierce light, as if an inner wire had been ignited. Then it dwindled away, leaving only a blue afterimage in front of his eyes. Through the grating in the floor, he heard the distinctive click of the lamp in his parents' bedroom and his father's voice. "What in hell was that?" 13. His bedroom door opened 2 minutes later, but that was still time enough to set things to rights. "Son?" Henry Petrie asked softly. "Are you awake?" "I guess so," Mark answered sleepily. "Did you have a bad dream?" "I think so." "I don't remember." "You called out in your sleep." "Sorry." "No, don't be sorry." He hesitated and then spoke from earlier memories of his son, a small child in a blue blanket suit that had been much more trouble, but infinitely more explicable. "Do you want a drink of water?" "No thanks, Dad." Henry Petrie surveyed the room briefly, unable to understand the trembling feeling of dread he had wakened with, and which lingered still, a feeling of disaster averted by cold inches. "Yes, Everything seemed all right. The window was shut. Nothing was knocked over. Mark, is anything wrong? No, Dad. Well, good night, then. Night. The door shut softly and his father's slippered feet descended the stairs. Mark let himself go limp with relief and delayed reaction. An adult might have had hysterics at this point, as a slightly younger or older child might also have done. But Mark felt the terror slip from him in almost imperceptible degrees, and the sensation reminded him of letting the wind dry you after you had been swimming on a cool day. And as the terror left, drowsiness began to come in its place. Before drifting away entirely, he found himself reflecting not for the first time on the peculiarity of adults. They took laxatives, liquor, or sleeping pills to drive away their terrors so that sleep would come, and their terrors were so tame and domestic: the job, the money, what the teacher will think if I can't get Jenny nicer clothes, does my wife still love me, who are my friends? They were pallid compared to the fears every child lies cheek and jowl within his dark bed, with no one to confess to in hope of perfect understanding but another child. There is no group therapy or psychiatry or community social services for the child who must cope with the thing under the bed or in the cellar every night, the thing which leers and capers and threatens just beyond the point where vision will reach. The same lonely battle must be fought night after night, and the only cure is the eventual ossification of the imaginary faculties, and this is called adulthood. In some shorter, simpler mental shorthand, these thoughts passed through his brain. The night before, Matt Burke had faced such a dark thing and had been stricken by a heart seizure brought on by fright. Tonight Mark Petrie had faced one, and 10 minutes later lay in the lap of sleep, the plastic cross still grasped loosely in his right hand like a child's rattle. Such is the difference between men and boys. Chapter 11. Voiced by Books on English. Ben, 4. It was 9:10 on Sunday morning, a bright, sun-washed Sunday morning, and Ben was beginning to get seriously worried about Susan when the phone by his bed rang. He snatched it up. "Where are you?" "Relax. I'm upstairs with Matt Burke, who requests the pleasure of your company as soon as you're able." "Why didn't you come?" "I looked in on you earlier. You were sleeping like a lamb. They give you knockout stuff in the night so they can steal different organs for mysterious billionaire patients," he said. "How's Matt?" "Come up and see for yourself," she said, and before she could do more than hang up, he was getting into his robe. TWO. Matt looked much better, rejuvenated, almost. Susan was sitting by his bed in a bright blue dress, and Matt raised a hand in salute when Ben walked in. "Drag up a rock." Ben pulled over one of the hideously uncomfortable hospital chairs and sat down. "How you feeling?" "A lot better." "Weak, but better. They took the IV out of my arm last night and gave me a poached egg for breakfast this morning." Gag. Previews of the old folks' home. Ben kissed Susan lightly and saw a strained kind of composure on her face, as if everything was being held together by fine wire. "Is there anything new since you called last night?" "Nothing I've heard. But I left the house around 7 and the lot wakes up a little later on Sunday." Ben shifted his gaze to Matt. "Are you up to talking this thing over?" "Yes, I think so," he said, and shifted slightly. The gold cross Ben had hung around his neck flashed prominently. "By the way, thank you for this. It's a great comfort, even though I bought it on the remaindered shelf at Woolworth's Friday afternoon. What's your condition? Stabilized is the fulsome term young Dr. Cody used when he examined me late yesterday afternoon. According to the EKG he took, it was strictly a minor league heart attack, no clot formation. He harumphed. Should hope for his sake it wasn't. Coming just a week after the checkup he gave me, I'd sue his sheepskin off the wall for breach of promise. He broke off and looked levelly at Ben. He said he'd seen such cases brought on by massive shock. I kept my lip zipped. Did I do right? Just right. But things have developed. Susan and I are going to see Cody today and spill everything. If he doesn't sign the committal papers on me right away, we'll send him to you. I'll give him an earful, Matt said balefully. Snot-nosed little son of a bitch won't let me have my pipe. Has Susan told you what's been happening in Jerusalem's lot since Friday night? No. She said she wanted to wait until we were all together. Before she does, will you tell me exactly what happened at your house? Matt's face darkened, and for a moment the mask of convalescence fluttered. Ben glimpsed the old man he had seen sleeping the day before. If you're not up to it. No, of course I am. I must be, if half of what I suspect is true. He smiled bitterly. I've always considered myself a bit of a free thinker, not easily shocked. But it's amazing how hard the mind can try to block out something it doesn't like or finds threatening. Like the magic slates we had as boys. If you didn't like what you had drawn, you had only to pull the top sheet up and it would disappear. But the line stayed on the black stuff underneath forever, Susan said. Yes. He smiled at her. A lovely metaphor for the interaction of the conscious and unconscious mind. A pity Freud was stuck with onions. But we wander. He looked at Ben. You've heard this once from Susan? Yes, but... Of course. I only wanted to be sure I could dispense with the background. He told the story in a nearly flat, inflectionless voice, pausing only when a nurse entered on whisper-soft creep soles to ask him if he would like a glass of ginger ale. Matt told her it would be wonderful to have a ginger ale, and he sucked on the flexible straw at intervals as he finished. Ben noticed that when he got to the part about Mike going out the window backward, the ice cubes clinked slightly in the glass as he held it. Yet his voice did not waver, it retained the same even, slightly inflected tones that he undoubtedly used in his classes. Ben thought, not for the first time, that he was an admirable man. There was a brief pause when he had finished, and Matt broke it himself. And so, he said, "You who have seen nothing with your own eyes, what think you of this hearsay?" "We talked that over for quite a while yesterday," Susan said. "I'll let Ben tell you." A little shy, Ben advanced each of the reasonable explanations and then knocked it down. When he mentioned the screen that fastened on the outside, the soft ground, the lack of ladder feet impressions, Matt applauded. "Bravo! A sleuth!" Matt looked at Susan. "I knew Miss Norton, who used to write such well-organized themes with paragraphs like building blocks and topic sentences for mortar. What do you think?" She looked down at her hands, which were folding a pleat of her dress, and then back up at him. "Ben lectured me on the linguistic meanings of can't yesterday, so I won't use that word. But it's very difficult for me to believe that vampires are stalking Salem's lot, Mr. Burke. If it can be arranged so that secrecy will not be breached, I will take a polygraph test, he said softly. She colored a little. No, don't misunderstand me, please. I'm convinced that something is going on in town. Something horrible. But this? He put his hand out and covered hers with it. I understand that, Susan. But will you do something for me? If I can. Let us, the three of us, proceed on the premise that all of this is real. Let us keep that premise before us as fact until and only until it can be disproved. The scientific method, you see? Ben and I have already discussed ways and means of putting the premise to the test. And no one hopes more than I that it can be disproved. But you don't think it will be, do you? No, he said softly. After a long conversation with myself, I've reached my decision. I believe what I saw. Let's put questions of belief and unbelief behind us for the minute, Ben said. Right now they're moot. Agreed, Matt said. What are your ideas about procedure? Well, Ben said, I'd like to appoint you Researcher General. With your background, you're uniquely well fitted for the job. And you're off your feet. Matt's eyes gleamed as they had over Cody's perfidy in declaring his pipe off limits. I'll have Loretta Starcher on the phone when the library opens. She'll have to bring the books down in a wheelbarrow. It's Sunday, Susan reminded. Library's closed. She'll open it for me, Matt said, or I'll know the reason why. Get anything and everything that bears on the subject, Ben said. Psychological as well as pathological and mythic. You understand? The whole works. I'll start a notebook, Matt rasped. Before God, I will. He looked at them both. This is the first time since I woke up in here that I feel like a man. What will you be doing? First, Dr. Cody. He examined both Ryerson and Floyd Tibbets. Perhaps we can persuade him to exhume Danny Glick. Would he do that? Susan asked Matt. Matt sucked at his ginger ale before answering. The Jimmy Cody I had in class would have, in a minute. He was an imaginative, open-minded boy who was remarkably resistant to cant. How much of an empiricist college and med school may have made of him, I don't know. All of this seems roundabout to me, Susan said. Especially going to Dr. Cody and risking a complete rebuff. Why don't Ben and I just go up to the Mars 10 house and have done with it? That was on the docket just last week. I'll tell you why, Ben said. Because we are proceeding on the premise that all this is real. Are you so anxious to put your head in the lion's mouth? I thought vampires slept in the daytime. Whatever Straker may be, he's not a vampire, Ben said, unless the old legends are completely wrong. He's been highly visible in the daytime. At best we'd be turned away as trespassers with nothing learned. At worst, he might overpower us and keep us there until dark. A wake-up snack for Count comic book. Ballo? Susan asked. Ben shrugged. Why not? That story about the New York buying expedition is a little too good to be true. The expression in her eyes remained stubborn, but she said nothing more. What will you do if Cody laughs you off? Matt asked. Always assuming he doesn't call for the restraints immediately. Off to the graveyard at sunset, Ben said. To watch Danny Glick's grave. Call it a test case. Matt half rose from his reclining position. Promise me that you'll be careful. Ben, promise me. We will, Susan said soothingly. We'll both positively clank with crosses. Don't joke, Matt muttered. If you'd seen what I have. He turned his head and looked out the window, which showed the sun-shanked leaves of an alder and the autumn bright sky beyond. If she's joking, I'm not, Ben said. We'll take all precautions. See Father Callahan, Matt said. Make him give you some holy water, and if possible, some of the wafer. What kind of man is he? Ben asked. Matt shrugged. A little strange. A drunk, maybe. If he is, he's a literate, polite one. Perhaps chafing a little under the yoke of enlightened popery. Are you sure that Father Callahan is that he drinks? Susan asked, her eyes a trifle wide. Not positive, Matt said. But an ex-student of mine, Brad Campion, works in the Yarmouth liquor store, and he says Callahan's a regular customer. A Jim Beam man. Good taste. Could he be talked to? Ben asked. I don't know. I think you must try. Then you don't know him at all? No, not really. He's writing a history of the Catholic Church in New England, and he knows a great deal about the poets of our so-called Golden Age: Whittier, Longfellow, Russell, Holmes, that lot. I had him in to speak to my American Lit students late last year. He has a quick, acerbic mind. The students enjoyed him. I'll see him, Ben said, and follow my nose. A nurse peeked in, nodded, and a moment later Jimmy Cody entered with a stethoscope around his neck. Disturbing my patient? He asked amiably. Not half so much as you are, Matt said. I want my pipe. You can't have it, Cody said absently, reading Matt's chart. Goddamn quack, Matt muttered. Cody put the chart back and drew the green curtain that went around the bed on a C-shaped steel runner overhead. I'm afraid I'll have to ask you two to step out in a moment. How is your head, Mr. Mears? Well, nothing seems to have leaked out. You heard about Floyd Tibbets? Susan told me. I'd like to speak to you, if you have a moment after your rounds. I can make you the last patient on my rounds, if you like. Around 11. Fine. Cody twitched the curtain again. And now, if you and Susan would excuse us. Here we go, friends, into isolation, Matt said. Say the secret word and win $100. The curtain came between Ben and Susan and the bed. From beyond it they heard Cody say, the next time I have you under gas, I think I'll take out your tongue and about half of your prefrontal lobe. They smiled at each other, the way young couples will when they are in sunshine and there is nothing seriously the matter with their works, and the smiles faded almost simultaneously. For a moment they both wondered if they might not be crazy. 3. When Jimmy Cody finally came into Ben's room, it was 20 after 11 and Ben began, what I wanted to talk to you about. First the head, then the talk. He parted Ben's hair gently, looked at something, and said, "This'll hurt." He pulled off the adhesive bandage and Ben jumped. "Hell of a lump," Cody said conversationally, and then covered the wound with a slightly smaller dressing. He shone a light into Ben's eyes, then tapped his left knee with a rubber hammer. With sudden morbidity, Ben wondered if it was the same one he had used on Mike Ryerson. "All that seems to be satisfactory," he said, putting his things away. "What's your mother's maiden name?" "Ashford," Ben said. They had asked him similar questions when he had first recovered consciousness. "First grade teacher?" "Mrs. Perkins." She rinsed her hair. "Father's middle name?" "Merton." "Any dizziness or nausea?" "No." "Experience of strange odors, colors, or?" "No, no, and no. I feel fine." "I'll decide that," Cody said primly. "Any instance of double vision?" "Not since the last time I bought a gallon of Thunderbird." "All right," Cody said. "I pronounce you cured through the wonders of modern science and by virtue of a hard head. Now, what was on your mind?" "Tibbets and the little McDougal boy, I suppose. I can only tell you what I told Parkins Gillespie. Number one, I'm glad they've kept it out of the papers. One scandal per century is enough in a small town. Number two, I'm damned if I know who'd want to do such a twisted thing. It can't have been a local person. We've got our share of the weirdies, but—" He broke off, seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces. "You don't know? Haven't heard?" "Heard what?" Ben demanded. "It's rather like something by Boris Karloff out of Mary Shelley. Someone snatched the bodies from the Cumberland County morgue in Portland last night." "Jesus Christ," Susan said. Her lips made the word stiffly. "What's the matter?" Cody asked, suddenly concerned. "Do you know something about this?" "I'm starting to really think we do," Ben said. 4. It was 10 past noon when they had finished telling everything. The nurse had brought Ben a lunch tray, and it stood untouched by his bed. The last syllable died away, and the only sound was the rattle of glasses and cutlery coming through the half-open door as hungrier patients on the ward ate. "Vampires," Jimmy Cody said. Then, Matt Burke, of all people. That makes it awfully hard to laugh off. Ben and Susan kept silent. "And you want me to exhume the Glick kid," he ruminated. "Jesus jumped up Christ in a sidecar." Cody took a bottle out of his bag and tossed it to Ben, who caught it. "Aspirin," he said. "Ever use it?" "A lot. My dad used to call it the good doctor's best nurse." "Do you know how it works?" "No," Ben said. He turned the bottle of aspirin idly in his hands, looking at it. He did not know Cody well enough to know what he usually showed or kept hidden, but he was sure that few of his patients saw him like this, the boyish, Norman Rockwell face overcast with thought and introspection. He didn't want to break Cody's mood. "Neither do I. Neither does anybody else. But it's good for headache and arthritis and the rheumatism. We don't know what any of those are, either." "Why should your head ache?" "There are no nerves in your brain. We know that aspirin is very close in chemical composition to LSD, but why should one cure the ache in the head and the other cause the head to fill up with flowers? Part of the reason we don't understand is because we don't really know what the brain is. The best educated doctor in the world is standing on a low island in the middle of a sea of ignorance. We rattle our medicine sticks and kill our chickens and read messages in blood. All of that works a surprising amount of time. White magic. Bin Grigri. My med school profs would tear their hair if they could hear me say that. Some of them tore it when I told them I was going into general practice in rural Maine. One of them told me that Marcus Welby always lanced the boils on the patients as during station identification. But I never wanted to be Marcus Welby. He smiled. They'd roll on the ground and have fits if they knew I was going to request an exhumation order on the Glick boy. You'll do it? Susan said, frankly amazed. What can it hurt? If he's dead, he's dead. If he's not, then I'll have something to stand the AMA convention on its ear next time. I'm going to tell the county ME that I want to look for signs of infectious encephalitis. It's the only sane explanation I can think of. Could that actually be it? She asked hopefully. Damned unlikely. What's the earliest you could do it? Ben asked. Tomorrow, tops. If I have to hassle around, Tuesday or Wednesday. What should he look like? Ben asked. I mean. Yes, I know what you mean. The Glicks wouldn't have the boy embalmed, would they? No. It's been a week? Yes. When the coffin is opened, there's apt to be a rush of gas and a rather offensive smell. The body may be bloated. The hair will have grown down over his collar. It continues to grow for an amazing period of time, and the fingernails will also be quite long. The eyes will almost certainly have fallen in. Susan was trying to maintain an expression of scientific impartiality and not succeeding very well. Ben was glad he hadn't eaten lunch. The corpse will not have begun radical mortification, Cody went on in his best recitation voice, but enough moisture may be present to encourage growth on the exposed cheeks and hands, possibly a mossy substance called. He broke off. I'm sorry. I'm grossing you out. Some things may be worse than decay, Ben remarked, keeping his voice carefully neutral. Suppose you find none of those signs? Suppose the body is as natural looking as the day it was buried? What then? Pound a stake through his heart? Hardly, Cody said. In the first place, either the ME or his assistant will have to be there. I don't think even Brent Norbert would regard it professional of me to take a stake out of my bag and hammer it through a child's corpse. What will you do? Ben asked curiously. Well, begging Matt Burke's pardon, I don't think that will come up. If the body was in such a condition, it would undoubtedly be brought to the main medical center for an extensive post. Once there, I would dally about my examination until dark and observe any phenomena that might occur. And if he rises? Like you, I can't conceive of that. I'm finding it more conceivable all the time, Ben said grimly. Can I be present when all this happens if it does? That might be arranged. All right, Ben said. He got out of bed and walked toward the closet where his clothes were hanging. I'm going to. Susan giggled, and Ben turned around. What? Cody was grinning. Hospital Johnnies have a tendency to flap in the back, Mr. Mears. Oh hell, Ben said, and instinctively reached around to pull the Johnny together. You better call me Ben. And on that note, Cody said, rising, Susan and I will exit. Meet us downstairs in the coffee shop when you're decent. You and I have some business this afternoon. We do? Yes. The Glicks will have to be told the encephalitis story. You can be my colleague if you like. Don't say anything. Just stroke your chin and look wise. They're not going to like it, are they? Would you? No, Ben said. I wouldn't. Do you need their permission to get an exhumation order? Susan asked. Technically, no. Realistically, probably. My only experience with the question of exhuming corpses has been in medical law too. But I think if the Glicks are set strongly enough against it, they could force us to a hearing. That would lose us 2 weeks to a month, and once we got there I doubt if my encephalitis theory would hold up. He paused and looked at them both. Which leads us to the thing that disturbs me most about this, Mr. Burke's story aside. Danny Glick is the only corpse we have a marker for. All the others have disappeared into thin air. 5. Ben and Jimmy Cody got to the Glick home around 1:30. Tony Glick's car was sitting in the driveway, but the house was silent. When no one answered the third knock, they crossed the road to the small ranch-style house that sat there, a sad, prefab refugee of the 1950s held up on one end by a rusty pair of house jacks. The name on the mailbox was Dickens. A pink lawn flamingo stood by the walk, and a small cocker spaniel thumped his tail at their approach. Pauline Dickens, waitress and part owner of the excellent cafe, opened the door a moment or two after Cody rang the bell. She was wearing her uniform. "Hi, Pauline," Jimmy said. "Do you know where the Glicks are?" "You mean you don't know?" "Know what?" "Mrs. Glick died early this morning. They took Tony Glick to Central Maine General. He's in shock." Ben looked at Cody. Jimmy looked like a man who had been kicked in the stomach. Ben took up the slack quickly. "Where did they take her body?" Pauline ran her hands across her hips to make sure her uniform was right. "Well, I spoke to Mabel Woods on the phone an hour ago, and she said Parkins Gillespie was going to take the body right up to that Jewish fellow's funeral home in Cumberland. On account of no one knows where Carl Foreman is." "Thank you," Cody said slowly. "Awful thing," she said, her eyes straying to the empty house across the road. Tony Glick's car sat in the driveway like a large and dusty dog that had been chained and then abandoned. If I was a superstitious person, I'd be afraid. "Afraid of what, Pauline?" Cody asked. "Oh, things." She smiled vaguely. Her fingers touched a small chain hung around her neck. A St. Christopher's medal. 6. They were sitting in the car again. They had watched Pauline drive off to work without speaking. "Now what?" Ben asked finally. "It's a balls up," Jimmy said. "The Jewish fellow is Maury Green. I think maybe we ought to drive over to Cumberland. 9 years ago Maury's boy almost drowned at Sebago Lake. I happened to be there with a girlfriend, and I gave the kid artificial respiration. Got his motor going again. Maybe this is one time I ought to trade on somebody's goodwill." "What good will it do?" "The Emmy will have taken her body for autopsy or postmortem or whatever they call it." "I doubt it." "It's Sunday, remember? The Emmy will be out in the woods someplace with a rock hammer. He's an amateur geologist." "Norbert, do you remember Norbert?" Ben nodded. "Norbert is supposed to be on call, but he's erratic. He's probably got the phone off the hook so he can watch the Packers and the Patriots. If we go up to Maury Green's funeral parlor now, there's a pretty fair chance the body will be there unclaimed until after dark." "All right," Ben said. "Let's go." He remembered the call he was to have made on Father Callahan, but it would have to wait. Things were going very fast now. Too fast to suit him. Fantasy and reality had merged. 7. They drove in silence until they were on the turnpike, each lost in his own thoughts. Ben was thinking about what Cody had said at the hospital. Carl Foreman gone. The bodies of Floyd Tibbetts and the McDougal baby gone disappeared from under the noses of 2 morgue attendants. Mike Ryerson was also gone, and God knew who else. How many people in a Salem's lot could drop out of sight and not be missed for a week, 2 weeks, at a month? 200? 3? It made the palms of his hands sweaty. This is beginning to seem like a paranoid's dream, Jimmy said, or a Gahan Wilson cartoon. The scariest part of this whole thing, from an academic point of view, is the relative ease with which a vampire colony could be founded always if you grant the first one. It's a bedroom town for Portland and Lewiston and Gates Falls, mostly. There's no in-town industry where a rise in absenteeism would be noticed. The schools are 3-town consolidated, and if the absence list starts getting a little longer, who notices? A lot of people go to church over in Cumberland, a lot more don't go at all. And TV has pretty well put the kibosh on the old neighborhood get-togethers, except for the duffers who hang around Milt's store. All this could be going on with great effectiveness behind the scenes. Yeah, Ben said. Danny Glick infects Mike. Mike infects, oh, I don't know. Floyd, maybe. The McDougal baby infects his father? Mother? How are they? Has anyone checked? Not my patients. I assume Dr. Plowman would have been the one to call them this morning and tell them about their son's disappearance. But I have no real way of knowing if he actually called or actually got in contact with them if he did. They should be checked on, Ben said. He began to feel harried. You see how easily we could end up chasing our tails? A person from out of town could drive through the lot and not know a thing was wrong. Just another one-horse town where they roll up the sidewalks at 9. But who knows what's going on in the houses, behind drawn shades? People could be lying in their beds, or propped in closets like brooms, down in cellars, waiting for the sun to go down. And each sunrise, less people out on the streets. Less every day. He swallowed and heard a dry click in his throat. Take it easy, Jimmy said. None of this is proven. The proof is piling up in drifts, Ben retorted. If we were dealing in an accepted frame of reference with a possible outbreak of typhoid or A2 flu, say the whole town would be in quarantine by now. I doubt that. You don't want to forget that only one person has actually seen anything. Hardly the town drunk. He'd be crucified if a story like this got out, Jimmy said. By whom? Not by Pauline Dickens, that's for sure. She's ready to start nailing hex signs on her door. In an era of Watergate and oil depletion, she's an exception, Jimmy said. They drove the rest of the way without conversation. Green's mortuary was at the north end of Cumberland, and 2 hearses were parked around back, between the rear door of the non-denominational chapel and a high board fence. Jimmy turned off the ignition and looked at Ben. Ready? I guess. They got out. 8. The rebellion had been growing in her all afternoon, and around 2 o'clock it burst its bonds. They were going at it stupidly, taking the long way around the barn to prove something that was, sorry, Mr. Burke, probably a lot of horseshit anyway. Susan decided to go up to the Mars 10 house now, this afternoon. She went downstairs and picked up her pocketbook. And Norton was baking cookies, and her father was in the living room, watching the Packers-Patriots game. "Where are you going?" Mrs. Norton asked. "For a drive. Supper's at 6. See if you can be back on time. 5 at the latest." She went out and got into her car, which was her proudest possession, not because it was the first one she'd ever owned outright, although it was, but because she had paid for it, almost, she amended, there were 6 payments left, from her own work, her own talent. It was a Vega hatchback, now almost 2 years old. She backed it carefully out of the garage and lifted a hand briefly to her mother, who was looking out the kitchen window at her. The break was still between them, not spoken of, not healed. The other quarrels, no matter how bitter, had always knit up in time. Life simply went on, burying the hurts under a bandage of days, not ripped off again until the next quarrel, when all the old grudges and grievances would be brought out and counted up like high-scoring cribbage hands. But this one seemed complete. It had been a total war. The wounds were beyond bandaging. Only amputation remained. She had already packed most of her things, and it felt right. This had been long overdue. She drove out along Brock Street, feeling a growing sense of pleasure and purpose, and a not unpleasant underlayer of absurdity, as the house dropped behind her. She was going to take positive action, and the thought was a tonic to her. She was a forthright girl, and the event of the weekend had bewildered her, left her drifting at sea. Now she would row. She pulled over onto the soft shoulder outside the village limits, and walked out into Carl Smith's west pasture to where a roll of red-painted snow fence was curled up, waiting for winter. The sense of absurdity was magnified now, and she couldn't help grinning as she bent one of the pickets back and forth until the flexible wire holding it to the other snapped. The picket formed a natural stake, about 3 feet long, tapering to a point. She carried it back to the car and put it in the back seat, knowing intellectually what it was for. She had seen enough Hammer films at the drive-in on double dates to know you had to pound a stake into a vampire's heart, but never pausing to wonder if she would be able to hammer it through a man's chest if the situation called for it. She drove on, past the town limits and into Cumberland. On the left was a small country store that stayed open on Sundays, where her father got the Sunday Times. Susan remembered a small display case of junk jewelry beside the counter. She bought the Times, and then picked out a small gold crucifix. Her purchases came to $4.50, and were rung up by a fat counterman who hardly turned from the TV, where Jim Plunkett was being thrown for a loss. She turned north on the county road, a newly surfaced stretch of 2-lane blacktop. Everything seemed fresh and crisp and alive in the sunny afternoon, and life seemed very dear. Her thoughts jumped from that to Ben. It was a short jump. The sun came out from behind a slowly moving cumulus cloud, flooding the road with brilliant patches of dark and light as it streamed through the overhanging trees. On a day like this, she thought, it was possible to believe there would be happy endings all around. About 5 miles up county, she turned off onto the Brooks Road, which was unpaved once she recrossed the town line into a Salem's lot. The road rose and fell and wound through the heavily wooded area northwest of the village, and much of the bright afternoon sunlight was cut off. There were no houses or trailers out here. Most of the land was owned by a paper company most renowned for asking patrons not to squeeze their toilet paper. The verge of the road was marked every 100 feet with no hunting and no trespassing signs. As she passed the turnoff which led to the dump, a ripple of unease went through her. On this gloomy stretch of road, nebulous possibilities seemed more real. She found herself wondering not for the first time why any normal man would buy the wreck of a suicide's house and then keep the windows shuttered against the sunlight. The road dipped sharply and then rose steeply up the western flank of Marston's Hill. She could make out the peak of the Marston house roof through the trees. She parked at the head of a disused wood road at the bottom of the dip and got out of the car. After a moment's hesitation, she took the stake and hung the crucifix around her neck. She still felt absurd, but not half so absurd as she was going to feel if someone she knew happened to drive by and see her marching up the road with a snow fence picket in her hand. "Hi, Suze, where you headed?" "Oh, just up to the old Marston place to kill a vampire. But I have to hurry because supper's at 6. She decided to cut through the woods. She stepped carefully over a ruinous rock wall at the foot of the road's ditch and was glad she had worn slacks. Very much haute couture for fearless vampire killers. There were nasty brambles and deadfalls before the woods actually started. In the pines it was at least 10 degrees cooler, and gloomier still. The ground was carpeted with old needles, and the wind hissed through the trees. Somewhere, some small animal crashed off through the underbrush. She suddenly realized that if she turned to her left, a walk of no more than half a mile would bring her into the Harmony Hill Cemetery, if she were agile enough to scale the back wall. She toiled steadily upward, going as quietly as possible. As she neared the brow of the hill, she began to catch glimpses of the house through the steadily thinning screen of branches, the blind side of the house in relation to the village below. And she began to be afraid. She could not put her finger on any precise reason, and in that way it was like the fear she had felt, but had already largely forgotten, at Matt Burke's house. She was fairly sure that no one could hear her, and it was broad daylight, but the fear was there, a steadily oppressive weight. It seemed to be welling into her consciousness from a part of her brain that was usually silent and probably as obsolete as her appendix. Her pleasure in the day was gone. The sense that she was playing was gone. The feeling of decisiveness was gone. She found herself thinking of those same drive-in horror movie epics where the heroine goes venturing up the narrow attic stairs to see what's frightened poor old Mrs. Cobham so, or down into some dark, cobwebby cellar where the walls are rough, sweating stone symbolic womb, and she, with her date's arm comfortably around her, thinking, "What a silly bitch, I'd never do that." And here she was, doing it. And she began to grasp how deep the division between the human cerebrum and the human midbrain had become, how the cerebrum can force one on and on in spite of the warnings given by that instinctive part, which is so similar in physical construction to the brain of the alligator. The cerebrum could force one on and on, until the attic door was flung open in the face of some grinning horror, or one looked into a half-bricked alcove in the cellar and saw. Stop! She threw the thoughts off and found that she was sweating. All at the sight of an ordinary house with its shutters closed. "You've got to stop being stupid," she told herself. "You're going to go up there and spy the place out, that's all. From the front yard you can see your own house. Now, what in God's name could happen to you in sight of your own house?" Nonetheless, she bent over slightly and took a tighter grip on the stake, and when the screening trees became too thin to offer much protection, she dropped to her hands and knees and crawled. 3 or 4 minutes later, she had come as far as it was possible without breaking cover. From her spot behind a final stand of pines and a spray of junipers, she could see the west side of the house and the creepered tangle of honeysuckle, now autumn barren. The grass of summer was yellow but still knee-high. No effort had been made to cut it. A motor roared suddenly in the stillness, making her heart rise into her throat. She controlled herself by hooking her fingers into the ground and biting hard on her lower lip. A moment later an old black car backed into sight, paused at the head of the driveway, and then turned out onto the road and started away toward town. Before it drew out of sight, she saw the man quite clearly, large bald head, eyes sunken so deeply you could really see nothing of them but the sockets and the lapels and collar of a dark suit. Straker. On his way into Crossan's store, perhaps. She could see that most of the shutters had broken slats. All right, then. She would creep up and peek through and see what there was to see. Probably nothing but a house in the first stages of a long renovation process, new plastering underway, new papering perhaps, tools and ladders and buckets. All about as romantic and supernatural as a TV football game. But still, the fear. It rose suddenly, emotion overspilling logic and the bright formica reason of the cerebrum, filling her mouth with a taste like black copper. And she knew someone was behind her even before the hand fell on her shoulder. 9. It was almost dark. Ben got up from the wooden folding chair, walked over to the window that looked out on the funeral parlor's back lawn, and saw nothing in particular. It was 7:15, and evening's shadows were very long. The grass was still green despite the lateness of the year, and he supposed that the thoughtful mortician would endeavor to keep it so until snow covered it. A symbol of continuing life in the midst of the death of the year. He found the thought inordinately depressing and turned from the view. "I wish I had a cigarette," he said. "They're killers," Jimmy told him without turning around. He was watching a Sunday night wildlife program on Maury Green's small Sony. "Actually, so do I. I quit when the Surgeon General did his number on cigarettes 10 years ago. Bad PR not to. But I always wake up grabbing for the pack on the nightstand." "I thought you quit." "I keep it there for the same reason some alcoholics keep a bottle of scotch on the kitchen shelf. Willpower, son." Ben looked at the clock, 6:47. Maury Green's Sunday paper said sundown would officially arrive at 7:02 Eastern Standard Time. Jimmy had handled everything quite neatly. Maury Green was a small man who had answered the door in an unbuttoned black vest and an open-collar white shirt. His sober, inquiring expression had changed to a broad smile of welcome. "Shalom, Jimmy," he cried. "It's good to see you. Where you been keeping yourself?" "Saving the world from the common cold," Jimmy said, smiling, as Green wrung his hand. "I want you to meet a very good friend of mine. Maury Green, Ben Mears." Ben's hand was enveloped in both of Maury's. His eyes glistened behind the black-rimmed glasses he wore. "Shalom, also. Any friend of Jimmy's," and so on. "Come on in, both of you. I could call Rachel." "Please don't," Jimmy said. "We've come to ask a favor. A rather large one." Green glanced more closely at Jimmy's face. "A rather large one," he jeered softly. "And why? What have you ever done for me?" that my son should graduate third in his class from Northwestern. Anything, Jimmy. Jimmy blushed. I did what anyone would have done, Maury. I'm not going to argue with you, Green said. Ask. What is it that has you and Mr. Mears so worried? Have you been in an accident? No. Nothing like that. He had taken them into a small kitchenette behind the chapel, and as they talked, he brewed coffee in a battered old pot that sat on a hot plate. Has Norbert come after Mrs. Glick yet? Jimmy asked. No, and not a sign of him, Maury said, putting sugar and cream on the table. That one will come by at 11 tonight and wonder why I'm not here to let him in. He sighed. Poor lady. Such tragedy in one family. And she looks so sweet, Jimmy. That old poop Reardon brought her in. She was your patient? No, Jimmy said. But Ben and we'd like to sit up with her this evening, Maury. Right downstairs. Green paused in the act of reaching for the coffee pot. Sit up with her? Examine her, you mean? No, Jimmy said steadily. Just sit up with her. You're joking? He looked at them closely. No, I see you're not. Why would you want to do that? I can't tell you that, Maury. Oh. He poured the coffee, sat down with them, and sipped. Not too strong. Very nice. Has she got something? Something infectious? Jimmy and Ben exchanged a glance. Not in the accepted sense of the word, Jimmy said finally. You'd like me to keep my mouth shut about this, eh? Yes. And if Norbert comes? I can handle Norbert, Jimmy said. I'll tell him Reardon asked me to check her for infectious encephalitis. He'll never check. Green nodded. Norbert doesn't know enough to check his watch, unless someone asks him. Is it okay, Maury? Sure. I thought you said a big favor. It's bigger than you think, maybe. When I finish my coffee, I'll go home and see what horror Rachel has produced for my Sunday dinner. Here is the key. Lock up when you go, Jimmy. Jimmy tucked it away in his pocket. I will. Thanks again, Maury. Anything. Just do me one favor in return. Sure. What? If she says anything, write it down for posterity. He began to chuckle, saw the identical look on their faces, and stopped. 10. It was 5 to 7. Ben felt tension begin to seep into his body. Might as well stop staring at the clock, Jimmy said. You can't make it go any faster by looking at it. Ben started guiltily. I doubt very much that vampires, if they exist at all, rise at almanac sunset, Jimmy said. It's never full dark. Nonetheless, he got up and shut off the TV, catching a wood duck in mid-squawk. Silence descended on the room like a blanket. They were in Green's workroom, and the body of Marjorie Glick was on a stainless steel table equipped with gutters and foot stirrups that could be raised or depressed. It reminded Ben of the tables in hospital delivery rooms. Jimmy had turned back the sheet that covered her body when they entered and had made a brief examination. Mrs. Glick was wearing a burgundy-colored quilted housecoat and knitted slippers. There was a band-aid on her left shin, perhaps covering a shaving nick. Ben looked away from it, but his eyes were drawn back again and again. "What do you think?" Ben had asked. "I'm not going to commit myself when another 3 hours will probably decide one way or the other. But her condition is strikingly similar to that of Mike Ryerson: no surface lividity, no sign of rigor or incipient rigor." And he had pulled the sheet back and would say no more. It was 7:02. Jimmy suddenly said, "Where's your cross?" Ben started. "Cross? Jesus, I don't have one." "You were never a Boy Scout," Jimmy said, and opened his bag. "I, however, always come prepared." He brought out 2 tongue depressors, stripped off the protective cellophane, and bound them together at right angles with a twist of Red Cross tape. "Bless it," he said to Ben. "What?" "I can't, I don't know how." "Then make it up," Jimmy said, and his pleasant face suddenly appeared strained. "You're the writer, you'll have to be the metaphysician. For Christ's sake, hurry. I think something is going to happen. Can't you feel it?" And Ben could. Something seemed to be gathering in the slow purple twilight, unseen as yet, but heavy and electric. His mouth had gone dry, and he had to wet his lips before he could speak. "In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost." Then he added, as an afterthought, "In the name of the Virgin Mary, too. Bless this cross and and." Words rose to his lips with sudden, eerie surety. "The Lord is my shepherd," he spoke, and the words fell into the shadowy room as stones would have fallen into a deep lake, sinking out of sight without a ripple. "I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures, he leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul." Jimmy's voice joined his own, chanting, "He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil." It seemed hard to breathe properly. Ben found that his whole body had crawled into goose flesh, and the short hairs on the nape of his neck had begun to prickle, as if they were rising into hackles. "Thy rod and thy staff they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies, thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall." The sheet covering Marjorie Glick's body had begun to tremble. A hand fell out below the sheet, and the fingers began to dance jaggedly on the air, twisting and turning. "My Christ, am I seeing this?" Jimmy whispered. His face had gone pale and his freckles stood out like spatters on a window pane. "Follow me all the days of my life," Ben finished. "Jimmy, look at the cross." The cross was glowing. The light spilled over his hand in an elvish flood. A slow, choked voice spoke in the stillness, as grating as shards of broken crockery. "Danny?" Ben felt his tongue cleave to the roof of his mouth. The form under the sheet was sitting up. Shadows in the darkening room moved and slithered. "Danny, where are you, darling?" The sheet fell from her face and crumpled in her lap. The face of Marjorie Glick was a pallid, moon-like circle in the semi-dark, punched only by the black holes of her eyes. She saw them, and her mouth jutted open in an awful, cheated snarl. The fading glow of daylight flashed against her teeth. She swung her legs over the side of the table, one of the slippers fell off and lay unheeded. "Sit right there," Jimmy told her. "Don't try to move." Her answer was a snarl, a dark silver sound, dog-like. She slid off the table, staggered, and walked toward them. Ben caught himself looking into those punched eyes and wrenched his gaze away. There were black galaxies shot with red in there. You could see yourself drowning and liking it. "Don't look in her face," he told Jimmy. They were retreating from her without thought, allowing her to force them toward the narrow hall which led to the stairs. "Try the cross, Ben." He had almost forgotten he had it. Now he held it up, and the cross seemed to flash with brilliance. He had to squint against it. Mrs. Glick made a hissing, dismayed noise and threw her hands up in front of her face. Her features seemed to draw together, twitching and writhing like a nest of snakes. She tottered a step backward. "That's got her!" Jimmy yelled. Ben advanced on her, holding the cross out before him. She hooked one hand into a claw and made a swipe at it. Ben dipped it below her hand and then thrust it at her. A ululating scream came from her throat. For Ben, the rest took on the maroon tones of nightmare. Although worse horrors were to come, the dreams of the following days and nights were always of driving Marjorie Glick back toward the mortician's table, where the sheet that had covered her lay crumpled beside one knitted slipper. She retreated unwillingly, her eyes alternating between the hateful cross and an area on Ben's neck to the right of the chin. The sounds that were wrenched out of her were inhuman gibberings and hissings and glottals, and there was something so blindly reluctant in her withdrawal that she began to seem like some giant, lumbering insect. Ben thought, if I didn't have this cross out front, she would rip my throat open with her nails and gulp down the blood that spurted out of the jugular and carotid like a man just out of the desert and dying of thirst. She would bathe in it. Jimmy had cut away from his side and was circling her to the left. She didn't see him. Her eyes were fixed only on Ben, dark and filled with hatred, filled with fear. Jimmy circled the mortician's table, and when she backed around it, he threw both arms around her neck with a convulsive yell. She gave a high, whistling cry and twisted in his grip. Ben saw Jimmy's nails pull away a flap of her skin at the shoulder, and nothing welled out the cut was like a lipless mouth. And then, incredibly, she threw him across the room. Jimmy crashed into the corner, knocking Maury Green's portable TV off its stand. She was on him in a flash, moving in a hunched, scrabbling run that was nearly spider-like. Ben caught a shadow-scrawled glimpse of her falling on top of him, ripping at his collar, and then the sideward predatory lunge of her head, the yawning of her jaws, as she battened on him. Jimmy Cody screamed the high, despairing scream of the utterly damned. Ben threw himself at her, stumbling and nearly falling over the shattered television on the floor. He could hear her harsh breathing, like the rattle of straw, and below that, the revolting sound of smacking, champing lips. He grabbed her by the collar of her housecoat and yanked her upward, forgetting the cross momentarily. Her head came around with frightening swiftness. Her eyes were dilated and glittering, her lips and chin slicked with blood that was black in this near-total darkness. Her breath in his face was foul beyond measure, the breath of tombs. As if in slow motion, he could see her tongue lick across her teeth. He brought the cross up just as she jerked him forward into her embrace, her strength making him feel like something made of rags. The rounded point of the tongue depressor that formed the cross's downstroke struck her under the chin and then continued upward with no fleshy resistance. Ben's eyes were stunned by a flash of not light that happened not before his eyes, but seemingly behind them. There was the hot and porcine smell of burning flesh. Her scream this time was full-throated and agonized. He sensed rather than saw her throw herself backward, stumble over the television, and fall on the floor, one white arm thrown outward to break her fall. She was up again with wolf-like agility, her eyes narrowed in pain, yet still filled with her insane hunger. The flesh of her lower jaw was smoking and black. She was snarling at him. "Come on, you bitch," he panted. "Come on, come on." He held the cross out before him again, and backed her into the corner at the far left of the room. When he got her there, he was going to jam the cross through her forehead. But even as her back pressed the narrowing walls, she uttered a high, squealing giggle that made him wince. It was like the sound of a fork being dragged across a porcelain sink. "Even now one laughs. Even now your circle is smaller." And before his eyes her body seemed to elongate and become translucent. For a moment he thought she was still there, laughing at him, and then the white glow of the street lamp outside was shining on bare wall, and there was only a fleeting sensation on his nerve endings, which seemed to be reporting that she had seeped into the very pores of the wall, like smoke. She was gone. And Jimmy was screaming. 11. He flicked on the overhead bar of fluorescence and turned to look at Jimmy, but Jimmy was already on his feet, holding his hands to the side of his neck. The fingers were sparkling scarlet. "She bit me," Jimmy howled. "Oh God Jesus, she bit me." Ben went to him, tried to take him in his arms, and Jimmy pushed him away. His eyes rolled madly in their sockets. "Don't touch me. I'm unclean." "Jimmy, give me my bag." "Jesus, Ben, I can feel it in there. I can feel it working in me. For Christ's sake, give me my bag." It was in the corner. Ben got it, and Jimmy snatched it. He went to the mortician's table and set the bag on it. His face was death pale, shining with sweat. The blood pulsed remorselessly from the torn gash in the side of his neck. He sat down on the table and opened the bag and swept through it, his breath coming in whining gasps through his open mouth. "She bit me," he muttered into the bag. Her mouth, oh God, her dirty filthy mouth. He pulled a bottle of disinfectant out of the bag and sent the cap spinning across the tiled floor. He leaned back, supporting himself on one arm, and upended the bottle over his throat, and it splashed the wound, his slacks, the table. Blood washed away in threads. His eyes closed and he screamed once, then again. The bottle never wavered. "Jimmy, what can I?" In a minute, Jimmy muttered. "Wait. It's better, I think. Wait, just wait." He tossed the bottle away and it shattered on the floor. The wound, washed clean of the tainted blood, was clearly visible. Ben saw there was not one but two puncture wounds not far from the jugular, one of them horribly mangled. Jimmy had pulled an ampoule and a hypo from the bag. He stripped the protective covering from the needle and jabbed it through the ampoule. His hands were shaking so badly he had to make 2 thrusts at it. He filled the needle and held it out to Ben. "Tetanus," he said. "Give it to me." "Here." He held his arm out, rotated to expose the armpit. "Jimmy, that'll knock you out." "No. No, it won't." "Do it." Ben took the needle and looked questioningly into Jimmy's eyes. He nodded. Ben injected the needle. Jimmy's body tensed like spring steel. For a moment he was a sculpture in agony, every tendon pulled out into sharp relief. Little by little he began to relax. His body shuddered in reaction, and Ben saw that tears had mixed with the sweat on his face. "Put the cross on me," he said. "If I'm still dirty from her, it'll do something to me." "Will it?" "I'm sure it will. When you were going after her, I looked up and I wanted to go after you. God help me, I did. And I looked at that cross and my belly wanted to heave up." Ben put the cross on his neck. Nothing happened. Its glow, if there had been a glow at all, was entirely gone. Ben took the cross away. "Okay," Jimmy said. "I think that's all we can do." He rummaged in his bag again, found an envelope containing 2 pills, and crushed them into his mouth. "Dope," he said. "Great invention. Thank God I used the John before it happened. I think I pissed myself, but it only came to about 6 drops. Can you bandage my neck?" "I think so," Ben said. Jimmy handed him gauze, adhesive tape, and a pair of surgical scissors. Bending to put the bandage on, he saw that the skin around the wounds had gone an ugly, congealed red. Jimmy flinched when he pressed the bandage gently into place. He said, "For a couple of minutes there, I thought I was going to go nuts." "Really, clinically nuts. Her lips on me, biting me." His throat rippled as he swallowed. "And when she was doing it, I liked it, Ben. That's the hellish part. I actually had an erection. Can you believe it? If you hadn't been here to pull her off, I would have let her." "Never mind," Ben said. "There's one more thing I have to do that I don't like." "What's that?" "Here. Look at me a minute." Ben finished the bandage and drew back a little to look at Jimmy. "What?" And suddenly Jimmy slugged him. Stars rocketed up in his brain and he took 3 wandering steps backward and sat down heavily. He shook his head and saw Jimmy getting carefully down from the table and coming toward him. He groped madly for the cross, thinking, "This is what's known as an O. Henry ending, you stupid shit, you stupid. You all right?" Jimmy was asking him. "I'm sorry, but it's a little easier when you don't know it's coming." "What the Christ?" Jimmy sat down beside him on the floor. "I'm going to tell you our story," he said. "It's a damn poor one, but I'm pretty sure Maury Green will back it up. It will keep my practice, and keep us both out of jail or some asylum, and at this point, I'm not so concerned about those things as I am about staying free to fight these things, whatever you want to call them, another day. Do you understand that?" "The thrust of it," Ben said. He touched his jaw and winced. There was a knot to the left of his chin. "Somebody barged in on us while I was examining Mrs. Glick," Jimmy said. "The somebody cold-cocked you and then used me for a punching bag. During the struggle, the somebody bit me to make me let him go. That's all either of us remembers. All. Understand?" Ben nodded. The guy was wearing a dark CPO coat, maybe blue, maybe black, and a green or gray knitted cap. "That's all you saw. Okay? Have you ever thought about giving up doctoring in favor of a career in creative writing?" Jimmy smiled. "I'm only creative in moments of extreme self-interest. Can you remember the story?" "Sure. And I don't think it's as poor as you might believe. After all, Hers isn't the first body that's disappeared lately. I'm hoping they'll add that up. But the county sheriff is a lot more on the ball than Parkins Gillespie ever thought of being. We have to watch our step. Don't embellish the story. Do you suppose anyone in officialdom will begin to see the pattern in all this? Jimmy shook his head. Not a chance in the world. We're going to have to bumble through this on our own. And remember that from this point on, we're criminals. Shortly after, he went to the phone and called Maury Green, then County Sheriff Homer McCaslin. 12. Ben got back to Eva's at about 15 minutes past midnight and made himself a cup of coffee in the deserted downstairs kitchen. He drank it slowly, reviewing the night's events with all the intense recall of a man who has just escaped falling from a high ledge. The county sheriff was a tall, balding man. He chewed tobacco. He moved slowly, but his eyes were bright with observation. He had pulled an enormous battered notebook on a chain from his hip pocket and an old thick-barreled fountain pen from under his green wool vest. He had questioned Ben and Jimmy while two deputies dusted for fingerprints and took pictures. Maury Green stood quietly in the background, throwing a puzzled look at Jimmy from time to time. What had brought them to Green's mortuary? Jimmy took that one, reciting the encephalitis story. Did old Doc Reardon know about it? Well, no. Jimmy thought it would be best to make a quiet check before mentioning it to anyone. Doc Reardon had been known to be, well, overly chatty on occasion. What about this encephalitis? Did the woman have it? No, almost certainly not. He had finished his examination before the man in the CPO coat burst in. He, Jimmy, would not be willing or able to state just how the woman had died, but it certainly wasn't of encephalitis. Could they describe this fella? They answered in terms of the story they had worked out. Ben added a pair of brown work boots just so they wouldn't sound too much like Tweedledum and Tweedledee. McCaslin asked a few more questions, and Ben was just beginning to feel that they were going to get out of it unscathed when McCaslin turned to him and asked, "What are you doing in this, Mears? You ain't no doctor." His watchful eyes twinkled benignly. Jimmy opened his mouth to answer, but the sheriff quieted him with a single-hand gesture. If the purpose of McCaslin's sudden shot had been to startle Ben into a guilty expression or gesture, it failed. He was too emotionally wrung out to react much. Being caught in a misstatement did not seem too shattering after what had gone before. "I'm a writer, not a doctor. I write novels. I'm writing one currently where one of the important secondary characters is a mortician's son. I just wanted a look into the back room. I hitched a ride with Jimmy here. He told me he would rather not reveal his business, and I didn't ask." He rubbed his chin, where a small, knotted bump had risen. "I got more than I bargained for." McCaslin looked neither pleased nor disappointed in Ben's answer. "I should say you did. You're the fella that wrote Conway's Daughter, ain't you?" "Yes. My wife read part of that in some woman's magazine. Cosmopolitan, I think. Laughed like hell. I took a look and couldn't see nothing funny in a little girl strung out on drugs." "No," Ben said, looking McCaslin in the eye. "I didn't see anything funny about it, either. This new book the one they say you've been working on up to the lot?" "Yes." "P-Raps, you'd like Mo Green here to read it over," McCaslin remarked. "See if you got the undertaking's parts right." That section isn't written yet, Ben said. I always research before I write. It's easier. McCaslin shook his head wonderingly. You know, your story sounds just like one of those Fu Manchu books. Some guy breaks in here and overpowers two strong men and makes off with the body of some poor woman who died of unknown causes. Listen, Homer, Jimmy began. Don't you Homer me, McCaslin said. I don't like it. I don't like any part of it. This encephalitis is catching, ain't it? Yes, it's infectious, Jimmy said warily. And you still brought this writer along? Knowing she might be infected with something like that? Jimmy shrugged and looked angry. I don't question your professional judgments, Sheriff. You'll just have to bear with mine. Encephalitis is a fairly low-grade infection which gains slowly in the human bloodstream. I felt there would be no danger to either of us. Now, wouldn't you be better off trying to find out who carted away Mrs. Glick's body, Fu Manchu or otherwise, or are you just having fun questioning us? McCaslin fetched a deep sigh from his not inconsiderable belly, flipped his notebook closed, and stored it in the depths of his hip pocket again. Well, we'll put the word out, Jimmy. Doubt if we'll get much on this unless the kook comes out of the woodwork again, if there ever was a kook, which I doubt. Jimmy raised his eyebrows. You're lying to me, McCaslin said patiently. I know it, these deputies know it, probably even Olemo knows it. I don't know how much you're lying, a little or a lot, but I know I can't prove you're lying as long as you both stick to the same story. I could take you both down to the cooler, but the rules say I gotta give you one phone call, and even the greenest kid fresh out of law school could spring you on what I got, which could best be described as suspicion of unknown hanky-panky. And I bet your lawyer ain't fresh out of law school, is he? No, Jimmy said. He's not. I'd take you down just the same and put you to the inconvenience, except I get a feeling you ain't lying because you did something against the law. He hit the pedal at the foot of the stainless steel waistcoat by the mortician's table. The top banged up and McCaslin shot a brown stream of tobacco juice into it. Maury Green jumped. Would either of you like to sort of revise your story? He asked quietly, and the backcountry twang was gone from his voice. This is serious business. We've had 4 deaths in the lot, and all 4 bodies are gone. I want to know what's happening. We've told you everything we know, Jimmy said with quiet firmness. He looked directly at McCaslin. If we could tell you more, we would. McCaslin looked back at him, just as keenly. You're scared shitless, he said. You and this writer, both of you. You look the way some of the guys in Korea looked when they brought M back from the front lines. The deputies were looking at them. Ben and Jimmy said nothing. McCaslin sighed again. Go on, get out of here. I want you both down to my office tomorrow by 10 to make statements. If you ain't there by 10, I'll send a patrol car out to get you. You won't have to do that, Ben said. McCaslin looked at him mournfully and shook his head. You ought to write books with better sense. Like the guy who writes those Travis McGee stories. A man can sink his teeth into one of those. 13. Ben got up from the table and rinsed his coffee cup at the sink, pausing to look out the window into the night's blackness. What was out there tonight? Marjorie Glick reunited with her son at last? Mike Ryerson? Floyd Tibbetts? Carl Foreman? He turned away and went upstairs. He slept the rest of the night with a desk lamp on and left the tongue depressor cross that had vanquished Mrs. Glick on the table by his right hand. His last thought before sleep took him was to wonder if Susan was all right and safe. Chapter 12. Voiced by Books on English. Mark. When he first heard the distant snapping of twigs, he crept behind the trunk of a large spruce and stood there, waiting to see who would show up. They couldn't come out in the daytime, but that didn't mean they couldn't get people who could. Giving them money was one way, but it wasn't the only way. Mark had seen the guy Straker in town, and his eyes were like the eyes of a toad sunning itself on a rock. He looked like he could break a baby's arm and smile while he did it. He touched the heavy shape of his father's target pistol in his jacket pocket. Bullets were no good against them except maybe silver ones, but a shot between the eyes would punch that Straker's ticket all right. His eye shifted downward momentarily to the roughly cylindrical shape propped against the tree, wrapped in an old piece of toweling. There was a woodpile behind his house, half a cord of yellow ash stove lengths, which he and his father had cut with the McCulloch chain saw in July and August. Henry Petrie was methodical, and each length, Mark knew, would be within an inch of 3 feet, one way or the other. His father knew the proper length just as he knew that winter followed fall and that yellow ash would burn longer and cleaner in the living room fireplace. His son, who knew other things, knew that ash was for men things like him. This morning, while his mother and father were out on their Sunday bird walk, he had taken one of the lengths and whacked one end into a rough point with his Boy Scout hatchet. It was rough, but it would serve. He saw a flash of color and shrank back against the tree, peering around the rough bark with one eye. A moment later, he got his first clear glimpse of the person climbing the hill. It was a girl. He felt a sense of relief mingled with disappointment. No henchman of the devil there, that was Mr. Norton's daughter. His gaze sharpened again. She was carrying a stake of her own. As she drew closer, he felt an urge to laugh bitterly. A piece of snow fence, that's what she had. 2 swings with an ordinary toolbox hammer would split it right in 2. She was going to pass his tree on the right. As she drew closer, he began to slide carefully around his tree to the left, avoiding any small twigs that might pop and give him away. At last the synchronized little movement was done. Her back was to him as she went on up the hill toward the break in the trees. She was going very carefully, he noted with approval. That was good. In spite of the silly snow fence stake, she apparently had some idea of what she was getting into. Still, if she went much further, she was going to be in trouble. Straker was at home. Mark had been here since 12:30, and he had seen Straker go out to the driveway and look down the road and then go back into the house. Mark had been trying to make up his mind on what to do himself when this girl had entered things, upsetting the equation. Perhaps she was going to be all right. She had stopped behind a screen of bushes and was crouching there, just looking at the house. Mark turned it over in his mind. Obviously she knew. How didn't matter, but she would not have had even that pitiful stake with her if she didn't know. He supposed he would have to go up and warn her that Straker was still around, and on guard. She probably didn't have a gun, not even a little one like his. He was pondering how to make his presence known to her without having her scream her head off when the motor of Straker's car roared into life. She jumped visibly, and at first he was afraid she was going to break and run, crashing through the woods and advertising her presence for 100 miles. but then she hunkered down again, holding on to the ground like she was afraid it would fly away from her. "She's got guts even if she is stupid," he thought approvingly. Straker's car back down the driveway. She would have a much better view from where she was. He could only see the Packard's black roof. Hesitated for a moment, and then went off down the road toward town. He decided they had to team up. Anything would be better than going up to that house alone. He had already sampled the poison atmosphere that enveloped it. He had felt it from half a mile away, and it thickened as you got closer. Now he ran lightly up the carpeted incline and put his hand on her shoulder. He felt her body tense, knew she was going to scream, and said, "Don't yell. It's all right. It's me." She didn't scream. What escaped was a terrified exhalation of air. She turned around and looked at him, her face white. "Who's me?" He sat down beside her. "My name is Mark Petrie. I know you, you're Sue Norton. My dad knows your dad." "Petrie? Henry Petrie?" "Yes, that's my father." "What are you doing here?" Her eyes were moving continually over him, as if she hadn't been able to take in his actuality yet. "The same thing you are. Only that steak won't work. It's too—" He groped for a word that had checked into his vocabulary through sight and definition, but not by use. "It's too flimsy." She looked down at her piece of snow fence and actually blushed. "Oh, that. Well, I found that in the woods and thought someone might fall over it, so I just—" He cut her adult temporizing short impatiently. "You came to kill the vampire, didn't you? Wherever did you get that idea? Vampires and things like that?" He said somberly, "A vampire tried to get me last night. It almost did, too." "That's absurd. A big boy like you should know better than to make up." "It was Danny Glick." She recoiled, her eyes wincing as if he had thrown a mock punch instead of words. She groped out, found his arm, and held it. Their eyes locked. "Are you making this up, Mark?" "No," he said, and told his story in a few simple sentences. "And you came here alone?" she asked when he had finished. "You believed it and came up here alone?" "Believed it?" He looked at her, honestly puzzled. "Sure, I believed it. I saw it, didn't I?" There was no response to that, and suddenly she was ashamed of her instant doubt. No, doubt was too kind a word, of Matt's story and of Ben's tentative acceptance. "How come you're here?" She hesitated a moment and then said, "There are some men in town who suspect that there is a man in that house whom no one has seen. That he might be a." Still she could not say the word, but he nodded his understanding. Even on short acquaintance, he seemed quite an extraordinary little boy. Abridging all that she might have added, she said simply, "So I came to look and find out." He nodded at the steak. "And brought that to pound through him?" "I don't know if I could do that." "I could," he said calmly. "After what I saw last night. Danny was outside my window, holding on like a great big fly." "And his teeth?" He shook his head, dismissing the nightmare as a businessman might dismiss a bankrupt client. "Do your parents know you're here?" she asked, knowing they must not. "No," he said matter-of-factly. "Sunday is their nature day. They go on bird walks in the mornings and do other things in the afternoon." Sometimes I go and sometimes I don't. Today they went for a ride up the coast. You're quite a boy, she said. No, I'm not, he said, his composure unruffled by the praise. But I'm going to get rid of him. He looked up at the house. Are you sure? Sure I am. So you. Can't you feel how bad he is? Doesn't that house make you afraid, just looking at it? Yes, she said simply, giving in to him. His logic was the logic of nerve endings, and unlike Ben's or Matt's, it was resistless. How are we going to do it? She asked, automatically giving over the leadership of the venture to him. Just go up there and break in, he said. Find him, pound my stake through his heart, and get out again. He's probably down cellar. They like dark places. Did you bring a flashlight? No. Damn it, neither did I. He shuffled his sneakered feet aimlessly in the leaves for a moment. Probably didn't bring a cross either, did you? Yes, I did, Susan said. She pulled the link chain out of her blouse and showed him. He nodded and then pulled a chain out of his own shirt. I hope I can get this back before my folks come home, he said gloomily. I crooked it from my mother's jewelry box. I'll catch hell if she finds out. He looked around. The shadows had lengthened even as they talked, and they both felt an impulse to delay and delay. When we find him, don't look in his eyes, Mark told her. He can't move out of his coffin, not until dark, but he can still hook you with his eyes. Do you know anything religious by heart? They had started through the bushes between the woods and the unkempt lawn of the Marsden house. Well, the Lord's Prayer. Sure, that's good. I know that one, too. We'll both say it while I pound the stake in. He saw her expression, revolted and half flagging, and he took her hand and squeezed it. His self-possession was disconcerting. Listen, we have to. I bet he's got half the town after last night. If we wait any longer, he'll have it all. It will go fast, now. After last night? I dreamed it, Mark said. His voice was still calm, but his eyes were dark. I dreamed of them going to houses and calling on phones and begging to be let in. Some people knew, way down deep they knew, but they let them in just the same. Because it was easier to do that than to think something so bad might be real. Just a dream, she said uneasily. I bet there's a lot of people lying around in bed today with the curtains closed or the shades drawn, wondering if they've got a cold or the flu or something. They feel all weak and fuzzy-headed. They don't want to eat. The idea of eating makes them want to puke. How do you know so much? I read the monster magazines, he said, and go to see the movies when I can. Usually I have to tell my mom I'm going to see Walt Disney. And you can't trust all of it. Sometimes they just make stuff up so the story will be bloodier. They were at the side of the house. Say, we're quite a crew, we believers, Susan thought. An old teacher half-cracked with books, a writer obsessed with his childhood nightmares, a little boy who has taken a postgraduate course in vampire lore from the films and the modern Penny Dreadfuls. And me? Do I really believe? Are paranoid fantasies catching? She believed. As Mark had said, this close to the house it was just not possible to scoff. All the thought processes, the act of conversation itself, were overshadowed by a more fundamental voice that was screaming danger. Danger! In words that were not words at all. Her heartbeat and respiration were up, yet her skin was cold with the capillary dilating effect of adrenaline, which keeps the blood hiding deep in the body's wells during moments of stress. Her kidneys were tight and heavy. Her eye seemed preternaturally sharp, taking in every splinter and paint flake on the side of the house. And all of this had been triggered by no external stimuli at all, no men with guns, no large and snarling dogs, no smell of fire. A deeper watchman than her five senses had been wakened after a long season of sleep. And there was no ignoring it. She peered through a break in the lower shutters. "Why, they haven't done a thing to it," she said almost angrily. "It's a mess. Let me see. Boost me up." She laced her fingers together so he could look through the broken slats and into the crumbling living room of the Mars 10 house. He saw a deserted, boxy parlor with a thick patina of dust on the floor. Many footprints had been tracked through it, peeling wallpaper, 2 or 3 old easy chairs, a scarred table. There were cobwebs festooned in the room's upper corners, near the ceiling. Before she could protest, he had wrapped the hook and eye combination that held the shutter closed with the blunt end of his stake. The lock fell to the ground in 2 rusty pieces, and the shutters creaked outward an inch or 2. "Hey," she protested. "You shouldn't. What do you want to do? Ring the doorbell?" He accordioned back the right-hand shutter and rapped one of the dusty, wavy panes of glass. It tinkled inward. The fear leaped up in her, hot and strong, making a coppery taste in her mouth. "We can still run," she said, almost to herself. He looked down at her, and there was no contempt in his glance, only an honesty and a fear that was as great as her own. "You go if you have to," he said. "No. I don't have to." She tried to swallow away the obstruction in her throat and succeeded not at all. "Hurry it up. You're getting heavy." He knocked the protruding shards of glass out of the pane he had broken, switched the stake to his other hand, then reached through and unlatched the window. It moaned slightly as he pushed it up, and then the way was open. She let him down and they looked wordlessly at the window for a moment. Then Susan stepped forward, pushed the right-hand shutter open all the way, and put her hands on the splintery windowsill preparatory to boosting herself up. The fear in her was sickening with its greatness, settled in her belly like a horrid pregnancy. At last, she understood how Matt Burke had felt as he had gone up the stairs to whatever waited in his guest room. She had always consciously or unconsciously formed fear into a simple equation: fears equals unknown. And to solve the equation, one simply reduced the problem to simple algebraic terms. Thus, unknown equals creaky board, or whatever, creaky board equals nothing to be afraid of. In the modern world, all terrors could be gutted by simple use of the transitive axiom of equality. Some fears were justified, of course. You don't drive when you're too plowed to see. Don't extend the hand of friendship to snarling dogs. Don't go parking with boys you don't know. How did the old joke go? Screw or walk. But until now she had not believed that some fears were larger than comprehension, apocalyptic and nearly paralyzing. This equation was insoluble. The act of moving forward at all became heroism. She boosted herself with a smooth flex of muscles, swung one leg over the sill, and then dropped to the dusty parlor floor and looked around. There was a smell. It oozed out of the walls in an almost visible miasma. She tried to tell herself it was only plaster rot, or the accumulated damp guano of all the animals that had nested behind those broken lathings, woodchucks, rats, perhaps even a raccoon or two. But it was more. The smell was deeper than animal stink, more entrenched. It made her think of tears and vomit and blackness. "Hey," Mark called softly. His hands waved above the window sill. "A little help." She leaned out, caught him under the armpits, and dragged him up until he had caught a grip on the window sill. Then he jackknifed himself in neatly. His sneakered feet thumped the carpet, and then the house was still again. They found themselves listening to the silence, fascinated by it. There did not even seem to be the faint, high hum that comes in utter stillness, the sound of nerve endings idling in neutral. There was only a great dead soundlessness and the beat of blood in their own ears. And yet they both knew, of course. They were not alone. "TWO. Come on," he said. "Let's look around." He clutched the stake very tightly and for just a moment looked longingly back at the window. She moved slowly toward the hall and he came after her. Just outside the door there was a small end table with a book on it. Mark picked it up. "Hey," he said. "Do you know Latin?" "A little, from high school." "What's this mean?" He showed her the binding. She sounded the words out, a frown creasing her forehead. Then she shook her head. "Don't know." He opened the book at random and flinched. There was a picture of a naked man holding a child's gutted body toward something you couldn't see. He put the book down, glad to let go of it. The stretched binding felt uncomfortably familiar under his hand, and they went down the hallway toward the kitchen together. The shadows were more prominent here. The sun had gotten around to the other side of the house. "Do you smell it?" he asked. "Yes." "It's worse back here, isn't it?" "Yes." He was remembering the cold pantry his mother had kept in the other house, and how 1 year 3-bushel baskets of tomatoes had gone bad down there in the dark. This smell was like that, like the smell of tomatoes decaying into putrescence. Susan whispered, "God, I'm so scared." His hand groped out, found hers, and they locked tightly. The kitchen linoleum was old and gritty and pocked, worn black in front of the old porcelain tub sink. A large, scarred table stood in the middle of the floor, and on it was a yellow plate, a knife and fork, and a scrap of raw hamburger. The cellar door was standing ajar. "That's where we have to go," he said. "Oh," she said weakly. The door was open just a crack, and the light did not penetrate at all. The tongue of darkness seemed to lick hungrily at the kitchen, waiting for night to come so it could swallow it whole. That quarter-inch of darkness was hideous, unspeakable in its possibilities. She stood beside Mark, helpless and moveless. Then he stepped forward and pulled the door open and stood for a moment, looking down. She saw a muscle jump beneath his jaw. "I think," he began, and she heard something behind her and turned, suddenly feeling slow, feeling too late. It was Straker. He was grinning. Mark turned, saw, and tried to dive around him. Straker's fist crashed into his chin, and he knew no more. 3. When Mark came to, he was being carried up a flight of stairs, not the cellar stairs, though. There was not that feeling of stone enclosure, and the air was not so fetid. He allowed his eyelids to unclose themselves a tiny fraction, letting his head still loll limply on his neck. A stair landing coming up, the second floor. He could see quite clearly. The sun was not down yet. Thin hope, then. They gained the landing, and suddenly the arms holding him were gone. He thumped heavily onto the floor, hitting his head. "Do you not think I know when someone is playing the possum, young master?" Straker asked him. From the floor he seemed easily 10 feet tall. His bald head glistened with a subdued elegance in the gathering gloom. Mark saw with growing terror that there was a coil of rope around his shoulder. He grabbed for the pocket where the pistol had been. Straker threw back his head and laughed. "I have taken the liberty of removing the gun, young master. Boys should not be allowed weapons they do not understand, any more than they should lead young ladies to houses where their commerce has not been invited." "What did you do with Susan Norton?" Straker smiled. "I have taken her where she wished to go, my boy. Into the cellar. Later, when the sun goes down, she will meet the man she came here to meet. You will meet him yourself, perhaps later tonight, perhaps tomorrow night. He may give you to the girl, of course, but I rather think he'll want to deal with you himself. The girl will have friends of her own, some of them perhaps meddlers like yourself." Mark lashed out with both feet at Straker's crotch, and Straker sidestepped liquidly, like a dancer. At the same moment he kicked his own foot out, connecting squarely with Mark's kidneys. Mark bit his lips and writhed on the floor. Straker chuckled. "Come, young master. To your feet." I can't." "Then crawl," Straker said contemptuously. He kicked again, this time striking the large muscle of the thigh. The pain was dreadful, but Mark clenched his teeth together. He got to his knees, and then to his feet. They progressed down the hall toward the door at the far end. The pain in his kidneys was subsiding to a dull ache. "What are you going to do with me?" "Truss you like a spring turkey, young master. Later, after my master holds intercourse with you, you will be set free." "Like the others?" Straker smiled. As Mark pushed open the door and stepped into the room where Hubert Marsden had committed suicide, something odd seemed to happen in his mind. The fear did not fall away from it, but it seemed to stop acting as a brake on his thoughts, jamming all productive signals. His thoughts began to flicker past with amazing speed, not in words or precisely in images, but in a kind of symbolic shorthand. He felt like a light bulb that has suddenly received a surge of power from no known source. The room itself was utterly prosaic. The wallpaper hung in strips, showing the white plaster and sheetrock beneath. The floor was heavily dusted with time and plaster, but there was only one set of footprints in it, suggesting someone had come up once, looked around, and left again. There were 2 stacks of magazines, a cast-iron cot with no spring or mattress, and a small tin plate with a faded Currier and Ives design that had once blocked the stove hole in the chimney. The window was shuttered, but enough light filtered dustily through the broken slats to make Mark think there might be an hour of daylight left. There was an aura of old nastiness about the room. It took perhaps 5 seconds to open the door, see these things, and cross to the center of the room where Straker told him to stop. In that short period, his mind raced along 3 tracks and saw 3 possible outcomes to the situation he found himself in. On one, he suddenly sprinted across the room toward the shuttered window and tried to crash through both glass and shutter like a Western movie hero, taking the drop to whatever lay below with blind hope. In one mental eye he saw himself crashing through only to fall onto a rusty pile of junked farm machinery, twitching away the last seconds of his life impaled on blunt harrow blades like a bug on a pin. In the other eye he saw himself crashing through the glass and into the shutter which trembled but did not break. He saw Straker pulling him back, his clothes torn, his body lacerated and bleeding in a dozen places. On the second track, he saw Straker tie him up and leave. He saw himself trussed on the floor, saw the light fading, saw his struggles become more frenzied, but just as useless, and heard, finally, the steady tread on the stairs of one who was a million times worse than Straker. On the third track, he saw himself using a trick he had read about last summer in a book on Houdini. Houdini had been a famous magician who had escaped jail cells, chained boxes, bank vaults, steamer trunks thrown into rivers. He could get out of ropes, police handcuffs, and Chinese finger pullers. And one of the things the book said he did was hold his breath and tighten his hands into fists when a volunteer from the audience was tying him up. You bulged your thighs and forearms and neck muscles, too. If your muscles were big, you had a little slack when you relaxed them. The trick then was to relax completely and go at your escape slowly and surely, never letting panic hurry you up. Little by little, your body would give you sweat for grease, and that helped, too. The book made it sound very easy. "Turn around," Straker said. "I am going to tie you up. While I tie you up, you will not move. If you move, I take this." He cocked his thumb before Mark like a hitchhiker, "and pop your right eye out. Do you understand?" Mark nodded. He took a deep breath, held it, and bunched all his muscles. Straker threw his coil of rope over one of the beams. "Lie down," he said. Mark did. He crossed Mark's hands behind his back and bound them tightly with the rope. He made a loop, slipped it around Mark's neck, and tied it in a hangman's knot. "You're made fast to the very beam my master's friend and sponsor in this country hung himself from, young master. Are you flattered?" Mark grunted, and Straker laughed. He passed the rope through Mark's crotch, and he groaned as Straker took up the slack with a brutal jerk. He chuckled with monstrous good nature. "So your jewels hurt? They will not for long. You are going to lead an ascetic's life, my boy, a long, long life." He banded the rope over Mark's taut thighs, made the knot tight, banded it again over his knees, and again over his ankles. Mark needed to breathe very badly now, but he held on stubbornly. "You're trembling, young master," Straker said mockingly. "Your body is all in hard little knots. Your flesh is white, but it will be whiter. Yet you need not be so afraid. My master has the capacity for kindness. He is much loved, right here in your own town. There is only a little sting, like the doctor's needle, and then sweetness. And later on you will be let free. You will go see your mother and father, yes? You will see them after they sleep." He stood up and looked down at Mark benignly. "I will say goodbye for a bit now, young master. Your lovely consort is to be made comfortable. When we meet again, you will like me better." He left, slamming the door behind him. A key rattled in the lock. And as his feet descended the stairs, Mark let out his breath and relaxed his muscles with a great, whooping sigh. The ropes holding him loosened a little. He lay moveless, collecting himself. His mind was still flying with that same unnatural, exhilarating speed. From his position, he looked across the swelled, uneven floor to the iron cot frame. He could see the wall beyond it. The wallpaper was peeled away from that section and lay beneath the cot frame like a discarded snakeskin. He focused on a small section of the wall and examined it closely. He flashed everything else from his mind. The book on Houdini said that concentration was all-important. No fear or taint of panic must be allowed in the mind. The body must be completely relaxed. And the escape must take place in the mind before a single finger did so much as twitch. Every step must exist concretely in the mind. He looked at the wall, and minutes passed. The wall was white and bumpy, like an old drive-in movie screen. Eventually, as his body relaxed to its greatest degree, he began to see himself projected there, a small boy wearing a blue t-shirt and Levi's jeans. The boy was on his side, arms pulled behind him, wrists nestling the small of the back above the buttocks. A noose looped around his neck, and any hard struggling would tighten that running slip knot inexorably until enough air was cut off to black out the brain. He looked at the wall. The figure there had begun to move cautiously, although he himself lay perfectly still. He watched all the movements of the simulacrum raptly. He had achieved a level of concentration necessary to the Indian Farkas and yogis, who are able to contemplate their toes or the tips of their noses for days, the state of certain mediums who levitate tables in a state of unconsciousness or extrude long tendrils of teleplasm from the nose, the mouth, the fingertips. His state was close to sublime. He did not think of Straker or the fading daylight. He no longer saw the gritty floor, the cot frame, or even the wall. He only saw the boy, a perfect figure which went through a tiny dance of carefully controlled muscles. He looked at the wall. And at last he began to move his wrists in half circles, toward each other. At the limit of each half circle, the thumb sides of his palms touched. No muscles moved but those in his lower forearms. He did not hurry. He looked at the wall. As sweat rose through his pores, his wrists began to turn more freely. The half circles became 3/4. At the limit of each, the backs of his hands pressed together. The loops holding them had loosened a tiny bit more. He stopped. After a moment had passed, he began to flex his thumbs against his palms and press his fingers together in a wriggling motion. His face was utterly expressionless, the plaster face of a department store dummy. 5 minutes passed. His hands were sweating freely now. The extreme level of his concentration had put him in partial control of his own sympathetic nervous system, another device of yogis and Farkas, and he had, unknowingly, gained some control over his body's involuntary functions. More sweat trickled from his pores than his careful movements could account for. His hands had become oily. Droplets fell from his forehead, darkening the white dust on the floor. He began to move his arms in an up-and-down piston motion, using his biceps and back muscles now. The noose tightened a little, but he could feel one of the loops holding his hands beginning to drag lower on his right palm. It was sticking against the pad of the thumb now, and that was all. Excitement shot through him and he stopped at once until the emotion had passed away completely. When it had, he began again. Up, down. Up, down. Up, down. He gained 1/8 of an inch at a time. And suddenly, shockingly, his right hand was free. He left it where it was, flexing it. When he was sure it was limber, he eased the fingers under the loop holding the left wrist and tented them. The left hand slid free. He brought both hands around and put them on the floor. He closed his eyes for a moment. The trick now was to not think he had it made. The trick was to move with great deliberation. Supporting himself with his left hand, he let his right roam over the bumps and valleys of the knot which secured the noose at his neck. He saw immediately that he would have to nearly choke himself to free it, and he was going to tighten the pressure on his testicles, which already throbbed dully. He took a deep breath and began to work on the knot. The rope tightened by steady degrees, pressing into his neck and crotch. Prickles of coarse hemp dug into his throat like miniature tattoo needles. The knot defied him for what seemed an endless time. His vision began to fade under the onslaught of large black flowers that burst into soundless bloom before his eyes. He refused to hurry. He wiggled the knot steadily, and at last felt new slack in it. For a moment the pressure on his groin tightened unbearably, and then with a convulsive jerk, he threw the noose over his head and the pain lessened. He sat up and hung his head over, breathing raggedly, cradling his wounded testicles in both hands. The sharp pain became a dull, pervading ache that made him feel nauseated. When it began to abate a little, he looked over at the shuttered window. The light coming through the broken slats had faded to a dull arc. It was almost sundown. And the door was locked. He pulled the loose loop of rope over the beam, and set to work on the knots that held his legs. They were maddeningly tight, and his concentration had begun to slip away from him as reaction set in. He freed his thighs, the knees, and after a seemingly endless struggle, his ankles. He stood up weakly among the harmless loops of rope and staggered. He began to rub his thighs. There was a noise from below, footsteps. He looked up, panicky, nostrils dilating. He hobbled over to the window and tried to lift it. Nailed shut, with rusted tenpennies bent over the cheap wood of the half-sill like staples. The feet were coming up the stairs. He wiped his mouth with his hand and stared wildly around the room. 2 bundles of magazines. A small tin plate with a picture of an 1890s summer picnic on the back. The iron cop frame. He went to it despairingly and pulled up one end. And some distant gods, perhaps seeing how much luck he had manufactured by himself, doled out a little of their own. The steps had begun down the hall toward the door when he unscrewed the steel cot leg to its final thread and pulled it free. 4. When the door opened, Mark was standing behind it with the bed leg upraised, like a wooden Indian with a tomahawk. "Young master, I've come to." He saw the empty coils of rope and froze for perhaps 1 full second in utter surprise. He was halfway through the door. To Mark, things seemed to have slowed to the speed of a football maneuver seen in instant replay. He seemed to have minutes rather than bare seconds to aim at the 1/4 skull circumference visible beyond the edge of the door. He brought the leg down with both hands, not as hard as he could. He sacrificed some force for better aim. It struck Straker just above the temple, as he started to turn to look behind the door. His eyes, open wide, squeezed shut in pain. Blood flew from the scalp wound in an amazing spray. Straker's body recoiled and he stumbled backward into the room. His face was twisted into a terrifying grimace. He reached out and Mark hit him again. This time the pipe struck his bald skull just above the bulge of the forehead, and there was another gout of blood. He went down bonelessly, his eyes rolling up in his head. Mark skirted the body, looking at it with eyes that were bulging and wide. The end of the bed leg was painted with blood. It was darker than Technicolor movie blood. Looking at it made him feel sick, but looking at Straker made him feel nothing. I killed him, he thought. And on the heels of that, good. Good. Straker's hand closed around his ankle. Mark gasped and tried to pull his foot away. The hand held fast like a steel trap, and now Straker was looking up at him, his eyes cold and bright through a dripping mask of blood. His lips were moving, but no sound came out. Mark pulled harder, to no avail. With a half groan, he began to hammer at Straker's clutching hand with the bed leg. Once, twice, 3 times, 4. There was the awful pencil sound of snapping fingers. The hand loosened, and he pulled free with a yank that sent him stumbling out through the doorway and into the hall. Straker's head had dropped to the floor again, but his mangled hand opened and closed on the air with tenebrous vitality, like the jerking of a dog's paws in dreams of cat chasing. The bed leg fell from his nerveless fingers, and he backed away, trembling. Then panic took him, and he turned and fled down the stairs, leaping 2 or 3 at a time on his numb legs, his hand skimming the splintered banister. The front hall was shadow-struck, horribly dark. He went into the kitchen, casting lunatic, shying glances at the open cellar door. The sun was going down in a blazing mullion of reds and yellows and purples. In a funeral parlor 16 miles distant, Ben Mears was watching the clock as the hands hesitated between 7:01 and 7:02. Mark knew nothing of that, but he knew the vampire's time was imminent. To stay longer meant confrontation on top of confrontation. To go back down into that cellar and try to save Susan meant induction into the ranks of the undead. Yet he went to the cellar door and actually walked down the first 3 steps before his fear wrapped him in almost physical bonds and would allow him to go no further. He was weeping, and his body was trembling wildly, as if with ague. "Susan!" he screamed. "Run!" "Mark?" Her voice, sounding weak and dazed. "I can't see. It's dark." There was a sudden booming noise, like a hollow gunshot, followed by a profound and soulless chuckle. Susan screamed, a sound that trailed away to a moan and then to silence. Still he paused, on feather feet that trembled to blow him away. And from below came a friendly voice, amazingly like his father's, "Come down, my boy. I admire you." The power in the voice alone was so great that he felt the fear ebbing from him, the feathers in his feet turning to lead. He actually began to grope down another step before he caught hold of himself, and the catching hold took all the ragged discipline he had left. "Come down," the voice said, "closer now." It held, beneath the friendly fatherliness, the smooth steel of command. Mark shouted down, "I know your name. It's Barlow," and fled. By the time he reached the front hall, the fear had come on him full again, and if the door had not been unlocked he might have burst straight through the center of it, leaving a cartoon cut out of himself behind. He fled down the driveway, much like that long-ago boy Benjamin Mears, and then straight down the center of the Brooks Road toward town and dubious safety. Yet might not the king vampire come after him, even now? He swerved off the road and made his way blunderingly through the woods, splashing through Taggart Stream and falling in a tangle of burdocks on the other side, and finally out into his own backyard. He walked through the kitchen door and looked through the arch into the living room to where his mother, with worry written across her face in large letters, was talking into the telephone with the directory open on her lap. She looked up and saw him, and relief spread across her face in a physical wave. "Here he is?" She set the phone into its cradle without waiting for a response and walked toward him. He saw with greater sorrow than she would have believed that she had been crying. "Oh, Mark, where have you been?" "His home?" His father called from the den. His face, unseen, was filling with thunder. "Where have you been?" She caught his shoulders and shook them. "Out," he said wanly. "I fell down running home." There was nothing else to say. The essential and defining characteristic of childhood is not the effortless merging of dream and reality, but only alienation. There are no words for childhood's dark turns and exhalations. A wise child recognizes it and submits to the necessary consequences. A child who counts the cost is a child no longer. He added, "The time got away from me." It. Then his father, descending upon him. 5. Sometime in the darkness before Monday's dawn. Scratching at the window. He came up from sleep with no pause, no intervening period of drowsiness or orientation. The insanities of sleep and waking had become remarkably similar. The white face in the darkness outside the glass was Susan's. "Mark, let me in." He got out of bed. The floor was cold under his bare feet. He was shivering. "Go away," he said tonelessly. He could see that she was still wearing the same blouse, the same slacks. "I wonder if her folks are worried," he thought. "If they've called the police." "It's not so bad, Mark," she said, and her eyes were flat and obsidian. She smiled, showing her teeth, which shone in sharp relief below her pale gums. "It's ever so nice. Let me in, I'll show you. I'll kiss you, Mark. I'll kiss you all over like your mother never did." "Go away," he repeated. "One of us will get you sooner or later," she said. "There are lots more of us now. Let it be me, Mark. I'm hungry." She tried to smile, but it turned into a nightshade grimace that made his bones cold. He held up his cross and pressed it against the window. She hissed, as if scalded, and let go of the window frame. For a moment she hung suspended in air, her body becoming misty and indistinct. Then, gone. But not before he saw, or thought he saw, a look of desperate unhappiness on her face. The night was still and silent again. "There are lots more of us now." His thoughts turned to his parents, sleeping in thoughtless peril below him, and dread gripped his bowels. Some men knew, she had said, or suspected. Who? The writer, of course. The one she dated. Mears, his name was. He lived at Eva's boarding house. Writers knew a lot. It would be him. And he would have to get to Mears before she did. He stopped on his way back to bed. If she hadn't already. Chapter 13. Voiced by Books on English. Father Callahan. On that same Sunday evening, Father Callahan stepped hesitantly into Matt Burke's hospital room at 6:45 by Matt's watch. The bedside table and the counterpane itself were littered with books, some of them dusty with age. Matt had called Loretta Starcher at her spinster's apartment and had not only gotten her to open the library on Sunday, but had gotten her to deliver the books in person. She had come in at the head of a procession made up of 3 hospital orderlies, each loaded down. She had left in something of a huff because he refused to answer questions about the strange conglomeration. Father Callahan regarded the schoolteacher curiously. He looked worn, but not so worn or wearily shocked as most of the parishioners he visited in similar circumstances. Callahan found that the common first reaction to news of cancer, strokes, heart attacks, or the failure of some major organ was one of betrayal. The patient was astounded to find that such a close, and, up to now at least, fully understood, friend as one's own body could be so sluggard as to lie down on the job. The reaction which followed close on the heels of the first was the thought that a friend who would let one down so cruelly was not worth having. The conclusion that followed these reactions was that it didn't matter if this friend was worth having or not. One could not refuse to speak to one's traitorous body, or get up a petition against it, or pretend that one was not at home when it called. The final thought in this hospital bed train of reasoning was the hideous possibility that one's body might not be a friend at all, but an enemy implacably dedicated to destroying the superior force that had used it and abused it ever since the disease of reason set in. Once, while in a fine drunken frenzy, Callahan had sat down to write a monograph on the subject for the Catholic Journal. He had even illustrated it with a fiendish editorial page cartoon, which showed a brain poised on the highest ledge of a skyscraper. The building, labeled the human body, was in flames, which were labeled cancer, although they might have been a dozen others. The cartoon was titled Too Far to Jump. During the next day's enforced bout with sobriety, he had torn the prospective monograph to shreds and burned the cartoon. There was no place in Catholic doctrine for either, unless you wanted to add a helicopter labeled Christ that was dangling a rope ladder. Nonetheless, he felt that his insights had been true ones, and the result of such sickbed logic on the part of the patient was usually acute depression. The symptoms included dulled eyes, slow responses, sighs fetched from deep within the chest cavity, and sometimes tears at the sight of the priest, that black crow whose function was ultimately predicated on the problem the fact of mortality presented to the thinking being. Matt Burke showed none of this depression. He held out his hand, and when Callahan shook it, he found the grip surprisingly strong. "Father Callahan. Good of you to come. Pleased to. Good teachers, like a wife's wisdom, are pearls beyond price. Even agnostic old bears like myself? Especially those," Callahan said, riposting with pleasure. "I may have caught you at a weak moment. There are no atheists in the foxholes, I've been told, and precious few agnostics in the intensive care ward. I'm being moved soon, alas." "Pish-posh," Callahan said. "We'll have you Hail Marying and Our Fathering yet." "That," Matt said, "is not as far-fetched as you might think." Father Callahan sat down, and his knee bumped the bedstand as he drew his chair up. A carelessly piled stack of books cascaded into his lap. He read the titles aloud as he put them back. Dracula. Dracula's Guest. The Search for Dracula. The Golden Bough. The Natural History of the Vampire Natural. Hungarian Folk Tales. Monsters of the Darkness. Monsters in Real Life. Peter Curtin, Monster of Dusseldorf. And he brushed a thick patina of dust from the last cover and revealed a spectral figure poised menacingly above a sleeping damsel. Vani the Vampire, or The Feast of Blood. Goodness required reading for convalescent heart attack patients? Matt smiled. Poor old Vani. I read it a long time ago for a class report in A279 at the university, Romantic Lit. The professor, whose idea of fantasy began with Beowulf and ended with the Screwtape Letters, was quite shocked. I got a D+ on the report and a written command to elevate my sights. The case of Peter Curtin is interesting enough, though, Callahan said. In a repulsive sort of way. You know his history? Most of it, yes. I took an interest in such things as a divinity student. My excuse to the highly skeptical elders was that, in order to be a successful priest, one had to plumb the depths of human nature as well as aspire to its heights. All eyewash, actually. I just like to shudder as well as the next one. Curtin, I believe, murdered 2 of his playmates as a young boy. By drowning them, he simply gained possession of a small float anchored in the middle of a wide river, and kept pushing them away until they tired and went under. Yes, Matt said. As a teenager, he twice tried to kill the parents of a girl who refused to go walking with him. He later burned down their house. But that is not the part of his career that I'm interested in. I guess not, from the trend of your reading matter. He picked a magazine off the coverlet which showed an incredibly endowed young woman in a skin-tight costume who was sucking the blood of a young man. The young man's expression seemed to be an uneasy combination of extreme terror and extreme lust. The name of the magazine and of the young woman, apparently, was Vampirella. Callahan put it down, more intrigued than ever. Curtin attacked and killed over a dozen women, Callahan said. Mutilated many more with a hammer. If it was their time of the month, he drank their discharge. Matt Burke nodded again. What's not so generally known, he said, is that he also mutilated animals. At the height of his obsession, he ripped the heads from the bodies of 2 swans in Dusseldorf's South Central Park and drank the blood which gushed from their necks. Has all this to do with why you wanted to see me? Callahan asked. Mrs. Curlis told me you said it was a matter of some importance. Yes, it does, and it is. What might it be, then? If you've meant to intrigue me, you've certainly succeeded. Matt looked at him calmly. A good friend of mine, Ben Mears, was to have gotten in touch with you today. Your housekeeper said he had not. That's so. I've seen no one since 2 o'clock this afternoon. I have been unable to reach him. He left the hospital in the company of my doctor, James Cody. I have also been unable to reach him. I have likewise been unable to reach Susan Norton, Ben's lady friend. She went out early this afternoon, promising her parents she would be in by 5. They are worried. Callahan sat forward at this. He had a passing acquaintance with Bill Norton, who had once come to see him about a problem that had to do with some Catholic co-workers. You suspect something? Let me ask you a question, Matt said. Take it very seriously and think it over before you answer. Have you noticed anything out of the ordinary in town just lately? Callahan's original impression, now almost a certainty, was that this man was proceeding very carefully indeed, not wanting to frighten him off by whatever was on his mind. Something sufficiently outrageous was suggested by the litter of books. Vampires in Salem's Lot, he asked. He was thinking that the deep depression which followed grave illness could sometimes be avoided if the person afflicted had a deep enough investment in life, artists, musicians, a carpenter whose thought centered on some half-completed building. The interest could just as well be linked to some harmless, or not so harmless, psychosis, perhaps incipient before the illness. He had spoken at some length with an elderly man named Horace from Schoolyard Hill, who had been in the main medical center with advanced cancer of the lower intestine. In spite of pain, which must have been excruciating, he had discoursed with Callahan in great and lucid detail concerning the creatures from Uranus who were infiltrating every walk of American life. One day the fella who fills your gas tank down at Sunny Zamoko is just Joe Blow from Falmouth, this bright-eyed, talking skeleton told him, and the next day it's a Uranian who just looks like Joe Blow. He even has Joe Blow's memories and speech patterns, you see. Because Uranians eat alpha waves, smack, smack, smack. According to Horace, he did not have cancer at all, but an advanced case of laser poisoning. The Uranians, alarmed at his knowledge of their machinations, had decided to put him out of the way. Horace accepted this, and was prepared to go down fighting. Callahan made no effort to disabuse him. Leave that to well-meaning but thick-headed relatives. Callahan's experience was that psychosis, like a good knock of cutty sark, could be extremely beneficial. So now he simply folded his hands and waited for Matt to continue. Matt said, "It's difficult to proceed as it is. It's going to be more difficult still if you think I'm suffering from sickbed dementia." Startled by hearing his thoughts expressed just as he had finished thinking them, Callahan kept his poker face only with difficulty, although the emotion that would have come through would not have been disquiet but admiration. "On the contrary, you seem extremely lucid," he said. Matt sighed. "Lucidity doesn't presuppose sanity, as you well know." He shifted in bed, redistributing the books that lay around him. "If there is a God, he must be making me do penance for a life of careful academicism, of refusing to plant an intellectual foot on any ground until it had been footnoted in triplicate. Now for the second time in one day, I'm compelled to make the wildest declarations without a shred of proof to back them up. All I can say in defense of my own sanity is that my statements can be either proved or disproved without too much difficulty, and hope that you will take me seriously enough to make the test before it's too late." He chuckled. Before it's too late. Sounds straight out of the 30s pulp magazines, doesn't it? Life is full of melodrama, Callahan remarked, reflecting that if it were so, he had seen precious little of it lately. "Let me ask you again if you have noticed anything out of the way or peculiar this weekend. To do with vampires, or to do with anything?" Callahan thought it over. "The dump's closed," he said finally. "But the gate was broken off, so I drove in anyway." He smiled. "I rather enjoy taking my own garbage to the dump. It's so practical and humble that I can indulge my elitist fantasies of a poor but happy proletariat to the fullest." Dud Rogers wasn't around, either. "Anything else?" "Well, the Crockett's weren't at Mass this morning, and Mrs. Crockett hardly ever misses." "More?" "Poor Mrs. Glick, of course." Matt got up on one elbow. "Mrs. Glick? What about her?" "She's dead." "Of what?" Pauline Dickens seemed to think it was a heart attack, Callahan said, but hesitatingly. "Has anyone else died in the lot today?" Ordinarily, it would have been a foolish question. Deaths in a small town like Salem's lot were generally spread apart, in spite of the higher proportion of elderly in the population. "No," Callahan said slowly. But the mortality rate has certainly been high lately, hasn't it? Mike Ryerson, Floyd Tibbets, the McDougal baby. Matt nodded, looking tired. Passing strange, he said. Yes. But things are reaching the point where they'll be able to cover up for each other. A few more nights and I'm afraid. Let's stop beating around the bush, Callahan said. All right. There's been rather too much of that already, hasn't there? He began to tell his story from beginning to end, weaving in Ben's and Susan's and Jimmy's additions as he went along, holding back nothing. By the time he had finished, the evening's horror had ended for Ben and Jimmy. Susan Norton's was just beginning. TWO. When he finished, Matt allowed a moment of silence and then said, "So, am I crazy?" "You're determined that people will think you so, anyway," Callahan said, "in spite of the fact that you seem to have convinced Mr. Mears and your own doctor." "No, I don't think you're crazy. After all, I am in the business of dealing with the supernatural. If I may be allowed a small pun, it is my bread and wine. But let me tell you a story. I won't vouch for its truth, but I will vouch for my own belief that it is true. It concerns a good friend of mine, Father Raymond Bissonette, who has been ministering to a parish in Cornwall for some years now along the so-called Ting coast. Do you know of it? Through reading, yes. Some 5 years ago he wrote me that he had been called to an out-of-the-way corner of his parish to conduct a funeral service for a girl who had just pined away. The girl's coffin was filled with wild roses, which struck Ray as unusual. What he found downright grotesque was the fact that her mouth had been propped open with a stick and then filled with garlic and wild thyme. But those are traditional protections against the rising of the undead, yes. Folk remedies. When Ray inquired, he was told quite matter-of-factly by the girl's father that she had been killed by an incubus. You know the meaning? A sexual vampire. The girl had been betrothed to a young man named Bannock, who had a large strawberry-colored birthmark on the side of his neck. He was struck and killed by a car on his way home from work 2 weeks before the wedding. 2 years later, the girl became engaged to another man. She broke it off quite suddenly during the week before the banns were to be cried for the second time. She told her parents and friends that John Bannock had been coming to her in the night and she had been unfaithful with him. Her present lover, according to Ray, was more distressed by the thought that she might have become mentally unbalanced than by the possibility of demon visitation. Nonetheless, she wasted away, died, and was buried in the old ways of the church. All of that did not occasion Ray's letter. What did was an occurrence some 2 months after the girl's burial. While he was on an early morning walk, Ray spied a young man standing by the girl's grave, a young man with a strawberry-colored birthmark on his neck. Nor is that the end of the story. He had gotten a Polaroid camera from his parents the Christmas before and had amused himself by snapping various views of the Cornish countryside. I have some of them in a picture album at the rectory. They are quite good. The camera was around his neck that morning, and he took several snaps of the young man. When he showed them around the village, the reaction was quite amazing. One old lady fell down in a faint, and the dead girl's mother began to pray in the street. But when Ray got up the next morning, the young man's figure had completely faded out of the pictures, and all that was left were several views of the local churchyard. And you believe that? Matt asked. Oh yes. And I suspect most people would. The ordinary fellow isn't half so leery of the supernatural as the fiction writers like to make out. Most writers who deal in that particular subject, as a matter of fact, are more hard-headed about spirits and demons and boogies than your ordinary man in the street. Lovecraft was an atheist. Edgar Allan Poe was sort of a half-assed transcendentalist. And Hawthorne was only conventionally religious. You're amazingly conversant on the subject, Matt said. The priest shrugged. I had a boy's interest in the occult and the outre, he said, and as I grew older, my calling to the priesthood enhanced rather than retarded it. He sighed deeply. But lately I've begun to ask myself some rather hard questions about the nature of evil in the world. With a twisted smile he added, it spoiled a lot of the fun. Then, would you investigate a few things for me? And would you be averse to taking along some holy water and a bit of the host? You're treading on uneasy theological ground now, Callahan said with genuine gravity. Why? I'm not going to say no, not at this point, Callahan said. And I ought to tell you that if you'd gotten a younger priest, he probably would have said yes almost at once, with few if any qualms at all. He smiled bitterly. They view the trappings of the church as symbolic rather than practical, like a shaman's headdress and medicine stick. This young priest might decide you were crazy, but if shaking a little holy water around would ease your craziness, fine and dandy. I can't do that. If I should proceed to make your investigations in a neat Harris tweed with nothing under my arm but a copy of Sybil Leek's The Sensuous Exorcist or whatever, that would be between you and me. But if I go with the host, then I go as an agent of the Holy Catholic Church, prepared to execute what I would consider the most spiritual rites of my office. Then I go as Christ's representative on earth. He was now looking at Matt seriously, solemnly. I may be a poor excuse for a priest at times. I've thought so, a bit jaded, a bit cynical, and just lately suffering a crisis of, what? Faith? Identity, but I still believe enough in the awesome, mystical, and apatheotic power of the Church which stands behind me to tremble a bit at the thought of accepting your request lightly. The Church is more than a bundle of ideals, as these younger fellows seem to believe. It's more than a spiritual Boy Scout troop. The Church is a force, and one does not set a force in motion lightly. He frowned severely at Matt. Do you understand that? Your understanding is vitally important. I understand. You see, the overall concept of evil in the Catholic Church has undergone a radical change in this century. Do you know what caused it? I imagine it was Freud. Very good. The Catholic Church began to cope with a new concept as it marched into the 20th century, evil with a small e, with a devil that was not a red-horned monster complete with spiked tail and cloven hooves, or a serpent crawling through the garden, although that is a remarkably apt psychological image. The devil, according to the Gospel according to Freud, would be a gigantic composite ID, the subconscious of all of us. Surely a more stupendous concept than red-tailed boogies or demons with such sensitive noses that they can be banished with one good fart from a constipated churchman, Matt said. Stupendous, of course. But impersonal. Merciless. Untouchable. Banishing Freud's devil is as impossible as Shylock's bargain to extract a pound of flesh without spilling a drop of blood. The Catholic Church has been forced to reinterpret its whole approach to evil bombers over Cambodia, the war in Ireland and the Middle East, cop killings and ghetto riots, the billion smaller evils loosed on the world each day like a plague of gnats. It is in the process of shedding its old medicine man skin and re-emerging as a socially active, socially conscious body. The inner city rap center ascendant over the confessional. Communion playing second fiddle to the civil rights movement and urban renewal. The church has been in the process of planting both feet in this world, where there are no witches or incubi or vampires, Matt said, but only child beating, incest, and the rape of the environment. Yes, Matt said deliberately, and you hate it, don't you? Yes, Callahan said quietly. I think it's an abomination. It's the Catholic Church's way of saying that God isn't dead, only a little senile. And I guess that's my answer, isn't it? What do you want me to do? Matt told him. Callahan thought it over and said, you realize it flies in the face of everything I just told you. On the contrary, I think it's your chance to put your church to the test. Callahan took a deep breath. Very well, I agree. On one condition. What would that be? That all of us who go on this little expedition first go to the shop this Mr. Straker is managing. That Mr. Mears, as spokesman, should speak to him frankly about all of this. That we all have a chance to observe his reactions. And finally, that he should have his chance to laugh in our faces. Matt was frowning. It would be warning him. Callahan shook his head. I believe the warning would be of no avail if the three of us, Mr. Mears, Dr. Cody, and myself still agreed that we should move ahead regardless. All right, Matt said. I agree, contingent on the approval of Ben and Jimmy Cody. Fine. Callahan sighed. Will it hurt you if I tell you that I hope this is all in your mind? That I hope this man Straker does laugh in our faces, and with good reason. Not in the slightest. I do hope it. I have agreed to more than you know. It frightens me. I am frightened, too, Matt said softly. 3. But walking back to St. Andrews, he did not feel frightened at all. He felt exhilarated, renewed. For the first time in years, he was sober and did not crave a drink. He went into the rectory, picked up the telephone, and dialed Eva Miller's boarding house. Hello? Mrs. Miller? May I speak with Mr. Mears, his not? Yes, I see. No message. I'll call tomorrow. Yes, goodbye. He hung up and went to the window. Was Mears out there someplace, drinking beer on a country road, or could it be that everything the old school teacher had told him was true? If so, he could not stay in the house. He went out on the back porch, breathing in the brisk, steely air of October, and looked into the moving darkness. Perhaps it wasn't all Freud after all. Perhaps a large part of it had to do with the invention of the electric light, which had killed the shadows in men's minds much more effectively than a stake through a vampire's heart, and less messily, too. The evil still went on, but now it went on in the hard, soulless glare of parking lot fluorescence, of neon tubing, of 100-watt bulbs by the billions. Generals planned strategic air strikes beneath the no-nonsense glow of alternating current, and it was all out of control, like a kid's soapbox racer going downhill with no brakes. I was following my orders. Yes, that was true, patently true. We were all soldiers, simply following what was written on our walking papers. But where were the orders coming from, ultimately? Take me to your leader. But where is his office? I was just following orders. The people elected me. But who elected the people? Something flapped overhead and Callahan looked up, startled out of his confused reverie. A bird? A bat? Gone. Didn't matter. He listened for the town and heard nothing but the whine of telephone wires. The night the kudzu gets your fields, you sleep like the dead. Who wrote that? Dickie? No sound, no light but the fluorescent in front of the church where Fred Astaire had never danced and the faint waxing and waning of the yellow warning light at the crossroads of Brock Street and Joyner Avenue. No baby cried. The night the kudzu gets your fields, you sleep like. The exultation had faded away like a bad echo of pride. Terror struck him around the heart like a blow. Not terror for his life or his honor or that his housekeeper might find out about his drinking. It was a terror he had never dreamed of, not even in the tortured days of his adolescence. The terror he felt was for his immortal soul. Part 3. The Deserted Village. I heard a voice, crying from the deep, "Come join me, baby, in my endless sleep." Old rock's end roll song. And travelers now within that valley through the red-litten windows see vast forms that move fantastically to a discordant melody. While, like a rapid ghastly river, through the pale door, a hideous throng rush out forever and laugh but smile no more. Edgar Allan Poe. The Haunted Palace? Tell you now that the whole town is empty. Bob Dylan. Chapter 14. Voiced by Books on English. The Lot, 4. From the Old Farmer's Almanac. Sunset on Sunday, October 5, 1975, at 7:02 p.m. Sunrise on Monday, October 6, 1975, at 6:49 a.m. The period of darkness on Jerusalem's lot during that particular rotation of the earth, 13 days after the vernal equinox, lasted 11 hours and 47 minutes. The moon was new. The day's verse from the Old Farmer was, "See less sun, harvest's nigh done." From the Portland Weather Station. High temperature for the period of darkness was 62 degrees, reported at 7:05 p.m. Low temperature was 47 degrees, reported at 4:06 a.m. Scattered clouds, precipitation 0. Winds from the northwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. From the Cumberland County Police blotter. Nothing. TWO. No one pronounced Jerusalem's lot dead on the morning of October 6. No one knew it was. Like the bodies of previous days, it retained every semblance of life. Ruthie Crockett, who had lain pale and ill in bed all weekend, was gone on Monday morning. The disappearance went unreported. Her mother was down cellar, lying behind her shelves of preserves with a canvas tarpaulin pulled over her body, and Larry Crockett, who woke up very late indeed, simply assumed that his daughter had gotten herself off to school. He decided not to go into the office that day. He felt weak and washed out and light-headed. Flu, or something. The light hurt his eyes. He got up and pulled down the shades, yelping once when the sunlight fell directly on his arm. He would have to replace that window some day when he felt better. Defective window glass was no joke. You could come home on a sunshiny day, find your house burning away 6 licks to the minute, and those insurance pricks in the home office called it spontaneous combustion and wouldn't pay up. When he felt better was time enough. He thought about a cup of coffee and felt sick to his stomach. He wondered vaguely where his wife was, and then the subject slipped out of his mind. He went back to bed, fingering a funny little shaving nick just under his chin, pulled the sheet over his wan cheek, and went back to sleep. His daughter, meanwhile, slept in enamel darkness within an abandoned freezer close to Dud Rogers. In the night world of her new existence, she found his advances among the heaped mounds of garbage very acceptable. Loretta Starcher, the town librarian, had also disappeared, although there was no one in her disconnected spinster's life to remark it. She now resided on the dark and musty third floor of the Jerusalem's Lot Public Library. The third floor was always kept locked. She had the only key, always worn on a chain around her neck, except when some special supplicant could convince her that he was strong enough, intelligent enough, and moral enough to receive a special dispensation. Now she rested there herself, a first edition of a different kind, as mint as when she had first entered the world. Her binding, so to speak, had never even been cracked. The disappearance of Virgil Rathbun also went unnoticed. Franklin Bodding woke up at 9 o'clock in their shack, noticed vaguely that Virgil's pallet was empty, thought nothing of it, and started to get out of bed and see if there was a beer. He fell back, all rubber legs and reeling head. Christ, he thought, drifting into sleep again. What was we into last night? Sterno? And beneath the shack, in the cool of 20 seasons' fallen leaves, and among a galaxy of rusted beer cans popped down through the gaping floorboards in the front room, Virgil lay waiting for night. In the dark clay of his brain there were perhaps visions of a liquid more fiery than the finest Scotch, more quenching than the finest wine. Eva Miller missed Weasel Craig at breakfast, but thought little of it. She was too busy directing the flow to and from the stove as her tenants rustled up their breakfasts and then stumbled forth to look another work week in the eye. Then she was too busy putting things to rights and washing the plates of that damned Grover Vell and that no good Mickey Sylvester, both of whom had been consistently ignoring that "Please wash up your dishes" sign taped over the sink for years. But as the silence crept back into the day, and the frantic bulge of breakfast work merged into the steady routine of things to be done, she missed him again. Monday was garbage collection day on Railroad Street, and Weasel always took the big green bags of rubbish out to the curb for Royal Snow to pick up in his dilapidated old International Harvester truck. Today the green bags were still out on the back steps. She went to his room and knocked gently. "Ed?" There was no response. On another day she would have assumed his drunkenness and simply have put the bags out herself, her lips slightly more compressed than usual. But this morning a faint thread of disquiet wormed into her, and she turned the doorknob and poked her head in. "Ed," she called softly. The room was empty. The window by the head of the bed was open, the curtains fluttering randomly in and out with the vagaries of the light breeze. The bed was wrinkled, and she made it without thinking, her hands doing their own work. Stepping over to the other side, her right loafer crunched in something. She looked down and saw Weasel's horn-backed mirror, shattered on the floor. She picked it up and turned it over in her hands, frowning. It had been his mother's, and he had once turned down an antique dealer's offer of $10 for it. And that had been after he started drinking. She got the dustpan from the hall closet and brushed up the glass with slow, thoughtful gestures. She knew Weasel had been sober when he went to bed the night before, and there was no place he could buy beer after 9 o'clock, unless he had hitched a ride out to Dell's or into Cumberland. She dumped the fragments of broken mirror into Weasel's wastebasket, seeing herself reflected over and over for a brief second. She looked into the wastebasket but saw no empty bottle there. Secret drinking was really not Ed Craig's style, anyway. Well, he'll turn up. But going downstairs, the disquiet remained. Without consciously admitting it to herself, she knew that her feelings for Weasel went a bit deeper than friendly concern. She started from her thoughts and regarded the stranger in her kitchen. The stranger was a little boy, neatly dressed in corduroy pants and a clean blue t-shirt. Looks like he fell off his bike. He looked familiar, but she couldn't quite pin him down. From one of the new families out on Jointner Avenue, most likely. Does Mr. Ben Mears live here? Eva began to ask why he wasn't in school, then didn't. His expression was very serious, even grave. There were blue hollows under his eyes. He's sleeping. May I wait? Homer McCaslin had gone directly from Green's mortuary to the Norton home on Brock Street. It was 11 o'clock by the time he got there. Mrs. Norton was in tears, and while Bill Norton seemed calm enough, he was chain-smoking and his face looked drawn. McCaslin agreed to put the girl's description on the wire. Yes, he would call as soon as he heard something. Yes, he would check the hospitals in the area. It was part of the routine, so was the morgue. He privately thought the girl might have gone off in a tiff. The mother admitted they had quarreled and that the girl had been talking of moving out. Nonetheless, he cruised some of the back roads, one ear comfortably cocked to the crackle of static coming from the radio slung under the dash. At a few minutes past midnight, coming up the Brooks Road toward town, the spotlight he had trained on the soft shoulder of the road glinted off metal a car parked in the woods. He stopped, backed up, got out. The car was parked partway up an old disused wood road. Chevy Vega, light brown, 2 years old. He pulled his heavy-chained notebook out of his back pocket, paged past the interview with Ben and Jimmy, and trained his light on the license number Mrs. Norton had given him. It matched. The girl's car, all right. That made things more serious. He laid his hand on the hood. Cool. It had been parked for a while. Sheriff? A light, carefree voice, like tinkling bells. Why had his hand dropped to the butt of his gun? He turned and saw the Norton girl, looking incredibly beautiful, walking toward him hand in hand with a stranger, a young man with black hair unfashionably combed straight back from his forehead. McCaslin shone the flashlight at his face and had the oddest impression that the light was shining right through it without illuminating it in the slightest. And although they were walking, they left no tracks in the soft dirt. He felt fear and warning kindle in his nerves, his hand tightened on his revolver, and then loosened. He clicked off his flashlight and waited passively. "Sheriff," she said, and now her voice was low, caressing. "How good of you to come," the stranger said. They fell on him. Now his patrol car was parked far out on the rutted and brambled dead end of the deep-cut road, with hardly a twinkle of chrome showing through the heavy strands of juniper, bracken, and lolicum-sea-me. McCaslin was curled up in the trunk. The radio called him at regular intervals unheeded. Later that same morning Susan paid a short visit to her mother but did little damage. Like a leech that had fed well on a slow swimmer, she was satisfied. Still, she had been invited in, and now she could come and go as she pleased. There would be a new hunger tonight, every night. Charles Griffin had wakened his wife at a little after 5 on that Monday morning, his face long and chiseled into sardonic lines by his anger. Outside, the cows were bawling unmilked with full udders. He summed up the work of the night in 6 words. "Those damned boys have run off." But they had not. Danny Glick had found and battened upon Jack Griffin, and Jack had gone to his brother Hal's room and had finally ended his worries of school and books and unyielding fathers forever. Now both of them lay in the center of a huge pile of loose hay in the upper mow, with chaff in their hair and sweet motes of pollen dancing in the dark and tideless channels of their noses. An occasional mouse scampered across their faces. Now the light had spilled across the land, and all evil things slept. It was to be a beautiful autumn day, crisp and clear, and filled with sunshine. By and large the town, not knowing it was dead, would go off to their jobs with no inkling of the night's work. According to the old farmer, sunset Monday night would come at 7 p.m. sharp. The days shortened, moving toward Halloween, and beyond that, winter. 3. When Ben came downstairs at 8:45, Eva Miller said from the sink, "There's someone waiting to see you on the porch." He nodded and went out the back door, still in his slippers, expecting to see either Susan or Sheriff McCaslin. But the visitor was a small, economical boy sitting on the top step of the porch and looking out over the town, which was coming slowly to its Monday morning vitality. "Hello?" Ben said, and the boy turned around quickly. They looked at each other for no great space of time, but for Ben the moment seemed to undergo a queer stretching, and a feeling of unreality swept him. The boy reminded him physically of the boy he himself had been, but it was more than that. He seemed to feel a weight settle onto his neck, as if in a curious way he sensed the more than chance coming together of their lives. It made him think of the day he had met Susan in the park, and how their light, get-acquainted conversation had seemed queerly heavy and fraught with intimations of the future. Perhaps the boy felt something similar, for his eyes widened slightly and his hand found the porch railing, as if for support. "You're Mr. Mears," the boy said, not questioning. "Yes." "You have the advantage, I'm afraid." "My name is Mark Petrie," the boy said. "I have some bad news for you." "And I bet he does, too," Ben thought dismally, and tried to tighten his mind against whatever it might be, but when it came, it was a total, shocking surprise. "Susan Norton is one of them," the boy said. "Barlow got her at the house. But I killed Straker. At least, I think I did." Ben tried to speak and couldn't. His throat was locked. The boy nodded, taking charge effortlessly. "Maybe we could go for a ride in your car and talk. I don't want anyone to see me around. I'm playing hooky and I'm already in Dutch with my folks." Ben said something he didn't know what. After the motorcycle accident that had killed Miranda, he had picked himself up off the pavement shaken but unhurt, except for a small scratch across the back of his left hand. Mustn't forget that Purple Hearts had been awarded for less, and the truck driver had walked over to him, casting 2 shadows in the glow of the street light and the headlamps of the truck. He was a big, balding man with a pen in the breast pocket of his white shirt, and stamped in gold letters on the barrel of the pen. He could read Frank's Mobile Star, and the rest was hidden by the pocket, but Ben had guessed shrewdly that the final letters were Tyon, Elementary, my dear Watson, Elementary. The truck driver had said something to Ben, he didn't remember what, and then he took Ben's arm gently, trying to lead him away. He saw one of Miranda's flat-heeled shoes lying near the large rear wheels of the moving van and had shaken the trucker off and started toward it, and the trucker had taken 2 steps after him and said, "I wouldn't do that, buddy." And Ben had looked up at him dumbly, unhurt except for the small scratch across the back of his left hand, wanting to tell the trucker that 5 minutes ago this hadn't happened, wanting to tell the trucker that in some parallel world he and Miranda had taken a left at the corner 1 block back and were riding into an entirely different future. A crowd was gathering, coming out of a liquor store on one corner and a small milk and sandwich bar on the other. And he had begun to feel then what he was feeling now, the complex and awful mental and physical interaction that is the beginning of acceptance, and the only counterpart to that feeling is rape. The stomach seems to drop. The lips become numb. A thin foam forms on the roof of the mouth. There is a ringing noise in the ears. The skin on the testicles seems to crawl and tighten. The mind goes through a turning away, a hiding of its face, as from a light too brilliant to bear. He had shaken off the well-meaning truck driver's hands a second time and had walked over to the shoe. He picked it up. He turned it over. He placed his hand inside it, and the insole was still warm from her foot. Carrying it, he had gone 2 steps further and had seen her sprawled legs under the truck's front wheels, clad in the yellow Wranglers she had pulled on with such careless and laughing ease back at the apartment. It was impossible to believe that the girl who had pulled on those slacks was dead, yet the acceptance was there, in his belly, his mouth, his balls. He had groaned aloud, and that was when the tabloid photographer had snapped his picture for Mabel's paper. 1 shoe off, 1 shoe on. People looking at her barefoot as if they had never seen one before. He had taken 2 steps away and leaned over and, "I'm going to be sick," he said. "That's all right." Ben stepped behind his Citroën and doubled over, holding on to the door handle. He closed his eyes, feeling darkness wash over him, and in the darkness Susan's face appeared, smiling at him and looking at him with those lovely deep eyes. He opened his eyes again. It occurred to him that the kid might be lying, or mixed up, or an out-and-out psycho. Yet the thought brought him no hope. The kid was not set up like that. He turned back and looked into the kid's face and read concern there, nothing else. "Come on," he said. The boy got in the car and they drove off. Eva Miller watched them go from the kitchen window, her brow creased. Something bad was happening. She felt it, was filled with it, the same way she had been filled with an obscure and cloudy dread on the day her husband died. She got up and dialed Loretta Starcher. The phone rang over and over without answer until she put it back in the cradle. Where could she be? Certainly not at the library. It was closed Mondays. She sat, looking pensively at the telephone. She felt that some great disaster was in the wind, perhaps something as terrible as the fire of 51. At last she picked up the phone again and called Mabel Woods, who was filled with the gossip of the hour and eager for more. The town hadn't known such a weekend in years. 4. Ben drove aimlessly and without direction as Mark told his story. He told it well, beginning with the night Danny Glick had come to his window and ending with his nocturnal visitor early this morning. "Are you sure it was Susan?" he asked. Mark Petrie nodded. Ben pulled an abrupt U-turn and accelerated back up Jointner Avenue. "Where are you going?" "To the..." "Not there." "Not yet." 5. "Wait. Stop." Ben pulled over and they got out together. They had been driving slowly down the Brooks Road, at the bottom of Marston's Hill, the wood road where Homer McCaslin had spotted Susan's Vega. They had both caught the glint of sun on metal. They walked up the disused road together, not speaking. There were deep and dusty wheel ruts, and the grass grew high between them. A bird twittered somewhere. They found the car shortly. Ben hesitated, then halted. He felt sick to his stomach again. The sweat on his arms was cold. "Go look," he said. Mark went down to the car and leaned in the driver's side window. "Keys are in it," he called back. Ben began to walk toward the car and his foot kicked something. He looked down and saw a .38 revolver lying in the dust. He picked it up and turned it over in his hands. It looked very much like a police-issue revolver. "Whose gun?" Mark asked, walking toward him. He had Susan's keys in his hand. "I don't know." He checked the safety to be sure it was on, and then put the gun in his pocket. Mark offered him the keys and Ben took them and walked toward the Vega, feeling like a man in a dream. His hands were shaking and he had to poke twice before he could get the right key into the trunk slot. He twisted it and pulled the back deck up without allowing himself to think. They looked in together. The trunk held a spare tire, a jack, and nothing else. Ben felt his breath come out in a rush. "Now?" Mark asked. Ben didn't answer for a moment. When he felt that his voice would be under control, he said, "We're going to see a friend of mine named Matt Burke, who is in the hospital. He's been researching vampires." The urgency in the boy's gaze remained. "Do you believe me?" "Yes," Ben said, and hearing the word on the air seemed to confirm it and give it weight. It was beyond recall. "Yes, I believe you. Mr. Burke is from the high school, isn't he? Does he know about this?" "Yes." "So does his doctor." "Dr. Cody?" "Yes." They were both looking at the car as they spoke, as if it were a relic of some dark, lost race which they had discovered in these sunny woods to the west of town. The trunk gaped open like a mouth, and as Ben slammed it shut, the dull thud of its latching echoed in his heart. "And after we talk," he said, "we're going up to the Marston house and get the son of a bitch who did this." Mark looked at him without moving. "It may not be as easy as you think. She will be there, too. She's his now. He's going to wish he never saw Salem's Lot," he said softly. "Come on." 6. They arrived at the hospital at 9:30, and Jimmy Cody was in Matt's room. He looked at Ben, unsmiling, and then his eyes flicked to Mark Petrie with curiosity. "I've got some bad news for you, Ben. Sue Norton has disappeared." "She's a vampire," Ben said flatly, and Matt grunted from his bed. "Are you sure of that?" Jimmy asked sharply. Ben cocked his thumb at Mark Petrie and introduced him. Mark here had a little visit from Danny Glick on Saturday night. He can tell you the rest. Mark told it from beginning to end, just as he had told Ben earlier. Matt spoke first when he had finished. "Ben, there are no words to say how sorry I am." "I can give you something if you need it," Jimmy said. "I know what medicine I need, Jimmy. I want to move against this Barlow today. Now. Before dark." "All right," Jimmy said. I've cancelled all my calls. And I phoned the county sheriff's office. McCaslin is gone, too. Maybe that explains this, Ben said, and took the pistol out of his pocket and dropped it onto Matt's bedside table. It looked strange and out of place in the hospital room. Where did you get this? Jimmy asked, picking it up. Out by Susan's car. Then I can guess. McCaslin went to the Norton house sometime after he left us. He got the story on Susan, including the make, model, and license number of her car. Went out cruising some of the back roads, just on the off chance. And broken silence in the room. None of them needed it filled. Foreman's is still closed, Jimmy said. And a lot of the old men who hang around Crossons have been complaining about the dump. No one has seen Dud Rogers for a week. They looked at each other bleakly. I spoke with Father Callahan last night, Matt said. He has agreed to go along, providing you 2+ Mark, of course will stop at this new shop and talk to Straker first. I don't think he'll be talking to anyone today, Mark said quietly. What did you find out about them? Jimmy asked Matt. Anything useful? Well, I think I've put some of the pieces together. Straker must be this thing's human watchdog and bodyguard, a kind of human familiar. He must have been in town long before Barlow appeared. There were certain rites to be performed, in propitiation of the Dark Father. Even Barlow has his master, you see. He looked at them somberly. I rather suspect no one will ever find a trace of Ralphie Glick. I think he was Barlow's ticket of admission. Straker took him and sacrificed him. Bastard, Jimmy said distantly. And Danny Glick? Ben asked. Straker bled him first, Matt said. His master's gift. First blood for the faithful servant. Later, Barlow would have taken over that job himself. But Straker performed another service for his master before Barlow ever arrived. Do any of you know what? For a moment there was silence, and then Mark said quite distinctly, the dog that man found on the cemetery gate. What? Jimmy said. Why? Why would he do that? The white eyes, Mark said, and then looked questioningly at Matt, who was nodding with some surprise. All last night I nodded over these books, not knowing we had a scholar in our midst. The boy blushed a little. What Mark says is exactly right. According to several of the standard references on folklore and the supernatural, one way to frighten a vampire away is to paint white angel eyes over the real eyes of a black dog. Win's dock was all black except for 2 white patches. Win used to call them his headlights. They were directly over his eyes. He let the dog run at night. Straker must have spotted it, killed it, and then hung it on the cemetery gate. And how about this Barlow? Jimmy asked. How did he get to town? Matt shrugged. I have no way of telling. I think that we must assume, in line with the legends, that he is old, very old. He may have changed his name a dozen times, or 1,000. He may have been a native of almost every country in the world at one time or another, although I suspect his origins may have been Romanian or Magyar or Hungarian. It doesn't really matter how he got to town anyway, although I wouldn't be surprised to find out Larry Crockett had a hand in it. He's here. That's the important thing. Now, here is what you must do: take a steak when you go. And a gun, in case Straker is still alive. Sheriff McCaslin's revolver will serve the purpose. The stake must pierce the heart or the vampire may rise again. Jimmy, you can check that. When you have staked him, you must cut off his head, stuff the mouth with garlic, and turn it face down in the coffin. In most vampire fiction, Hollywood and otherwise, the staked vampire mortifies almost instantly into dust. This may not happen in real life. If it doesn't, you must weight the coffin and throw it into running water. I would suggest the Royal River. Do you have questions? There were none. Good. You must each carry a vial of holy water and a bit of the host. And you must each have Father Callahan hear your confession before you go. I don't think any of us are Catholic, Ben said. I am, Jimmy said. Non-practicing. Nonetheless, you will make a confession and an act of contrition. Then you go pure, washed in Christ's blood, clean blood, not tainted. All right, Ben said. Ben, had you slept with Susan? Forgive me, but... Yes, he said. Then you must pound the stake first into Barlow, then into her. You are the only person in this little party who has been hurt personally. You will act as her husband. And you mustn't falter. You'll be releasing her. All right, he said again. Above all, his glance swept all of them. You must not look in his eyes. If you do, he'll catch you and turn you against the others, even at the expense of your own life. Remember Floyd Tibbets. That makes it dangerous to carry a gun, even if it's necessary. Jimmy, you take it, and hang back a little. If you have to examine either Barlow or Susan, give it to Mark. Understood, Jimmy said. Remember to buy garlic. And roses, if you can. Is that little flower shop in Cumberland still open, Jimmy? The Northern Belle? I think so. A white rose for each of you. Tie them in your hair or around your neck. And I'll repeat myself. Dante, look in his eyes. I could keep you here and tell you 100 other things, but you better go along. It's 10 o'clock already, and Father Callahan may be having second thoughts. My best wishes and my prayers go with you. Praying is quite a trick for an old agnostic like me, too. But I don't think I'm as agnostic as I once was. Was it Carlyle who said that if a man dethrones God in his heart, then Satan must ascend to his position? No one answered, and Matt sighed. Jimmy, I want a closer look at your neck. Jimmy stepped to the bedside and lifted his chin. The wounds were obviously punctures, but they had both scabbed over and seemed to be healing nicely. Any pain? Itching? Matt asked. No. You were very lucky, he said, looking at Jimmy soberly. I'm starting to think I was luckier than I'll ever know. Matt leaned back in his bed. His face looked drawn, the eyes deeply socket. I will take the pill Ben refused, if you please. I'll tell one of the nurses. I'll sleep while you go about your work, Matt said. Later there is another matter. Well, enough of that. His eyes shifted to Mark. You did a remarkable thing yesterday, boy. Foolish and reckless, but remarkable. She paid for it, Mark said quietly, and clasped his hands together in front of him. They were trembling. Yes, and you may have to pay again. Any of you, or all of you. Don't underestimate him. And now, if you don't mind, I'm very tired. I was reading most of the night. Call me the very minute the work is done. They left. In the hall, Ben looked at Jimmy and said, "Did he remind you of anyone?" "Yes," Jimmy said. Van Helsing. 7. At 10:15, Eva Miller went down cellar to get 2 jars of corn to take to Mrs. Norton, who, according to Mabel Woods, was in bed. Eva had spent most of September in a steamy kitchen, toiling over her canning operations, blanching vegetables, and putting them up, putting paraffin plugs in the tops of ball jars to cover homemade jelly. There were well over 200 glass jars neatly shelved in her spick-and-span dirt-floored basement. Canning was one of her great joys. Later in the year, as fall drifted into winter and the holidays neared, she would add mincemeat. The smell struck her as soon as she opened the cellar door. "Gosh, fishes," she muttered under her breath, and went down gingerly, as if wading into a polluted pool. Her husband had built the cellar himself, rock-walling it for coolness. Every now and then a muskrat or woodchuck or mink would crawl into one of the wide chinks and die there. That was what must have happened, although she could never recall a stink this strong. She reached the lower floor and went along the walls, squinting in the faint overhead glow of the 2 60-watt bulbs. Those should be replaced with 75s, she thought. She got her preserves, neatly labeled corn in her own careful blue script, a slice of red pepper on the top of every one, and continued her inspection, even squeezing into the space behind the huge, multi-duct furnace. Nothing. She arrived back at the steps leading up to her kitchen and stared around, frowning, hands on hips. The large cellar was much neater since she had hired 2 of Larry Crockett's boys to build a tool shed behind her house 2 years ago. There was the furnace, looking like an impressionist sculpture of the goddess Kali with its score of pipes twisting off in all directions, the storm windows that she would have to get on soon now that October had come and heating was so dear, the tarpaulin-covered pool table that had been Ralph's. She had the felt carefully vacuumed each May, although no one had played on it since Ralph had died in 1959. Nothing much else down here now. A box of paperbacks she had collected for the Cumberland Hospital, a snow shovel with a broken handle, a pegboard with some of Ralph's old tools hanging from it, a trunk containing drapes that were probably all mildewed by now. Still, the stink persisted. Her eyes fixed on the small half-door that led down to the root cellar, but she wasn't going down there, not today. Besides, the walls of the root cellar were solid concrete. Unlikely that an animal could have gotten in there. Still. "Ed," she called suddenly, for no reason at all. The flat sound of her voice scared her. The word died in the dimly lit cellar. Now, why had she done that? What in God's name would Ed Craig be doing down here, even if there was a place to hide? Drinking? Offhand, she couldn't think of a more depressing place in town to drink than here in her cellar. More likely he was off in the woods with that good-for-nothing friend of his, Verge Rathbun, guzzling someone's dividend. Yet she lingered a moment longer, sweeping her gaze around. The rotten stink was awful, just awful. She hoped she wouldn't have to have the place fumigated. With a last glance at the root cellar door, she went back upstairs. 8. Father Callahan heard them out, all 3, and by the time he was brought up to date, it was a little after 11:30. They were sitting in the cool and spacious sitting room of the rectory, and the sun flooded in the large front windows in bars that looked thick enough to slice. Watching the dust motes that danced dreamily in the sun shafts, Callahan was reminded of an old cartoon he had seen somewhere. Cleaning woman with a broom is staring in surprise down at the floor. She has swept away part of her shadow. He felt a little like that now. For the second time in 24 hours, he had been confronted with a stark impossibility, only now the impossibility had corroboration from a writer, a seemingly level-headed little boy, and a doctor whom the town respected. Still, an impossibility was an impossibility. You couldn't sweep away your own shadow. Except that it seemed to have happened. This would be much easier to accept if you could have arranged for a thunderstorm and a power failure, he said. It's quite true, Jimmy said. I assure you. His hand went to his neck. Father Callahan got up and pulled something out of Jimmy's black bag, 2 truncated baseball bats with sharpened points. He turned one of them over in his hands and said, "Just a moment, Mrs. Smith. This won't hurt a bit." No one laughed. Callahan put the stakes back, went to the window, and looked out at Joyner Avenue. "You are all very persuasive," he said. "And I suppose I must add one little piece which you now do not have in your possession." He turned back to them. "There is a sign in the window of the Barlow and Straker furniture shop," he said. "It says, 'Closed until further notice.' I went down this morning myself promptly at 9 o'clock to discuss Mr. Burke's allegations with your mysterious Mr. Straker. The shop is locked, front and back." "You have to admit that jibes with what Mark says," Ben remarked. "Perhaps. And perhaps it's only chance. Let me ask you again, are you sure you must have the Catholic Church in this?" "Yes," Ben said. "But we'll proceed without you if we have to. If it comes to that, I'll go alone." "No need of that," Father Callahan said, rising. "Follow me across to the church, gentlemen, and I will hear your confessions." 9. Ben knelt awkwardly in the darkened mustiness of the confessional, his mind whirling, his thoughts inchoate. Flicking through them was a succession of surreal images: Susan in the park, Mrs. Glick backing away from the makeshift tongue depressor cross, her mouth an open, writhing wound, Floyd Tibbets coming out of his car in a lurch, dressed like a scarecrow, charging him, Mark Petrie leaning in the window of Susan's car. For the first and only time, the possibility that all of this might be a dream occurred to him, and his tired mind clutched at it eagerly. His eye fell on something in the corner of the confessional, and he picked it up curiously. It was an empty junior mints box, fallen from the pocket of some little boy, perhaps. A touch of reality that was undeniable. The cardboard was real and tangible under his fingers. This nightmare was real. The little sliding door opened. He looked at it but could see nothing beyond. There was a heavy screen in the opening. "What should I do?" he asked the screen. "Say, 'Bless me, Father, for I have sinned.'" "Bless me, Father, for I have sinned," Ben said, his voice sounding strange and heavy in the enclosed space. "Now tell me your sins." "All of them?" Ben asked, appalled. "Try to be representative," Callahan said, his voice dry. "I know we have something to do before dark." Thinking hard and trying to keep the 10 Commandments before him as a kind of sorting screen, Ben began. It didn't become easier as he went along. There was no sense of catharsis, only the dull embarrassment that went with telling a stranger the mean secrets of his life. Yet he could see how this ritual could become compulsive, as bitterly compelling as strained rubbing alcohol for the chronic drinker or the pictures behind the loose board in the bathroom for an adolescent boy. There was something medieval about it, something accursed, a ritual act of regurgitation. He found himself remembering a scene from the Bugman picture The Seventh Seal, where a crowd of ragged penitents proceeds through a town stricken with the Black Plague. The penitents were scourging themselves with birch branches, making themselves bleed. The hatefulness of bearing himself this way, and perversely, he would not allow himself to lie, although he could have done so quite convincingly, made the day's purpose real in the final sense, and he could almost see the word vampire printed on the black screen of his mind, not in scare movie poster print, but in small, economical letters that were made to be a woodcut or scratched on a scroll. He felt helpless in the grip of this alien ritual, out of joint with his time. The confessional might have been a direct pipeline to the days when werewolves and incubi and witches were an accepted part of the outer darkness and the church the only beacon of light. For the first time in his life he felt the slow, terrible beat and swell of the ages and saw his life as a dim and glimmering spark in an edifice which, if seen clearly, might drive all men mad. Matt had not told them of Father Callahan's conception of his church as a force, but Ben would have understood that now. He could feel the force in this fetid little box, beating in on him, leaving him naked and contemptible. He felt it as no Catholic, raised to confession since earliest childhood, could have. When he stepped out, the fresh air from the open doors struck him thankfully. He wiped at his neck with the palm of his hand and it came away sweaty. Callahan stepped out. "You're not done yet," he said. Wordlessly, Ben stepped back inside, but did not kneel. Callahan gave him an act of contrition, 10 Our Fathers and 10 Hail Marys. "I don't know that one," Ben said. "I'll give you a card with the prayer written on it," the voice on the other side of the screen said. "You can say them to yourself while we ride over to Cumberland." Ben hesitated a moment. Matt was right, you know. When he said it was going to be harder than we thought. "We're going to sweat blood before this is over." "Yes?" Callahan said, polite or just dubious. Ben couldn't tell. He looked down and saw he was still holding the junior mints box. He had crushed it to a shapeless pulp with the convulsive squeezing of his right hand. 10. It was nearing 1 o'clock when they all got in Jimmy Cody's large bick and set off. None of them spoke. Father Donald Callahan was wearing his full gown, a surplice, and a white stole bordered with purple. He had given them each a small tube of water from the holy font, and had blessed them each with the sign of the cross. He held a small silver PYX on his lap which contained several pieces of the host. They stopped at Jimmy's Cumberland office first, and Jimmy left the motor idling while he went inside. When he came out, he was wearing a baggy sport coat that concealed the bulge of McCaslin's revolver and carrying an ordinary craftsman hammer in his right hand. Ben looked at it with some fascination and saw from the tail of his eye that Mark and Callahan were also staring. The hammer had a blue steel head and a perforated rubber hand grip. "Ugly, isn't it?" Jimmy remarked. Ben thought of using that hammer on Susan, using it to ram a stake between her breasts, and felt his stomach flip over slowly, like an airplane doing a slow roll. "Yes," he said, and moistened his lips. "It's ugly, all right." They drove to the Cumberland Stop and Shop. Ben and Jimmy went into the supermarket and picked up all the garlic that was displayed along the vegetable counter, 12 boxes of the whitish-gray bulbs. The checkout girl raised her eyebrows and said, glad I ain't going on a long ride with you boys tonight." Going out, Ben said idly, "I wonder what the basis of garlic's effectiveness against them is? Something in the Bible, or an ancient curse, or—" "I suspect it's an allergy," Jimmy said. "Allergy?" Callahan caught the last of it and asked for a repetition as they drove toward the Northern Belle flower shop. "Oh yes, I agree with Dr. Cody," he said. "Probably is an allergy, if it works as a deterrent at all. Remember, that's not proved yet." "That's a funny idea for a priest," Mark said. "Why?" "If I must accept the existence of vampires, and it seems I must, at least for the time being, must I also accept them as creatures beyond the bounds of all natural laws?" "Some, certainly. Folklore says they can't be seen in mirrors, that they can transform themselves into bats or wolves or birds, the so-called psychopompos, that they can narrow their bodies and slip through the tiniest cracks. Yet we know they see, and hear, and speak, and they most certainly taste. Perhaps they also know discomfort, pain, and love?" Ben asked, looking straight ahead. "No," Jimmy answered. "I suspect that love is beyond them." He pulled into a small parking lot beside an L-shaped flower shop with an attached greenhouse. A small bell tinkled over the door when they went in, and the heavy aroma of flowers struck them. Ben felt sickened by the cloying heaviness of their mixed perfumes, and was reminded of funeral parlors. "Hi there." A tall man in a canvas apron came toward them, holding an earthen flower pot in one hand. Ben had only started to explain what they wanted when the man in the apron shook his head and interrupted. "You're late, I'm afraid. A man came in last Friday and bought every rose I had in stock, red, white, and yellow. I'll have no more until Wednesday at least. If you'd care to order?" What did this man look like? "Very striking," the proprietor said, putting his pot down. "Tall, totally bald. Piercing eyes. Smoked foreign cigarettes, by the smell. He had to take the flowers out in 3 armloads. He put them in the back of a very old car, a Dodge, I think." "Packard," Ben said. "A black Packard. You know him, then?" "In a manner of speaking." "He paid cash." "Very unusual, considering the size of the order. But perhaps if you get in touch with him, he would sell you." "Perhaps," Ben said. In the car again, they talked it over. "There's a shop in Falmouth," Father Callahan began doubtfully. "No." Ben said. "No." And the raw edge of hysteria in his voice made them all look around. "And when we got to Falmouth and found that Straker had been there, too." "What then?" "Portland? Kittery? Boston? Don't you realize what's happening? He's foreseen us. He's leading us by the nose." "Ben, be reasonable," Jimmy said. "Don't you think we ought to at least? Don't you remember what Matt said? You mustn't go into this feeling that because he can't rise in the daytime he can't harm you. Look at your watch, Jimmy." Jimmy did. 2:15, he said slowly, and looked up at the sky as if doubting the truth on the dial. But it was true, now the shadows were going the other way. "He's anticipated us," Ben said. "He's been for jumps ahead every mile of the way. Could we actually think that he would be blissfully unaware of us? That he never took the possibility of discovery and opposition into account? We have to go now, before we waste the rest of the day arguing about how many angels can dance on the head of a pin. "He's right," Callahan said quietly. "I think we had better stop talking and get going." "Then drive," Mark said urgently. Jimmy pulled out of the flower shop parking lot fast, screeching the tires on the pavement. The proprietor stared after them, 3 men, one of them a priest, and a little boy who sat in a car with MD plates and shouted at each other of total lunacies. 11. Cody came at the Mars 10 house from the Brooks Road, on the village's blind side, and Donald Callahan, looking at it from this new angle, thought, "Why, it actually looms over the town. Strange I never saw it before. It must have perfect elevation there, perched on its hill high above the crossroads of Joyner Avenue and Brock Street. Perfect elevation and a very nearly 360 degrees view of the township itself. It was a huge and rambling place, and with the shutters closed it took on an uncomfortable, over-large configuration in the mind. It became a sarcophagus-like monolith, an evocation of doom. And it was the site of both suicide and murder, which meant it stood on unhallowed ground. He opened his mouth to say so, and then thought better of it. Cody turned off onto the Brooks Road, and for a moment the house was blotted out by trees. Then they thinned, and Cody was turning into the driveway. The Packard was parked just outside the garage, and when Jimmy turned off the car, he drew McCaslin's revolver. Callahan felt the atmosphere of the place seize him at once. He took a crucifix his mother's from his pocket and slipped it around his neck with his own. No bird sang in these full-denuded trees. The long and ragged grass seemed even drier and more dehydrated than the end of the season warranted. The ground itself seemed gray and used up. The steps leading up to the porch were warped crazily, and there was a brighter square of paint on one of the porch posts where a no trespassing sign had recently been taken down. A new Yale lock glittered brassily below the old rusted bolt on the front door. A window, maybe, like Mark. Jimmy began hesitantly. "No," Ben said. "Right through the front door. We'll break it down if we have to." "I don't think that will be necessary," Callahan said, and his voice did not seem to be his own. When they got out, he led them without stopping to think about it. An eagerness, their old eagerness he was sure had gone forever, seemed to seize him as he approached the door. The house seemed to lean around them, to almost ooze its evil from the cracked pores of its paint. Yet he did not hesitate. Any thought of temporizing was gone. In the last moments, he did not lead them so much as he was impelled. "In the name of God the Father," he cried, and his voice took on a hoarse, commanding note that made them all draw closer to him. "I command the evil to be gone from this house. Spirits, depart." And without being aware he was going to do it, he smote the door with the crucifix in his hand. There was a flash of light afterward. They all agreed there had been a pungent whiff of ozone, and a crackling sound, as if the boards themselves had screamed. The curved fanlight above the door suddenly exploded outward, and the large bay window to the left that overlooked the lawn coughed its glass onto the grass at the same instant. Jimmy cried out. The new Yale lock lay on the boards at their feet, welded into an almost unrecognizable mass. Mark bent to poke it and then yelped. "Hot," he said. Callahan withdrew from the door, trembling. He looked down at the cross in his hand. "This is, without a doubt, the most amazing thing that's ever happened to me in my life," he said. He glanced up at the sky, as if to see the very face of God, but the sky was indifferent. Ben pushed at the door, and it swung open easily. But he waited for Callahan to go in first. In the hall, Callahan looked at Mark. "The cellar," he said. "You get to it through the kitchen. Straker's upstairs." But he paused, frowning. "Something's different. I don't know what. Something's not the same as it was." They went upstairs first, and even though Ben was not in the lead, he felt a prickle of very old terror as they approached the door at the end of the hall. Here, almost a month to the day after he had come back to the Salem's lot, he was to get his second look into that room. When Callahan pushed the door open, he glanced upward, and felt the scream well up in his throat and out of his mouth before he could stop it. It was high, womanish, hysterical. But it was not Hubert Marsden hanging from the overhead beam, or his spirit. It was Straker, and he had been hung upside down like a pig in a slaughtering pen, his throat ripped wide open. His glazed eyes stared at them, through them, past them. He had been bled white. 12. "Dear God," Father Callahan said. "Dear God." They advanced slowly into the room, Callahan and Cody a bit in the lead, Ben and Mark behind, pressed together. Straker's feet had been bound together, then he had been hauled up and tied there. It occurred to Ben in a distant part of his brain that it must have taken a man with enormous strength to haul Straker's dead weight up to a point where his dangling hands did not quite touch the floor. Jimmy touched the forehead with his inner wrist, then held one of the dead hands in his own. "He's been dead for maybe 18 hours, he said. He dropped the hand with a shudder. "My God, what an awful way to... I can't figure this out." "Why, who?" "Barlow did it," Mark said. He looked at Straker's corpse with unflinching eyes. "And Straker screwed up," Jimmy said. "No eternal life for him." "But why like this? Hung upside down?" "It's as old as Macedonia," Father Callahan said. "Hanging the body of your enemy or betrayer upside down so his head faces earth instead of heaven. St. Paul was crucified that way, on an X-shaped cross with his legs broken." Ben spoke, and his voice sounded old and dusty in his throat. "He's still diverting us. He has 100 tricks. Let's go." They followed him back down the hall, back down the stairs, into the kitchen. Once there, he deferred to Father Callahan again. For a moment they just looked at each other, and then at the cellar door that led downward, just as 25-odd years ago he had taken a set of stairs upward, to face an overwhelming question. 13. When the priest opened the door, Mark felt the rank, rotten odor assail his nostrils again, but that was also different. Not so strong. Less malevolent. The priest started down the stairs. Still, it took all his willpower to continue down after Father Callahan into that pit of the dead. Jimmy had produced a flashlight from his bag and clicked it on. The beam illuminated the floor, crossed to one wall, and swung back. It paused for a moment on a long crate, and then the beam fell on a table. "There," he said. "Look." It was an envelope, clean and shining in all this dingy darkness, a rich yellow vellum. "It's a trick," Father Callahan said. "Better not touch it." "No," Mark spoke up. He felt both relief and disappointment. "He's not here. He's gone. That's for us. Full of mean things, probably. Ben stepped forward and picked the envelope up. He turned it over in his hands twice. Mark could see in the glow of Jimmy's flashlight that his fingers were trembling, and then he tore it open. There was one sheet inside, rich vellum like the envelope, and they crowded around. Jimmy focused his flashlight on the page, which was closely written in an elegant, spider-thin hand. They read it together, Mark a little more slowly than the others. October 4th. My dear young friends, how lovely of you to have stopped by. I am never averse to company. It has been one of my great joys in a long and often lonely life. Had you come in the evening, I should have welcomed you in person with the greatest of pleasure. However, since I suspected you might choose to arrive during daylight hours, I thought it best to be out. I have left you a small token of my appreciation. Someone very near and dear to one of you is now in the place where I occupied my days until I decided that other quarters might be more congenial. She is very lovely, Mr. Mears very toothsome, if I may be permitted a small bon mot. I have no further need of her, and so I have left her for you to, how is your idiom, to warm up for the main event. To whet your appetites, if you like. Let us see how well you like the appetizer to the main course you contemplate, shall we? Master Petrie, you have robbed me of the most faithful and resourceful servant I have ever known. You have caused me, in an indirect fashion, to take part in his ruination, have caused my own appetites to betray me. You sneaked up behind him, doubtless. I am going to enjoy dealing with you. Your parents first, I think. Tonight, or tomorrow night, or the next. And then you. But you shall enter my church as choirboy castratum. And Father Callahan, have they persuaded you to come? I thought so. I have observed you at some length since I arrived in Jerusalem's lot, much as a good chess player will study the games of his opposition. Am I correct? The Catholic Church is not the oldest of my opponents, though. I was old when it was young, when its members hid in the catacombs of Rome and painted fishes on their chests so they could tell one from another. I was strong when this simpering club of bread-eaters and wine-drinkers who venerate the sheep saviour was weak. My rights were old when the rights of your church were unconceived. Yet I do not underestimate. I am wise in the ways of goodness as well as those of evil. I am not jaded. And I will best you. How? You say. Does not Callahan bear the symbol of white? Does not Callahan move in the day as well as the night? Are there not charms and potions, both Christian and pagan, which my so good friend Matthew Burke has informed me and my compatriots of? Yes, yes, and yes. But I have lived longer than you. I am crafty. I am not the serpent, but the father of serpents. Still, you say, this is not enough. And it is not. In the end, Father Callahan, you will undo yourself. Your faith in the white is weak and soft. Your talk of love is presumption. Only when you speak of the bottle are you informed. My good friends Mr. Mears, Mr. Cody, Master Petrie, Father Callahan, enjoy your stay. The Medoc is excellent, procured for me especially by the late owner of this house, whose personal company I was never able to enjoy. Please be my guests if you still have a taste for wine after you have finished the work at hand. We will meet again, in person, and I shall convey my felicitations to each of you at that time in a more personal way. Until then, adieu. Barlow. Trembling, Ben let the letter fall to the table. He looked at the others. Mark stood with his hands clenched into fists, his mouth frozen in the twist of someone who has bitten something rotten. Jimmy, his oddly boyish face drawn and pale. Father Donald Callahan, his eyes alight, his mouth drawn down in a trembling bow. And one by one, they looked up at him. "Come on," he said. They went around the corner together. 14. Parkins Gillespie was standing on the front step of the brick municipal building, looking through his high-powered Zeiss binoculars when Noli Gardner drove up in the town's police car and got out, hitching up his belt and picking out his seat at the same time. "What's up, Park?" he asked, walking up the steps. Parkins gave him the glasses wordlessly and flicked one calloused thumb at the Mars 10 house. Noli looked. He saw that old Packard, and parked in front of it, a new tan Bic. The gain on the binoculars wasn't quite high enough to pick off the plate number. He lowered his glasses. "That's Doc Cody's car, ain't it?" "Yes, I believe it is." Parkins inserted a Pall Mall between his lips and scratched a kitchen match on the brick wall behind him. "I never seen a car up there except that Packard." "Yes, that's so," Parkins said meditatively. "Think we ought to go up there and have a look?" Noli spoke with a marked lack of his usual enthusiasm. He had been a lawman for 5 years and was still entranced with his own position. "No," Parkins said, "I believe we'll just leave her alone." He took his watch out of his vest and clicked up the scrolled silver cover like a trainman checking an express. "Just 3:41. He checked his watch against the clock on the town hall and then tucked it back into place. How'd all that come out with Floyd Tibbetts and the little McDougal baby? Noli asked. "Dunno." "Oh," Noli said, momentarily nonplussed. Parkins was always taciturn, but this was a new high for him. He looked through the glasses again, no change. "Town seems quiet today," Noli volunteered. "Yes," Parkins said. He looked across Joyner Avenue and the park with his faded blue eyes. Both the avenue and the park were deserted. They had been deserted most of the day. There was a remarkable lack of mothers strolling babies or idlers around the war memorial. "Funny things been happening," Noli ventured. "Yes," Parkins said, considering. As a last gasp, Noli fell back on the one bit of conversational bait that Parkins had never failed to rise to, the weather. "Clouding up," he said. "Be rain by tonight." Parkins studied the sky. There were mackerel scales directly overhead and a building bar of clouds to the southwest. "Yes," he said, and threw the stub of his cigarette away. "Park, you feeling all right?" Parkins Gillespie considered it. "Nope," he said. "Well, what in hell's the matter?" "I believe," Gillespie said, "that I'm scared shitless." "What?" Noli floundered. "Of what?" "Dunno," Parkins said, and took his binoculars back. He began to scan the Mars 10 house again while Noli stood speechless beside him. 15. Beyond the table where the letter had been propped, the cellar made an L-turn, and they were now in what once had been a wine cellar. Hubert Mars 10 must have been a bootlegger indeed, Ben thought. There were small and medium casks covered with dust and cobwebs. One wall was covered with a crisscrossed wine rack, and ancient magnums still peered forth from some of the diamond-shaped pigeonholes. Some of them had exploded, and where sparkling burgundy had once waited for some discerning palate, the spider now made his home. Others had undoubtedly turned to vinegar. That sharp odor drifted in the air, mingled with that of slow corruption. "No," Ben said, speaking quietly, as a man speaks a fact. "I can't." "You must," Father Callahan said. "I'm not telling you it will be easy, or for the best. Only that you must." "I can't," Ben cried, and this time the words echoed in the cellar. In the center, on a raised dais and spotlighted by Jimmy's flashlight, Susan Norton lay still. She was covered from shoulders to feet in a drift of simple white linen, and when they reached her, none of them had been able to speak. Wonder had swallowed words. In life she had been a cheerfully pretty girl who had missed the turn to beauty somewhere, perhaps by inches, not through any lack in her features but just possibly because her life had been so calm and unremarkable. But now she had achieved beauty. Dark beauty. Death had not put its mark on her. Her face was blushed with color, and her lips, innocent of makeup, were a deep and glowing red. Her forehead was pale, but flawless, the skin like cream. Her eyes were closed, and the dark lashes lay sootily against her cheeks. One hand was curled at her side, and the other was thrown lightly across her waist. Yet the total impression was not of angelic loveliness, but a cold, disconnected beauty. Something in her face not stated but hinted at made Jimmy think of the young Saigon girls, some not yet 13, who would kneel before soldiers in the alleys behind the bars, not for the first time or the 100th. Yet with those girls, the corruption hadn't been evil but only a knowledge of the world that had come too soon. The change in Susan's face was quite different, but he could not have said just how. Now Callahan stepped forward and pressed his fingers against the springiness of her left breast. "Here," he said. "The heart." "No," Ben repeated. "I can't." "Be her lover," Father Callahan said softly. "Better, be her husband. You won't hurt her, Ben. You'll free her. The only one hurt will be you." Ben looked at him dumbly. Mark had taken the steak from Jimmy's black bag and held it out wordlessly. Ben took it in a hand that seemed to stretch out for miles. "If I don't think about it when I do it, then maybe. But it would be impossible not to think about it." And suddenly a line came to him from Dracula, that amusing bit of fiction that no longer amused him in the slightest. It was Van Helsing's speech to Arthur Holmwood when Arthur had been faced with this same dreadful task: "We must go through bitter waters before we reach the sweet." Could there be sweetness for any of them, ever again? "Take it away," he groaned. "Don't make me do this." No answer. He felt a cold, sick sweat spring out on his brow, his cheeks, his forearms. The steak that had been a simple baseball bat for hours before seemed infused with eerie heaviness, as if invisible yet titanic lines of force had converged on it. He lifted the steak and pressed it against her left breast, just above the last fastened button of her blouse. The point made a dimple in her flesh, and he felt the side of his mouth begin to twitch in an uncontrollable tick. "She's not dead," he said. His voice was hoarse and thick. It was his last line of defense. "No," Jimmy said implacably. "She's undead, Ben." He had shown them, had wrapped the blood pressure cuff around her still arm and pumped it. The reading had been 0000. He had put his stethoscope on her chest, and each of them had listened to the silence inside her. Something was put into Ben's other hand years later. He still did not remember which of them had put it there. The hammer. The craftsman hammer with the rubber perforated grip. The head glimmered in the flashlight's glow. "Do it quickly," Callahan said, "and go out into the daylight. We'll do the rest. We must go through bitter waters before we reach the sweet." "God forgive me," Ben whispered. He raised the hammer and brought it down. The hammer struck the top of the stake squarely, and the gelatinous tremor that vibrated up the length of ash would haunt him forever in his dreams. Her eyes flew open, wide and blue, as if from the very force of the blow. Blood gushed upward from the stake's point of entry in a bright and astonishing flood, splashing his hands, his shirt, his cheeks. In an instant the cellar was filled with its hot, coppery odor. She writhed on the table. Her hands came up and beat madly at the air like birds. Her feet thumped an aimless, rattling tattoo on the wood of the platform. Her mouth yawned open, revealing shocking, wolf-like fangs, and she began to peal forth shriek after shriek, like hell's clarion. Blood gushed from the corners of her mouth in freshets. The hammer rose and fell, again, again, again. Ben's brain was filled with the shrieks of large black crows. It whirled with awful, unremembered images. His hands were scarlet, the stake was scarlet, the remorselessly rising and falling hammer was scarlet. In Jimmy's trembling hands the flashlight became stroboscopic, illuminating Susan's crazed, lashing face in spurts and flashes. Her teeth sheared through the flesh of her lips, tearing them to ribbons. Blood splattered across the fresh linen sheet which Jimmy had so neatly turned back, making patterns like Chinese ideograms. And then, suddenly, her back arched like a bow, and her mouth stretched open until it seemed her jaws must break. A huge explosion of darker blood issued forth from the wound the stake had made almost black in this chancy, lunatic light, heart's blood. The scream that welled from the sounding chamber of that gaping mouth came from all the subcellars of deepest race memory and beyond that, to the moist darknesses of the human soul. Blood suddenly boiled from her mouth and nose in a tide, and something else. In the faint light it was only a suggestion, a shadow, of something leaping up and out, cheated and ruined. It merged with the darkness and was gone. She settled back, her mouth relaxing, closing. The mangled lips parted in a last, susurrating pulse of air. For a moment the eyelids fluttered and Ben saw, or fancied he saw, the Susan he had met in the park, reading his book. It was done. He backed away, dropping the hammer, holding his hands out before him, a terrified conductor whose symphony has run riot. Callahan put a hand on his shoulder. "Ben!" He fled. He stumbled going up the stairs, fell, and crawled toward the light at the top. Childhood horror and adult horror had merged. If he looked over his shoulder, he would see Hubie Mars 10, or perhaps Straker, only a hand's breadth behind, grinning out of his puffed and greenish face, the rope embedded deep into his neck, the grin revealing fangs instead of teeth. He screamed once, miserably. Dimly, he heard Callahan cry out, "No, let him go." He burst through the kitchen and out the back door. The back porch steps were gone under his feet and he pitched headlong into the dirt. He got to his knees, crawled, got to his feet, and cast a glance behind him. Nothing. The house loomed without purpose, the last of its evil stolen away. It was just a house again. Ben Mears stood in the great silence of the weed-choked backyard, his head thrown back, breathing in great white snuffles of air. 16. In the fall, night comes like this in the lot. The sun loses its thin grip on the air first, turning it cold, making it remember that winter is coming and winter will be long. Thin clouds form, and the shadows lengthen out. They have no breadth, as summer shadows have. There are no leaves on the trees or fat clouds in the sky to make them thick. They are gaunt, mean shadows that bite the ground like teeth. As the sun nears the horizon, its benevolent yellow begins to deepen, to become infected, until it glares an angry inflamed orange. It throws a variegated glow over the horizon, a cloud-congested call that is alternately red, orange, vermilion, purple. Sometimes the clouds break apart in great, slow rafts, letting through beams of innocent yellow sunlight that are bitterly nostalgic for the summer that has gone by. This is 6 o'clock, the supper hour, in the lot. Dinner is eaten at noon, and the lunch buckets that men grab from counters before going out the door are known as dinner pails. Mabel Wurtz, the unhealthy fat of old age hanging doughy on her bones, is sitting down to a broiled breast of chicken and a cup of Lipton tea, the phone by her elbow. In Eva's the men are getting together whatever they have to get together, TV dinners, corned beef, canned beans which are woefully unlike the beans their mothers used to bake all Saturday morning and afternoon years ago, spaghetti dinners, or reheated hamburgers picked up at the Falmouth McDonald's on the way home from work. Eva sits at the table in the front room, irritably playing gin rummy with Grover Vell, and snapping at the others to wipe up their grease and to stop that damn slopping around. They cannot remember ever having seen her this way, cat nervous and feisty. But they know what the matter is, even if she does not. Mr. and Mrs. Petrie eat sandwiches in their kitchen, trying to puzzle out the call they have just received, a call from the local Catholic priest, Father Callahan. Your son is with me. He's fine. I will have him home shortly. Goodbye. They have debated calling the local lawman, Parkins Gillespie, and have decided to wait a bit longer. They have sensed some sort of change in their son, who has always been what his mother likes to call a deep one. Yet the spectres of Ralphie and Danny Glick hang over them, unacknowledged. Milt Crossan is having bread and milk in the back of his store. He has had damned little appetite since his wife died back in '68. Delbert Markey, proprietor of Dell's, is working his way methodically through the 5 hamburgers which he has fried himself on the grill. He eats them with mustard and heaps of raw onions, and will complain most of the night to anyone who will listen that his goddamn acid indigestion is killing him. Father Callahan's housekeeper, Rhoda Curlis, eats nothing. She is worried about the father, who is out someplace ramming the roads. Harriet Durham and her family are eating pork chops. Carl Smith, a widower since 1957, has 1 boiled potato and a bottle of Moxie. The Derek Boddins are having an Armour Star ham and Brussels sprouts. Yetch, says Richie Bodding, the deposed bully. Brussels sprouts. You eat 'em or I'll clout your ass backward, Derek says. He hates them himself. Reggie and Bonnie Sawyer are having a rib roast of beef, frozen corn, French fried potatoes, and for dessert a chocolate bread pudding with hard sauce. These are all Reggie's favorites. Bonnie, her bruises just beginning to fade, serves silently with downcast eyes. Reggie eats with steady, serious attention, killing 3 cans of Bud with the meal. Bonnie eats standing up. She is still too sore to sit down. She hasn't much appetite, but she eats anyway, so Reggie won't notice and say something. After he beat her up on that night, he flushed all her pills down the toilet and raped her. And has raped her every night since then. By 6:45, most meals have been eaten, most after-dinner cigarettes and cigars and pipes smoked, most tables cleared. Dishes are being washed, rinsed, and stacked in drainers. Young children are being packed into Dr. Denton's and sent into the other room to watch game shows on TV until bedtime. Roy McDougal, who has burned the shit out of a fry pan full of veal steaks, curses and throws them fry pan and all into the swill. He puts on his denim jacket and sets out for Dell's, leaving his goddamn good-for-nothing pig of a wife to sleep in the bedroom. Kids dead, wife slacking off, suppers burned to hell. Time to get drunk. And maybe time to haul steaks and roll out of this two-bit town. In a small upstairs flat on Taggart Street, which runs a short distance from Jointner Avenue to a dead end behind the municipal building, Joe Crane is given a left-handed gift from the gods. He has finished a small bowl of shredded wheat and is sitting down to watch the TV when he feels a large and sudden pain paralyze the left side of his chest and his left arm. He thinks, "What's this? Ticker?" As it happens, this is exactly right. He gets up and makes it halfway to the telephone before the pain suddenly swells and drops him in his tracks like a steer hit with a hammer. His small color TV babbles on, and it will be 24 hours before anyone finds him. His death, which occurs at 6:51 p.m., is the only natural death to occur in Jerusalem's lot on October 6th. By 7 o'clock the panoply of colors on the horizon has shrunk to a bitter orange line on the western horizon, as if furnace fires had been banked beyond the edge of the world. In the east the stars are already out. They gleam steadily, like fierce diamonds. There is no mercy in them at this time of year, no comfort for lovers. They gleam in beautiful indifference. For the small children, bedtime is come. Time for the babies to be packed into their beds and cribs by parents who smile at their cries to be let up a little longer, to leave the light on. They indulgently open closet doors to show there is nothing in there. And all around them, the bestiality of the night rises on tenebrous wings. The vampire's time has come. 17. Matt was dozing lightly when Jimmy and Ben came in, and he snapped awake almost immediately, his hand tightening on the cross he held in his right hand. His eyes touched Jimmy's, moved to Ben's, and lingered. What happened? Jimmy told him briefly. Ben said nothing. Her body? Callahan and I put it face down in a crate that was down cellar, maybe the same crate Barlow came to town in. We threw it into the Royal River not an hour ago. Filled the box with stones. We used Straker's car. If anyone noticed it by the bridge, they'll think of him. You did well. Where's Callahan? And the boy? Gone to Mark's house. His parents have to be told everything. Barlow threatened them specifically. Will they believe? If they don't, Mark will have his father call you. Matt nodded. He looked very tired. And Ben, he said. Come here. Sit on my bed. Ben came obediently, his face blank and dazed. He sat down and folded his hands neatly in his lap. His eyes were burned cigarette holes. There's no comfort for you, Matt said. He took one of Ben's hands in his own. Ben let him, unprotesting. It doesn't matter. Time will comfort you. She is at rest. He played us for fools, Ben said hollowly. He mocked us, each in turn. Jimmy, give him the letter. Jimmy gave Matt the envelope. He stripped the heavy sheet of stationery from the envelope and read it carefully, holding the paper only inches from his nose. His lips moved slightly. He put it down and said, "Yes. It is him. His ego is larger than even I imagined. It makes me want to shiver." "He left her for a joke," Ben said hollowly. "He was gone, long before. Fighting him is like fighting the wind. We must seem like bugs to him. Little bugs scurrying around for his amusement." Jimmy opened his mouth to speak, but Matt shook his head slightly. "That is far from the truth," he said. "If he could have taken Susan with him, he would have. He wouldn't give up his undead just for jokes when there are so few of them. Step back a minute, Ben, and consider what you've done to him. Killed his familiar, Straker. By his own admission, even forced him to participate in the murder by reason of his insatiable appetite. How it must have terrified him to wake from his dreamless sleep and find that a young boy, unarmed, had slain such a fearsome creature." He sat up in bed with some difficulty. Ben had turned his head and was looking at him with the first interest he had shown since the others had come out of the house to find him in the backyard. "Maybe that's not the greatest victory," Matt mused. "You've driven him from his house, his chosen home. Jimmy said that Father Callahan sterilized the cellar with holy water and has sealed all the doors with the host. If he goes there again, he'll die, and he knows it." "But he got away," Ben said. "What does it matter?" "He got away," Matt echoed softly. "And where did he sleep today? In the trunk of a car? In the cellar of one of his victims? Perhaps in the basement of the old Methodist church in the marshes which burned down in the fire of '51. Wherever it was, do you think he liked it, or felt safe there?" Ben didn't answer. "Tomorrow, you'll begin to hunt," Matt said, and his hands tightened over Ben's. "Not just for Barlow, but for all the little fish, and there will be a great many little fish after tonight. Their hunger is never satisfied. They'll eat until they're glutted. The nights are his, but in the daytime you will hound him until he takes fright and flees, or until you drag him, staked and screaming, into the sunlight." Ben's head had come up at this speech. His face had taken on an animation that was close to ghastly. Now a small smile touched his mouth. "Yes, that's good," he whispered. "Only tonight instead of tomorrow. Right now." Matt's hand shot out and clutched Ben's shoulder with surprising, sinewy strength. "Not tonight. Tonight we're going to spend together, you and I and Jimmy and Father Callahan and Mark's parents. He knows now, or he's afraid. Only a madman or a saint would dare to approach Barlow when he is awake in his mother night. And none of us are either." He closed his eyes and said softly, "I'm beginning to know him, I think. I lie in this hospital bed and play Mycroft Holmes, trying to outguess him by putting myself in his place. He has lived for centuries, and he is brilliant. But he is also an egocentric, as his letter shows. Why not? His ego has grown the way a pearl does, layer by layer, until it is huge and poisonous. He's filled with pride. It must be vaunting indeed. And his thirst for revenge must be overmastering, a thing to be trembled at, but perhaps also a thing to be used." He opened his eyes and looked solemnly at them both. He raised the cross before him. "This will stop him, but it may not stop someone he can use, the way he used Floyd Tibbetts. I think he may try to eliminate some of us tonight, some of us or all of us. He looked at Jimmy. I think bad judgment was used in sending Mark and Father Callahan to the house of Mark's parents. They could have been called from here and summoned, knowing nothing. Now we are split, and I am especially worried for the boy. Jimmy, you had better call them now. All right. He got up. Matt looked at Ben. And you will stay with us? Fight with us? Yes, Ben said hoarsely. Yes. Jimmy left the room, went down the hall to the nurse's station, and found the Petrie's number in the book. He dialed it rapidly and listened with sick horror as the sirening sound of a line out of service came through the earpiece instead of a ringing tone. He's got them, he said. The head nurse glanced up at the sound of his voice and was frightened by the look on his face. 18. Voiced by Books on English. Henry Petrie was an educated man. He had a BS from Northeastern, a master's from Massachusetts Tech, and a PhD in economics. He had left a perfectly good junior college teaching position to take an administrative post with the Prudential Insurance Company, as much out of curiosity as from any hope of monetary gain. He had wanted to see if certain of his economic ideas worked out as well in practice as they did in theory. They did. By the following summer, he hoped to be able to take the CPA test, and 2 years after that, the bar examination. His current goal was to begin the 1980s in a high federal government economics post. His son's face streak had not come from Henry Petrie. His father's logic was complete and seamless, and his world was machined to a point of almost total precision. He was a registered Democrat who had voted for Nixon in the 1972 elections not because he believed Nixon was honest. He had told his wife many times that he considered Richard Nixon to be an unimaginative little crook with all the finesse of a shoplifter in Woolworth's, but because the opposition was a crack-brained sky pilot who would bring down economic ruin on the country. He had viewed the counterculture of the late 60s with calm tolerance born of the belief that it would collapse harmlessly because it had no monetary base upon which to stand. His love for his wife and son was not beautiful. No one would ever write a poem to the passion of a man who balled his socks before his wife, but it was sturdy and unswerving. He was a straight arrow, confident in himself and in the natural laws of physics, mathematics, economics, and, to a slightly lesser degree, sociology. He listened to the story told by his son and the village abbey, sipping a cup of coffee and prompting them with lucid questions at points where the thread of narration became tangled or unclear. His calmness increased, it seemed, in direct ratio to the story's grotesqueries and to his wife June's growing agitation. When they had finished, it was almost 5 minutes of 7. Henry Petrie spoke his verdict in 4 calm, considered syllables. Impossible. Mark sighed and looked at Callahan and said, I told you. He had told him, as they drove over from the rectory in Callahan's old car. Henry, don't you think we... Wait. That and his hand held up, almost casually, stilled her at once. She sat down and put her arm around Mark, pulling him slightly away from Callahan's side. The boy submitted. Henry Petrie looked at Father Callahan pleasantly. Let's see if we can't work this delusion or whatever it is out like 2 reasonable men. That may be impossible, Callahan said with equal pleasantness, but we'll certainly try. We are here, Mr. Petrie, specifically because Barlow has threatened you and your wife. Did you actually pound a stake through that girl's body this afternoon? I did not. Mr. Mears did. Is the corpse still there? They threw it in the river. If that much is true, Petrie said, you have involved my son in a crime. Are you aware of that? I am. It was necessary. Mr. Petrie, if you'll simply call Matt Burke's hospital room. Oh, I'm sure your witnesses will back you up, Petrie said, still smiling that faint, maddening smile. That's one of the fascinating things about this lunacy. May I see the letter this Barlow left you? Callahan cursed mentally. Dr. Cody has it. He added as an afterthought, we really ought to ride over to the Cumberland Hospital. If you talk to. Petrie was shaking his head. Let's talk a little more first. I'm sure your witnesses are reliable, as I've indicated. Dr. Cody is our family physician, and we all like him very much. I've also been given to understand that Matthew Burke is above reproach, as a teacher, at least. But in spite of that? Callahan asked. Father Callahan, let me put it to you. If a dozen reliable witnesses told you that a giant ladybug had lumbered through the town park at high noon singing Sweet Adeline, and waving a Confederate flag, would you believe it? If I was sure the witnesses were reliable, and if I was sure they weren't joking, I would be far down the road to belief, yes. Still with the faint smile, Petrie said, that is where we differ. Your mind is closed, Callahan said. No, simply made up. It amounts to the same thing. Tell me, in the company you work for, do they approve of executives making decisions on the basis of internal beliefs rather than external facts? That's not logic, Petrie, that's cant. Petrie stopped smiling and stood up. Your story is disturbing, I'll grant you that. You've involved my son in something deranged, possibly dangerous. You'll all be lucky if you don't stand in court for it. I'm going to call your people and talk to them. Then I think we had all better go to Mr. Burke's hospital room and discuss the matter further. How good of you to bend a principle, Callahan said dryly. Petrie went into the living room and picked up the telephone. There was no answering open hum, the line was bare and silent. Frowning slightly, he jiggled the cut-off buttons. No response. He set the phone in its cradle and went back to the kitchen. The phone seems to be out of order, he said. He saw the instant look of fearful understanding that passed between Callahan and his son, and was irritated by it. I can assure you, he said a little more sharply than he had intended, that the Jerusalem's lot telephone service needs no vampires to disrupt it. The lights went out. 19. Jimmy ran back to Matt's room. The line's out at the Petrie house. I think he's there. Goddamn, we were so stupid. Ben got off the bed. Matt's face seemed to squeeze and crumple. You see how he works, he muttered. How smoothly. If only we had another hour of daylight, we could, but we don't. It's done. We have to go out there, Jimmy said. No. You must not. For fear of your lives and mine, you must not. But they are on their own. What is happening or has happened will be done by the time you get out there. They stood near the door, indecisive. Matt struggled, gathered his strength, and spoke to them quietly but with force. His ego is great, and his pride is great. These might be flaws we can put to our use. But his mind is also great, and we must respect it and allow for it. You showed me his letter. He speaks of chess. I've no doubt he's a superb player. Don't you realize that he could have done his work at that house without cutting the telephone line? He did it because he wants you to know one of White's pieces is in check. He understands forces, and he understands that it becomes easier to conquer if the forces are split and in confusion. You gave him the first move by default because you forgot that the original group was split in two. If you go herring off to the Petrie's house, the group is split in three. I'm alone and bedridden, easy game in spite of crosses and books and incantations. All he needs to do is send one of his almost undead here to kill me with a gun or a knife. And that leaves only you and Ben, rushing pell-mell through the night to your own doom. Then Salem's lot is his. Don't you see it? Ben spoke first. Yes, he said. Matt slumped back. I'm not speaking out of fear for my life, Ben. You have to believe that. Not even for fear of your lives. I'm afraid for the town. No matter what else happens, someone must be left to stop him tomorrow. Yes. And he's not going to have me until I've had revenge for Susan. A silence fell among them. Jimmy Cody broke it. They may get away anyway, he said meditatively. I think he's underestimated Callahan, and I know damned well he's underestimated the boy. That kid is one cool customer. We'll hope, Matt said, and closed his eyes. They settled down to wait. 20. Father Donald Callahan stood on one side of the spacious Petrie kitchen, holding his mother's cross high above his head, and it spilled its ghostly effulgence across the room. Barlow stood on the other side, near the sink, one hand pinning Mark's hands behind his back, the other slung around his neck. Between them, Henry and June Petrie lay sprawled on the floor in the shattered glass of Barlow's entry. Callahan was dazed. It had all happened with such swiftness that he could not take it in. At one moment he had been discussing the matter rationally, if maddeningly, with Petrie, under the brisk, no-nonsense glow of the kitchen lights. At the next, he had been plunged into the insanity that Mark's father had denied with such calm and understanding firmness. His mind tried to reconstruct what had happened. Petrie had come back and told them the phone was out. Moments later they had lost the lights. June Petrie screamed. A chair fell over. For several moments all of them had stumbled around in the new dark, calling out to each other. Then the window over the sink had crashed inward, spraying glass across the kitchen counter and onto the linoleum floor. All this had happened in a space of 30 seconds. Then a shadow had moved in the kitchen, and Callahan had broken the spell that held him. He clutched at the cross that hung around his neck, and even as his flesh touched it, the room was lit with its unearthly light. He saw Mark, trying to drag his mother toward the arch which led into the living room. Henry Petrie stood beside them, his head turned, his calm face suddenly slack-jawed with amazement at this totally illogical invasion. And behind him, looming over them, a white, grinning face like something out of a Frazetta painting, which split to reveal long, sharp fangs and red, lurid eyes like furnace doors to hell. Barlow's hands flew out. Callahan had just time to see how long and sensitive those livid fingers were, like a concert pianist's, and then he had seized Henry Petrie's head in one hand, June's in the other, and had brought them together with a grinding, sickening crack. They had both dropped down like stones, and Barlow's first threat had been carried out. Mark had uttered a high, keening scream and threw himself at Barlow without thought. "And here you are!" Barlow had boomed good-naturedly in his rich, powerful voice. Mark attacked without thought and was captured instantly. Callahan moved forward, holding his cross up. Barlow's grin of triumph was instantly transformed into a rictus of agony. He fell back toward the sink, dragging the boy in front of him. Their feet crunched in the broken glass. "In God's name," Callahan began. At the name of the deity, Barlow screamed aloud as if he had been struck by a whip, his mouth open in a downward grimace, the needle fangs glimmering within. The cords of muscle on his neck stood out in stark, etched relief. "No closer," he said. "No closer, shaman. Or I sever the boy's jugular and carotid before you can draw a breath." As he spoke, his upper lip lifted from those long, needle-like teeth, and as he finished, his head made a predatory downward pass with adder's speed, missing Mark's flesh by a quarter-inch. Callahan stopped. "Back up," Barlow commanded, now grinning again. "You on your side of the board and I on mine, eh?" Callahan backed up slowly, still holding the cross before him at eye level, so that he looked over its arms. The cross seemed to thrum with chained fire, and its power coursed up his forearm until the muscles bunched and trembled. They faced each other. "Together at last," Barlow said, smiling. His face was strong and intelligent and handsome in a sharp, forbidding sort of way, yet, as the light shifted, it seemed almost effeminate. Where had he seen a face like that before? And it came to him, in this moment of the most extreme terror he had ever known. It was the face of Mr. Flip, his own personal bogeyman, the thing that hid in the closet during the days and came out after his mother closed the bedroom door. He was not allowed a nightlight. Both his mother and his father had agreed that the way to conquer these childish fears was to face them, not toady to them, and every night, when the door snicked shut and his mother's footsteps padded off down the hall, the closet door slid open a crack and he could sense, or actually see, the thin white face and burning eyes of Mr. Flip. And here he was again, out of the closet, staring over Mark's shoulder with his clown-white face and glowing eyes and red, sensual lips. "What now?" Callahan said, and his voice was not his own at all. He was looking at Barlow's fingers, those long, sensitive fingers, which lay against the boy's throat. There were small blue blotches on them. "That depends. What will you give for this miserable wretch?" He suddenly jerked Mark's wrists high behind his back, obviously hoping to punctuate his question with a scream, but Mark would not oblige. Except for the sudden whistle of air between his set teeth, he was silent. "You'll scream," Barlow whispered, and his lips had twisted into a grimace of animal hate. "You'll scream until your throat bursts." "Stop that!" Callahan cried. "And should I?" The hate was wiped from his face. A darkly charming smile shone forth in its place. "Should I reprieve the boy, save him for another night?" "Yes." Softly, almost purring, Barlow said, "Then will you throw away your cross and face me on even terms, black against white? Your faith against my own?" "Yes," Callahan said, but a trifle less firmly. "Then do it." Those full lips became pursed, anticipatory. The high forehead gleamed in the weird fairy light that filled the room. "And trust you to let him go? I would be wiser to put a rattlesnake in my shirt and trust it not to bite me. But I trust you, look." He let Mark go and stood back, both hands in the air, empty. Mark stood still, unbelieving for a moment, and then ran to his parents without a backward look at Barlow. "Run, Mark!" Callahan cried. "Run!" Mark looked up at him, his eyes huge and dark. "I think they're dead." "Run!" Mark got slowly to his feet. He turned around and looked at Barlow. "Soon, little brother," Barlow said, almost benignly. "Very soon now you and I will." Mark spit in his face. Barlow's breath stopped. His brow darkened with a depth of fury that made his previous expressions seem like what they might well have been, mere play-acting. For a moment Callahan saw a madness in his eyes blacker than the soul of murder. "You spit on me," Barlow whispered. His body was trembling, nearly rocking with his rage. He took a shuddering step forward like some awful blind man. "Get back!" Callahan screamed, and thrust the cross forward. Barlow cried out and threw his hands in front of his face. The cross flared with preternatural, dazzling brilliance, and it was at that moment that Callahan might have banished him if he had dared to press forward. "I'm going to kill you," Mark said. He was gone, like a dark eddy of water. Barlow seemed to grow taller. His hair, swept back from his brow in the European manner, seemed to float around his skull. He was wearing a dark suit and a wine-colored tie, impeccably knotted, and to Callahan he seemed part and parcel of the darkness that surrounded him. His eyes glared out of their sockets like sly and sullen embers. "Then fulfill your part of the bargain, shaman." "I'm a priest!" Callahan flung at him. Barlow made a small, mocking bow. "Priest," he said, and the word sounded like a dead haddock in his mouth. Callahan stood indecisive. Why throw it down? Drive him off, settle for a draw tonight, and tomorrow. But a deeper part of his mind warned. To deny the vampire's challenge was to risk possibilities far graver than any he had considered. If he dared not throw the cross aside, it would be as much as admitting what? If only things weren't going so fast, if one only had time to think, to reason it out. The cross's glow was dying. He looked at it, eyes widening. Fear leaped into his belly like a confusion of hot wires. His head jerked up and he stared at Barlow. He was walking toward him across the kitchen and his smile was wide, almost voluptuous. "Stay back," Callahan said hoarsely, retreating a step. "I command it, in the name of God." Barlow laughed at him. The glow in the cross was only a thin and guttering light in a cruciform shape. The shadows had crept across the vampire's face again, masking his features in strangely barbaric lines and triangles under the sharp cheekbones. Callahan took another step backward, and his buttocks bumped the kitchen table, which was set against the wall. "Nowhere left to go," Barlow murmured sadly. His dark eyes bubbled with infernal mirth. "Sad to see a man's faith fail." "Ah, well." The cross trembled in Callahan's hand and suddenly the last of its light vanished. It was only a piece of plaster that his mother had bought in a Dublin souvenir shop, probably at a scalper's price. The power it had sent ramming up his arm, enough power to smash down walls and shatter stone, was gone. The muscles remembered the thrumming but could not duplicate it. Barlow reached from the darkness and plucked the cross from his fingers. Callahan cried out miserably, the cry that had vibrated in the soul but never the throat of that long-ago child who had been left alone each night, with Mr. Flip peering out of the closet at him from between the shutters of sleep. And the next sound would haunt him for the rest of his life, 2 dry snaps as Barlow broke the arms of the cross, and a meaningless thump as he threw it on the floor. "God damn you," he cried out. "It's too late for such melodrama," Barlow said from the darkness. His voice was almost sorrowful. "There is no need of it. You have forgotten the doctrine of your own church, is it not so? The cross, the bread and wine, the confessional, only symbols. Without faith, the cross is only wood, the bread baked wheat, the wine sour grapes. If you had cast the cross away, you should have beaten me another night. In a way, I hoped it might be so. It has been long since I have met an opponent of any real worth. The boy makes 10 of you, false priest." Suddenly, out of the darkness, hands of amazing strength gripped Callahan's shoulders. "You would welcome the oblivion of my death now, I think. There is no memory for the undead, only the hunger and the need to serve the Master. I could make use of you. I could send you among your friends. Yet is there need of that? Without you to lead them, I think they're little. And the boy will tell them. One moves against them at this time. There is, perhaps, a more fitting punishment for you, false priest." He remembered Matt saying, "Some things are worse than death." He tried to struggle away, but the hands held him in a vice-like grip. Then one hand left him. There was the sound of cloth moving across bare skin, and then a scraping sound. The hands moved to his neck. "Come, false priest. Learn of a true religion. Take my communion." Understanding washed over Callahan in a ghastly flood. "No. Don't. But the hands were implacable. His head was drawn forward. "Now, priest," Barlow whispered. And Callahan's mouth was pressed against the reeking flesh of the vampire's cold throat, where an open vein pulsed. He held his breath for what seemed like eons, twisting his head wildly and to no avail, smearing the blood across his cheeks and forehead and chin like war paint. Yet at last, he drank. 21. And Norton got out of her car without bothering to take the keys, and began to walk across the hospital parking lot toward the bright lights of the lobby. Overhead, clouds had blotted out the stars, and soon it would begin to rain. She didn't look up to see the clouds. She walked stolidly, looking straight in front of her. She was a very different-looking woman from the lady Ben Mears had met on that first evening Susan had invited him to take dinner with her family. That lady had been medium tall, dressed in a green wool dress that did not scream of money but spoke of material comfort. That lady had not been beautiful, but she had been well-groomed and pleasant to look at. Her graying hair had been permed not long since. This woman wore only carpet slippers on her feet. Her legs were bare, and with no suppose to mask them, the varicose veins bulged prominently, although not as prominently as before. Some of the pressure had been taken off them. She was wearing a ragged yellow dressing gown over her negligee. Her hair was blown in errant sheafs by the rising wind. Her face was pallid, and heavy brown circles lay beneath her eyes. She had told Susan, had warned her about that man Mears and his friends, had warned her about the man who had murdered her. Matt Burke had put him up to it. They had been in cahoots. Oh yes. She knew. He had told her. She had been sick all day, sick and sleepy and nearly unable to get out of bed. And when she had fallen into a heavy slumber after noon, while her husband was off answering questions for a silly missing persons report, he had come to her in a dream. His face was handsome and commanding and arrogant and compelling. His nose was hawk-like, his hair swept back from his brow, and his heavy, fascinating mouth masked strangely exciting white teeth that showed when he smiled. And his eyes, they were red and hypnotic. When he looked at you with those eyes, you could not look away, and you didn't want to. He had told her everything, and what she must do and how she could be with her daughter when it was done, and with so many others, and with him. Despite Susan, it was him she wanted to please, so he would give her the thing she craved and needed, the touch, the penetration. Her husband's .38 was in her pocket. She entered the lobby and looked toward the reception desk. If anyone tried to stop her, she would take care of them. Not by shooting, no. No shot must be fired until she was in Burke's room. He had told her so. If they got to her and stopped her before she had done the job, he would not come to her to give her burning kisses in the night. There was a young girl at the desk in a white cap and uniform, working a crossword in the soft glow of the lamp over her main console. An orderly was just going down the hall, his back to them. The duty nurse looked up with a trained smile when she heard Anne's footsteps, but it faded when she saw the hollow-eyed woman who was approaching her in nightclothes. Her eyes were blank yet oddly shiny, as if she were a wind-up toy someone had set in motion. A patient, perhaps, who had gone wandering. If you... Anne Norton drew the .38 from the pocket of her wrapper like some creaky gunslinger from beyond time. She pointed it at the duty nurse's head and told her, "Turn around." The nurse's mouth worked silently. She drew in breath with a convulsive heave. "Don't scream. I'll kill you if you do." The air wheezed out. The nurse had gone very pale. "Turn around now." The nurse got up slowly and turned around. And Norton reversed the .38 and prepared to bring the butt down on the nurse's head with all the strength she had. At that precise moment, her feet were kicked out from under her. 22. The gun went flying. The woman in the ragged yellow dressing gown did not scream but began to make a high whining noise in her throat, almost keening. She scrambled after it like a crab, and the man who was behind her, looking bewildered and frightened, also darted after it. When he saw that she would get to it first, he kicked it across the lobby rug. "Hey!" he yelled. "Hey, help!" And Norton looked over her shoulder and hissed at him, her face pulled into a cheated scrawl of hate, and then scrambled after the gun again. The orderly had come back, on the run. He looked at the scene with blank amazement for a moment, and then picked up the gun that lay almost at his feet. "For Christ's sake," he said. "This thing is loaded." She attacked him. Her hands, hooked into claws, pinwheeled across his face, dragging red stripes across the surprised orderly's forehead and right cheek. He held the gun up out of her reach. Still keening, she clawed for it. The bewildered man came up from behind and grabbed her. He would say later that it was like grabbing a bag of snakes. The body beneath the dressing gown was hot and repulsive, every muscle twitching and writhing. As she struggled to get free, the orderly popped her one flush on the jaw. Her eyes rolled up to the whites and she collapsed. The orderly and the bewildered man looked at each other. The nurse at the reception desk was screaming. Her hands were clapped to her mouth, giving the screams a unique foghorn effect. "What kind of a hospital do you people run here, anyhow?" the bewildered man asked. "Christ if I know," the orderly said. "What the hell happened?" "I was just coming in to visit my sister." She had a baby. And this kid walks up to me and says a woman just went in with a gun. And what kid? The bewildered man who had come to visit his sister looked around. The lobby was filling with people, but all of them were above drinking age. I don't see him now. But he was here. That gun loaded? It sure is, the orderly said. What kind of a hospital do you people run here, anyhow? The bewildered man asked again. 23. They had seen two nurses run past the door toward the elevators and heard a vague shout down the stairwell. Ben glanced at Jimmy and Jimmy shrugged imperceptibly. Matt was dozing with his mouth open. Ben closed the door and turned off the lights. Jimmy crouched by the foot of Matt's bed, and when they heard footsteps hesitate outside the door, Ben stood beside it, ready. When it opened and a head poked through, he grabbed it in a half Nelson and jammed the cross he held in the other hand into the face. Let me go. A hand reached up and beat futilely at his chest. A moment later the overhead light went on. Matt was sitting up in bed, blinking at Mark Petrie, who was struggling in Ben's arms. Jimmy came out of his crouch and ran across the room. He seemed almost ready to embrace the boy when he hesitated. Lift your chin. Mark did, showing all three of them his unmarked neck. Jimmy relaxed. Boy, I've never been so glad to see anyone in my life. Where's the father? Don't know, Mark said somberly. Ballo caught me, he killed my folks. They're dead. My folks are dead. He beat their heads together. He killed my folks. Then he had me, and he said to Father Callahan that he would let me go if Father Callahan would promise to throw away his cross. He promised. I ran. But before I ran, I spit on him. I spit on him and I'm going to kill him. He swayed in the doorway. There were bramble marks on his forehead and cheeks. He had run through the forest along the path where Danny Glick and his brother had come to grief so long before. His pants were wet to the knees from his flight through Taggart Stream. He had hitched a ride, but couldn't remember who he had hitched it with. The radio had been playing, he remembered that. Ben's tongue was frozen. He did not know what to say. You poor boy, Matt said softly. You poor, brave boy. Mark's face began to break up. His eyes closed and his mouth twisted and strained. My mother. He staggered blindly and Ben caught him in his arms, enfolded him, rocked him as the tears came and raged against his shirt. 24. Father Donald Callahan had no idea how long he walked in the dark. He stumbled back toward the downtown area along Joyner Avenue, never heeding his car, which he had left parked in the Petrie's driveway. Sometimes he wandered in the middle of the road, and sometimes he staggered along the sidewalk. Once a car bore down on him, its headlights great shining circles, its horn began to blare and it swerved at the last instant, tires screaming on the pavement. Once he fell in the ditch. As he approached the yellow blinking light, it began to rain. There was no one on the streets to mark his passage. Salem's lot had battened down for the night, even tighter than usual. The diner was empty, and in Spencer's Miss Coogan was sitting by her cash register and reading a confession magazine off the rack in the frosty glow of the overhead fluorescence. Outside, under the lighted sign showing the blue dog in mid-flight, a red neon sign said, Bus. They were afraid, he supposed. They had every reason to be. Some inner part of themselves had absorbed the danger, and tonight doors were locked in a lot that had not been locked in years, if ever. He was on the streets alone. And he alone had nothing to fear. It was funny. He laughed aloud, and the sound of it was like wild, lunatic sobbing. No vampire would touch him. Others, perhaps, but not him. The Master had marked him, and he would walk free until the Master claimed his own. St. Andrew's loomed above him. He hesitated, then walked up the path. He would pray. Pray all night, if necessary. Not to the new God, the God of ghettos and social conscience and free lunches, but the old God, who had proclaimed through Moses not to suffer a witch to live and who had given it unto his own Son to raise from the dead. A second chance, God. All my life for penance. Only a second chance. He stumbled up the wide steps, his gown muddy and bedraggled, his mouth smeared with Barlow's blood. At the top he paused a moment, and then reached for the handle of the middle door. As he touched it, there was a blue flash of light and he was thrown backward. Pain lanced his back, then his head, then his chest and stomach and shins as he fell head over heels down the granite steps to the walk. He lay trembling in the rain, his hand afire. He lifted it before his eyes. It was burned. Unclean, he muttered. Unclean, unclean, oh God, so unclean. He began to shiver. He slid his arms around his shoulders and shivered in the rain, and the church loomed behind him, its doors shut against him. 25. Mark Petrie sat on Matt's bed, in exactly the spot Ben had occupied when Ben and Jimmy had come in. Mark had dried his tears with his shirt sleeve, and although his eyes were puffy and bloodshot, he seemed to have himself in control. "You know, don't you?" Matt asked him, "that Salem's lot is in a desperate situation." Mark nodded. "Even now, his undead are crawling over it," Matt said somberly. "Taking others to themselves. They won't get them all, not tonight, but there is dreadful work ahead of you tomorrow." "Matt, I want you to get some sleep," Jimmy said. "We'll be here, don't worry. You don't look good. This has been a horrible strain on you. My town is disintegrating almost before my eyes, and you want me to sleep." His eyes, seemingly tireless, flashed out of his haggard face. Jimmy said stubbornly, "If you want to be around for the finish, you better save something back. I'm telling you that as your physician, goddamn-it." "All right. In a minute." He looked at all of them. "Tomorrow the three of you must go back to Mark's house. You're going to make steaks. A great many of them." The meaning sank home to them. "How many?" Ben asked softly. "I would say you'll need 300 at least. I advise you to make 500. "That's impossible," Jimmy said flatly. "There can't be that many of them." "The undead are thirsty," Matt said simply. "It's best to be prepared. You will go together. You dare not split up, even in the daytime. It will be like a scavenger hunt. You must start at one end of town and work toward the other." "We'll never be able to find them all," Ben objected. "Not even if we could start at first light and work through until dark. You've got to do your best, Ben. People may begin to believe you. Some will help if you show them the truth of what you say. And when dark comes again, much of his work will be undone. He sighed. We have to assume that Father Callahan is lost to us. That's bad. But you must press on, regardless. You'll have to be careful, all of you. Be ready to lie. If you're locked up, that will serve his purpose well. And if you haven't considered it, you might do well to consider it now. There is every possibility that some of us or all of us may live and triumph only to stand trial for murder. He looked each of them in the face. What he saw there must have satisfied him, because he turned his attention wholly to Mark again. You know what the most important job is, don't you? Yes, Mark said. Barlow has to be killed. Matt smiled a trifle thinly. That's putting the cart before the horse, I'm afraid. First we have to find him. He looked closely at Mark. Did you see anything tonight, hear anything, smell anything, touch anything, that might help us locate him? Think carefully before you answer. You know better than any of us how important it is. Mark thought. Ben had never seen anyone take a command quite so literally. He lowered his chin into the palm of his hand and shut his eyes. He seemed to be quite deliberately going over every nuance of the night's encounter. At last he opened his eyes, looked around at them briefly, and shook his head. Nothing. Matt's face fell, but he did not give up. A leaf clinging to his coat, maybe? A cattail in his pants cuff? Dirt on his shoes? Any loose thread that he has allowed to dangle? He smote the bed helplessly. Jesus Christ Almighty, is he seamless like an egg? Mark's eyes suddenly widened. What? Matt said. He grasped the boy's elbow. What is it? What have you thought of? Blue chalk, Mark said. He had one arm hooked around my neck, like this, and I could see his hand. He had long white fingers, and there were smears of blue chalk on two of them. Just little ones. Blue chalk, Matt said thoughtfully. A school, Ben said. It must be. Not the high school, Matt said. All our supplies come from Dennison and Company in Portland. They supply only white and yellow. I've had it under my fingernails and on my coats for years. Art classes? Ben asked. No, only graphic arts at the high school. They use inks, not chalk. Mark, are you sure it was chalk? He said, nodding. I believe some of the science teachers use colored chalk, but where is there to hide at the high school? You saw it all on one level, all enclosed in glass. People are in and out of the supply closets all day. That is also true of the furnace room. Backstage? Matt shrugged. It's dark enough. But if Mrs. Rodin takes over the class play for Mither students, call her Mrs. Rodin after a quaint Japanese science fiction film. That area would be used a great deal. It would be a horrible risk for him. What about the grammar schools? Jimmy asked. They must teach drawing in the lower grades. And I'd bet $100 that colored chalk is one of the things they keep on hand. Matt said the Stanley Street Elementary School was built with the same bond money as the high school. It is also modernistic, filled to capacity, and built on one level. Many glass windows to let in the sun. Not the kind of building our target would want to frequent at all. They like old buildings, full of tradition, dark, dingy, like. Like the Brock Street School, Mark said. Yes. Matt looked at Ben. The Brock Street School is a wooden frame building, 3 stories and a basement, built at about the same time as the Mars 10 house. There was much talk in the town when the school bond issue was up for a vote that the school was a fire hazard. It was one reason our bond issue passed. There had been a schoolhouse fire in New Hampshire 2 or 3 years before. I remember, Jimmy murmured. In Cobb's Ferry, wasn't it? Yes. 3 children were burned to death. Is the Brock Street School still used? Ben asked. Only the first floor. Grades 1 through 4. The entire building is due to be phased out in 2 years, when they put the addition on the Stanley Street School. Is there a place for Barlow to hide? I suppose so, Matt said, but he sounded reluctant. The 2nd and 3rd floors are full of empty classrooms. The windows have been boarded over because so many children threw stones through them. That's it, then, Ben said. It must be. It sounds good, Matt admitted, and he looked very tired indeed now. But it seems too simple. Too transparent. Blue chalk, Jimmy murmured. His eyes were far away. I don't know, Matt said, sounding distracted. I just don't know. Jimmy opened his black bag and brought out a small bottle of pills. 2 of these with water, he said. Right now. No. There's too much to go over. There's too much. Too much for us to risk losing you, Ben said firmly. If Father Callahan is gone, you're the most important of all of us now. Do as he says. Mark brought a glass of water from the bathroom, and Matt gave in with some bad grace. It was 10:15. Silence fell in the room. Ben thought that Matt looked fearfully old, fearfully used. His white hair seemed thinner, drier, and a lifetime of care seemed to have stamped itself on his face in a matter of days. In a way, Ben thought, it was fitting that when trouble finally came to him, great trouble, it should come in this dreamlike, darkly fantastical form. A lifetime's existence had prepared him to deal in symbolic evils that sprang to light under the reading lamp and disappeared at dawn. I'm worried about him, Jimmy said softly. I thought the attack was mild, Ben said. Not really a heart attack at all. It was a mild occlusion. But the next one won't be mild. It'll be major. This business is going to kill him if it doesn't end quickly. He took Matt's hand and fingered the pulse gently, with love. That, he said, would be a tragedy. They waited around his bedside, sleeping and watching by turns. He slept the night away, and Barlow did not put in an appearance. He had business elsewhere. 26. Miss Coogan was reading a story called I Tried to Strangle Our Baby in Real-Life Confessions when the door opened and her first customer of the evening came in. She had never seen things so slow. Ruthie Crockett and her friends hadn't even been in for a soda at the fountain, not that she missed that crowd, and Loretta Starcher hadn't stopped in for the New York Times. It was still under the counter, neatly folded. Loretta was the only person in Jerusalem's lot who bought the Times. She pronounced it that way, in italics, irregularly. And the next day, she would put it out in the reading room. Mr. Labrie hadn't come back from his supper, either, although there was nothing unusual about that. Mr. Labrie was a widower with a big house out on Schoolyard Hill near the Griffins, and Miss Coogan knew perfectly well that he didn't go home for his supper. He went out to Dell's and ate hamburgers and drank beer. If he wasn't back by 11, and it was 9:15, she would get the key out of the cash drawer and lock up herself. Wouldn't be the first time, either. But they would all be in a pretty pickle if someone came in needing medicine badly. She sometimes missed the after-movie rush that had always come about this time before they had demolished the old Nordica across the street, people wanting ice cream, sodas and frappes and malteds, dates holding hands and talking about homework assignments. It had been hard, but it had been wholesome, too. Those children hadn't been like Ruthie Crockett and her crowd, sniggering and flaunting their busts and wearing jeans tight enough to show the line of their panties if they were wearing any. The reality of her feelings for those bygone patrons, who, although she had forgotten it, had irritated her just as much, was fogged by nostalgia, and she looked up eagerly when the door opened, as if it might be a member of the class of '64 and his girl, ready for a chocolate fudge sundae with extra nuts. But it was a man, a grown-up man, someone she knew but could not place. As he carried his suitcase down to the counter, something in his walk or the motion of his head identified him for her. "Father Callahan," she said, unable to keep the surprise out of her voice. She had never seen him without his priest suit on. He was wearing plain dark slacks and a blue chambray shirt, like a common mill worker. She was suddenly frightened. The clothes he wore were clean and his hair was neatly combed, but there was something in his face, something. She suddenly remembered the day, 20 years ago, when she had come from the hospital where her mother had died of a sudden stroke, what the old-timers called a shock. When she had told her brother, he had looked something like Father Callahan did now. His face had a haggard, doomed look, and his eyes were blank and stunned. There was a burnt-out look in them that made her uncomfortable. And the skin around his mouth looked red and irritated, as if he had overshaved or rubbed it for a long period of time with a washcloth, trying to get rid of a bad stain. "I want to buy a bus ticket," he said. That's it, she thought. Poor man, someone's died and he just got the call down at the directory, or whatever they call it. "Certainly," she said. "Where? What's the first bus?" "To where?" "Anywhere," he said, throwing her theory into shambles. "Well, I don't. Let me see." She fumbled out the schedule and looked at it, flustered. "There's a bus at 11:10 that connects with Portland, Boston, Hartford, and New Y." "That one," he said. "How much?" "For how long, I mean, how far?" She was thoroughly flustered now. "All the way," he said hollowly, and smiled. She had never seen such a dreadful smile on a human face, and she flinched from it. "If he touches me," she thought, "I'll scream. Scream blue murder." That would be to New York City," she said. $29.75. He dug his wallet out of his back pocket with some difficulty, and she saw that his right hand was bandaged. He put a 20 and 2 ones before her, and she knocked a whole pile of blank tickets onto the floor, taking one off the top of the stack. When she finished picking them up, he had added 5 more ones and a pile of change. She wrote the ticket as fast as she could, but nothing would have been fast enough. She could feel his dead gaze on her. She stamped it and pushed it across the counter so she wouldn't have to touch his hand. "Why, you'll have to wait outside, Father C. Callahan. I've got to close in about 5 minutes." She scraped the bills and change into the cash drawer blindly, making no attempt to count it. "That's fine," he said. He stuffed the ticket into his breast pocket. Without looking at her he said, "And the Lord set a mark upon Cain, that whosoever found him should not kill him. And Cain went out from the face of the Lord, and dwelt as a fugitive on the earth, at the east side of Eden." That's scripture, Miss Coogan. The hardest scripture in the Bible. "Is that so?" she said. "I'm afraid you'll have to go outside, Father Callahan. Mr. Labrie is just in back a minute and he doesn't like me to. "Of course," he said, and turned to go. He stopped and looked around at her. She flinched before those wooden eyes. "You live in Falmouth, don't you, Miss Coogan?" "Yes." "Have your own car?" "Yes, of course." "I really have to ask you to wait for the bus outside. Drive home quickly tonight, Miss Coogan. Lock all your car doors and don't stop for anybody. Anybody. Don't even stop if it's someone you know." "I never pick up hitchhikers," Miss Coogan said righteously. "And when you get home, stay away from Jerusalem's lot," Callahan went on. He was looking at her fixedly. "Things have gone bad in the lot now." She said faintly, "I don't know what you're talking about, but you'll have to wait for the bus outside." "Yes." "All right." He went out. She became suddenly aware of how quiet the drugstore was, how utterly quiet. Could it be that no one had come in since it got dark except Father Callahan? It was. No one at all. Things have gone bad in the lot now. She began to go around and turn off the lights. 27. In the lot the dark held hard. At 10 minutes to 12, Charlie Rhodes was awakened by a long, steady honking. He came awake in his bed and sat bolt upright. His bus! And on the heels of that, the little bastards! The children had tried things like this before. He knew them, the miserable little sneaks. They had let the air out of his tires with matchsticks once. He hadn't seen who did it, but he had a damned good idea. He had gone to that damned wet-ass principal and reported Mike Philbrook and Audie James. He had known it was them who had to see. "Are you sure it was them, Rhodes? I told you, didn't I?" And there was nothing that fucking mollycoddle could do, he had to suspend them. Then the bastard had called him to the office a week later. "Rhodes, we suspended Andy Garvey today." "Yeah?" Not surprised. What was he up to? Bob Thomas caught him letting the air out of his bus tires. And he had given Charlie Rhodes a long, cold, measuring look. Well, so what if it had been Garvey instead of Philbrook and James? They all hung around together, they were all creeps, they all deserved to have their nuts in the grinder. Now, from outside, the maddening sound of his horn, running down the battery, really laying on it. "Wonk, wonk, woo nenenk. You sons of whores," he whispered, and slid out of bed. He dragged his pants on without using the light. The light would scare the little scumbags away, and he didn't want that. Another time, someone had left a cow pie on his driver's seat, and he had a pretty good idea of who had done that, too. You could read it in their eyes. He had learned that standing guard at the Repple-Depple in the war. He had taken care of the cow pie business in his own way. Kicked the little son of a whore off the bus 3 days running, for miles from home. The kid finally came to him crying. "I ain't done nothing, Mr. Rhodes. Why you keep kicking me off? You call putting a cow flop on my seat nothing?" "No, that wasn't me. Honest to God it wasn't." "Well, you had to hand it to them. They could lie to their own mothers with a clear and smiling face, and they probably did it, too." He had kicked the kid off 2 more nights and then he had confessed, by the Jesus. Charlie kicked him off once more, one to grow on, you might say, and then Dave Felson down at the motor pool told him he better cool it for a while. Nink. He grabbed his shirt and then got the old tennis racket standing in the corner. By Christ, he was going to whip some us tonight. He went out the back door and around the house to where he kept the big yellow bus parked. He felt tough and coldly competent. This was infiltration, just like the army. He paused behind the oleander bush and looked at the bus. Yes, he could see them, a whole bunch of them, darker shapes behind the night-darkened glass. He felt the old red rage, the hate of them like hot ice, and his grip on the tennis racket tightened until it trembled in his hand like a tuning fork. They had busted out 6, 7, 8 windows on his bus. He slipped behind it and then crept up the long yellow side to the passenger door. It was folded open. He tensed and suddenly sprang up the steps. "All right. Stay where you are. Kid, lay off that goddamn horn or I'll." The kid sitting in the driver's seat with both hands plastered on the horn ring turned to him and smiled crazily. Charlie felt a sickening drop in his gut. It was Richie Bodding. He was white, just as white as a sheet, except for the black chips of coal that were his eyes, and his lips, which were ruby red. And his teeth? Charlie Rhodes looked down the aisle. Was that Mike Philbrook? Audie James? God almighty, the Griffin boys were down there. Hal and Jack, sitting near the back with hay in their hair. But they don't ride on my bus. Mary Kate Gregson and Brent Tenney, sitting side by side. She was in a nightgown, he in blue jeans and a flannel shirt that was on backward and inside out, as if he had forgotten how to dress himself. And Danny Glick. But oh, Christ, he was dead for weeks. "You," he said through numb lips. "You kids?" The tennis racket slid from his hand. There was a wheeze and a thump as Richie Bodding, still smiling that crazy smile, worked the chrome lever that shut the folding door. They were getting out of their seats now, all of them. "No," he said, trying to smile. "You kids, you don't understand. It's me. It's Charlie Rhodes. You. He grinned at them without meaning, shook his head, held out his hands to show them they were just Ole Charlie Rhodes's hands, blameless, and backed up until his back was jammed against the wide tinted glass of the windshield. "Don't," he whispered. They came on, grinning. "Please don't." And fell on him. 28. And Norton died on the short elevator trip from the first floor of the hospital to the second. She shivered once, and a small trickle of blood ran from the corner of her mouth. "Okay," one of the orderlies said. "You can turn off the siren now." 29. Eva Miller had been dreaming. It was a strange dream, not quite a nightmare. The fire of 51 was raging under an unforgiving sky that shaded from pale blue at the horizons to a hot and merciless white overhead. The sun glared from this inverted bowl like a glinting copper coin. The acrid smell of smoke was everywhere. All business activity had stopped, and people stood in the streets, looking southwest, toward the marshes, and northwest, toward the woods. The smoke had been in the air all morning, but now, at 1 in the afternoon, you could see the bright arteries of fire dancing in the green beyond Griffin's pasture. The steady breeze that had allowed the flames to jump one firebreak now brought a steady fall of white ash over the town like summer snow. Ralph was alive, off trying to save the sawmill. But it was all mixed up because Ed Craig was with her, and she had never even met Ed until the fall of 1954. She was watching the fire from her upstairs bedroom window, and she was naked. Hands touched her from behind, rough brown hands on the smooth whiteness of her hips, and she knew it was Ed, although she could not see even a ghost of his reflection in the glass. "Ed," she tried to say. "Not now. It's too early. Not for almost 9 years." But his hands were insistent, running over her belly, one finger toying with the cup of her navel, then both hands slipping up to catch her breasts with brazen knowledge. She tried to tell him they were in the window, anyone out there in the street could look over his shoulder and see them, but the words would not come out, and then his lips were on her arm, her shoulder, then fastening with firm and lustful insistence on her neck. She felt his teeth, and he was biting her, sucking and biting, drawing blood, and she tried to protest again, "Don't give me a hickey, Ralph will see." But it was impossible to protest, and she no longer even wanted to. She no longer cared who looked around and saw them, naked and brazen. Her eyes drifted dreamily to the fire as his lips and teeth worked against her neck, and the smoke was very black as night, obscuring that hot gunmetal sky, turning day to night, yet the fire moved inside it in those pulsing scarlet threads and blossoms rioting flowers in a midnight jungle. And then it was night and the town was gone, but the fire still raged in the blackness, shifting through fascinating, kaleidoscopic shapes until it seemed that it limned a face in blood, a face with a hawk nose, deep-set, fiery eyes, full and sensuous lips partially hidden by a heavy mustache, and hair swept back from the brow like a musician's. "The Welsh dresser," a voice said distantly, and she knew it was his. "The one in the attic. That will do nicely, I think. And then we'll fix the stairs, it's wise to be prepared." The voice faded. The flames faded. There was only the darkness, and she in it, dreaming or beginning to dream. She thought dimly that the dream would be sweet and long, but bitter underneath and without light, like the waters of Lethe. Another voice, Edie's voice. "Come on, darling. Get up. We have to do as he says." "Ed? Ed?" His face looked over hers, not drawn in fire, but looking terribly pale and strangely empty. Yet she loved him again, more than ever. She yearned for his kiss. "Come on, Eva." "Is it a dream, Ed?" "No. Not a dream." For a moment she was frightened, and then there was no more fear. There was knowing instead. With the knowing came the hunger. She glanced into the mirror and saw only her bedroom reflected, empty and still. The attic door was locked and the key was in the bottom drawer of the dresser, but it didn't matter. No need for keys now. They slipped between the door and the jamb like shades. 30. At 3 in the morning the blood runs slow and thick, and slumber is heavy. The soul either sleeps in blessed ignorance of such an hour or gazes about itself in utter despair. There is no middle ground. At 3 in the morning the gaudy paint is off that old whore, the world, and she has no nose and a glass eye. Gaiety becomes hollow and brittle, as in Poe's castle surrounded by the Red Death. Horror is destroyed by boredom. Love is a dream. Parkins Gillespie shambled from his office desk to the coffeepot, looking like a very thin ape that had been sick with a wasting illness. Behind him, a game of solitaire was laid out like a clock. He had heard several screams in the night, the strange, jagged beating of a horn on the air, and once, running feet. He had not gone out to investigate any of these things. His lined and socket face was haunted by the things he thought were going on out there. He was wearing a cross, a St. Christopher's medal, and a peace sign around his neck. He didn't know exactly why he had put them on, but they comforted him. He was thinking that if he could get through this night, he would go far away tomorrow and leave his badge on the shelf, buy his key ring. Mabel Wirtz was sitting at her kitchen table, a cold cup of coffee in front of her, the shades pulled down for the first time in years, the lens caps on her binoculars. For the first time in 60 years she did not want to see things, or hear them. The night was rife with a deadly gossip she did not want to listen to. Bill Norton was on his way to the Cumberland Hospital in response to a telephone call made while his wife was still alive, and his face was wooden and unmoving. The windshield wipers clicked steadily against the rain, which was coming down more heavily now. He was trying not to think about anything. There were others in the town who were either sleeping or waking untouched. Most of the untouched were single people without relatives or close friends in the town. Many of them were unaware that anything had been happening. Those that were awake, however, had turned on all their lights, and a person driving through town, and several cars did pass, headed for Portland or points south, might have been struck by this small village, so much like the others along the way, with its odd salting of fully lit dwellings in the very graveyard of morning. The passerby might have slowed to look for a fire or an accident, and seeing neither, speeded up and dismissed it from mind. Here is the peculiar thing, none of those awake in Jerusalem's lot knew the truth. A handful might have suspected, but even their suspicions were as vague and unformed as 3-month fetuses. Yet they had gone unhesitatingly to bureau drawers, attic boxes, or bedroom jewel collections to find whatever religious hex symbols they might possess. They did this without thinking, the way a man driving a long distance alone will sing without knowing he sings. They walked slowly from room to room, as if their bodies had become glassy and fragile, and they turned on all the lights, and they did not look out their windows. That above all else. They did not look out their windows. No matter what noises or dreadful possibilities, no matter how awful the unknown, there was an even worse thing, to look the Gorgon in the face. 31. The noise penetrated his sleep like a nail being bludgeoned into heavy oak, with exquisite slowness, seemingly fibre by fibre. At first Reggie Sawyer thought he was dreaming of carpentry, and his brain, in the shadow land between sleeping and waking, obliged with a slow-motion memory fragment of him and his father nailing clapboards to the sides of the camp they had built on Bryant Pond in 1960. This faded into a muddled idea that he was not dreaming at all, but actually hearing a hammer at work. Disorientation followed, and then he was awake and the blows were falling on the front door, someone dropping his fist against the wood with metronome-like regularity. His eyes first jerked to Bonnie, who was lying on her side, an S-shaped hump under the blankets. Then to the clock, for 15. He got up, slipped out of the bedroom, and closed the door behind him. He turned on the hall light, started down toward the door, and then paused. An internal set of hackles had risen. Sawyer regarded his front door with mute, head-cocked curiosity. No one knocked at for 15. If someone in the family croaked, they called on the telephone, but they didn't come knocking. He had been in Vietnam for 7 months in 1968, a very hard year for American boys in Vietnam, and he had seen combat. In those days, coming awake had been as sudden as the snapping of fingers or the clicking on of a lamp. 1 minute you were a stone, the next you were awake in the dark. The habit had died in him almost as soon as he had been shipped back to the States, and he had been proud of that, although he never spoke of it. He was no machine, by Jesus. Push button A and Johnny wakes up, push button B and Johnny kills some slants. But now, with no warning at all, the muzziness and cotton-headedness of sleep fell off him like a snakeskin, and he was cold and blinking. Someone was out there. The Bryant kid, likely, liquored up and packing iron. Ready to do or die for the fair maiden. He went into the living room and crossed to the gun rack over the fake fireplace. He didn't turn on a light, he knew his way around by touch perfectly well. He took down his shotgun, broke it, and the hall light gleamed dully on brass casings. He went back to the living room doorway and poked his head out into the hall. The pounding went on monotonously, with regularity but no rhythm. "Come on in," Reggie Sawyer called. The pounding stopped. There was a long pause, and then the doorknob turned, very slowly, until it had reached full cock. The door opened and Corey Bryant stood there. Reggie felt his heart falter for an instant. Bryant was dressed in the same clothes he had been wearing when Reggie sent him down the road, only now they were ripped and mud-stained. Leaves clung to his pants and shirt. A streak of dirt across his forehead accentuated his pallor. "Stop right there," Reggie said, lifting the shotgun and clicking off the safety. "This time it's loaded." But Corey Bryant plodded forward, his dull eyes fixed on Reggie's face with an expression that was worse than hate. His tongue slid out and slicked his lips. His shoes were clotted with heavy mud that had been mixed to a black glue by the rain, and clods dropped off onto the hall floor as he came forward. There was something unforgiving and remorseless in that walk, something that impressed the watching eye with a cold and dreadful lack of mercy. The mud-caked heels clumped. There was no command that would stop them or plea that would stay them. "Take 2 more steps and I'll blow your fucking head off," Reggie said. The words came out hard and dry. The guy was worse than drunk. He was off his rocker. He knew with sudden clarity that he was going to have to shoot him. "Stop," he said again, but in a casual, offhand way. Corey Bryant did not stop. His eyes were fixed on Reggie's face with the dead and sparkling avidity of a stuffed moose. His heels clumped solemnly on the floor. Bonnie screamed behind him. "Go on in the bedroom," Reggie said. He stepped out into the hallway to get between them. Bryant was only 2 paces away now. One limp, white hand was reaching out to grasp the twin barrels of the Stevens. Reggie pulled both triggers. The blast was like a thunderclap in the narrow hallway. Fire licked momentarily from both barrels. The stink of burned powder filled the air. Bonnie screamed again, piercingly. Corey's shirt shredded and blackened and parted, not so much perforated as disintegrated. Yet when it blew open, divorced from its buttons, the fish whiteness of his chest and abdomen was incredibly unmarked. Reg's frozen eyes received an impression that the flesh was not really flesh at all, but something as insubstantial as a gauze curtain. Then the shotgun was slapped from his hands, as if from the hands of a child. He was gripped and thrown against the wall with teeth-rattling force. His legs refused to support him and he fell down, dazed. Bryant walked past him, toward Bonnie. She was cringing in the doorway, but her eyes were on his face, and Reggie could see the heat in them. Corey looked back over his shoulder and grinned at Reggie, a huge and moony grin like that offered to tourists by cow skulls in the desert. Bonnie was holding her arms out. They trembled. Over her face, terror and lust seemed to pass like alternating flashes of sunshine and shadow. "Darling," she said. Reggie screamed. 30 TWO. "Hey," the bus driver said. "This is Hartford, Mac." Callahan looked out the wide, polarized window at the strange country, made even stranger by the fur-seeping light of morning. In the lot they would be going back now, back into their holes. "I know," he said. "We got a 20-minute rest stop. Don't you want to go in and get a sandwich or something?" Callahan fumbled his wallet out of his pocket with his bandaged hand and almost dropped it. Oddly, the burned hand didn't seem to hurt much anymore, it was only numb. It would have been better if there had been pain. Pain was at least real. The taste of death was in his mouth, a moronic, mealy taste like a spoiled apple. Was that all? Yes. That was bad enough. He held out a 20. "Can you get me a bottle?" "Mister, the rules." "And keep the change, of course." "A pint would be fine." "I don't need nobody cutting up on my bus, mister." "We'll be in New York in 2 hours. You can get what you want there." "Anything." "I think you are wrong, friend," Callahan thought. He looked into the wallet again to see what was there. A 10, 2 5s, a single. He added the 10 to the 20 and held it out in his bandaged hand. "A pint would be fine," he said. "And keep the change, of course." The driver looked from the $30 to the dark, socket eyes, and for one terrible moment thought he was holding conversation with a living skull, a skull that had somehow forgotten how to grin. $30 for a pint? "Mister, you're crazy." But he took the money, walked to the front of the empty bus, then turned back. The money had disappeared. "But don't you go cutting up on me." "I don't need nobody cutting up on my bus." Callahan nodded like a very small boy accepting a deserved reprimand. The bus driver looked at him a moment longer, then got off. Something cheap, Callahan thought. Something that will burn the tongue and sizzle the throat. Something to take away that bland, sweet taste, or at least allay it until he could find a place to begin drinking in earnest. To drink and drink and drink. He thought then that he might break down, begin to cry. There were no tears. He felt very dry, and completely empty. There was only that taste. "Hurry, driver!" He went on looking out the window. Across the street, a teenaged boy was sitting on a porch stoop with his head folded into his arms. Callahan watched him until the bus pulled out again, but the boy never moved. 33. Ben felt a hand on his arm and swam upward to wakefulness. Mark, near his right ear, said, "Morning." He opened his eyes, blinked twice to clear the gum out of them, and looked out the window at the world. Dawn had come stealing through a steady autumn rain that was neither heavy nor light. The trees which ringed the grassy pavilion on the hospital's north side were half denuded now, and the black branches were limned against the grey sky like giant letters in an unknown alphabet. Route 30, which curved out of town to the east, was as shiny as sealskin. A car passing with its tail light still on left baleful red reflections on the macadam. Ben stood up and looked around. Matt was sleeping, his chest rising and falling in regular but shallow respiration. Jimmy was also asleep, stretched out in the room's one lounge chair. There was an undoctor-like stubble on the planes of his cheeks, and Ben ran a palm across his own face. It rasped. "Time to get going, isn't it?" Mark asked. Ben nodded. He thought of the day ahead of them and all its potential hideousness, and shied away from it. The only way to get through it would be without thinking more than 10 minutes ahead. He looked into the boy's face, and the stony eagerness he saw there made him feel queasy. He went over and shook Jimmy. "Who?" Jimmy said. He thrashed in his chair like a swimmer coming up from deep water. His face twitched, his eyes fluttered open, and for a moment they showed blank terror. He looked at them both unreasoningly, without recognition. Then recognition came, and his body relaxed. "Oh. Dream." Mark nodded in perfect understanding. Jimmy looked out the window and said daylight the way a miser might say money. He got up and went over to Matt, took his wrist and held it. "Is he all right?" Mark asked. "I think he's better than he was last night," Jimmy said. "Ben, I want the three of us to leave by way of the service elevator in case someone noticed Mark last night. The less risk, the better." "Will Mr. Burke be okay alone?" Mark asked. "I think so," Ben said. "We'll have to trust to his ingenuity, I guess. Ballo would like nothing better than to have us tied up another day." They tiptoed down the corridor and used the service elevator. The kitchen was just cranking up at this hour, almost 7:15. One of the cooks looked up, waved a hand, and said, "Hi, document." No one else spoke to them. "Where first?" Jimmy asked. "The Brock Street School?" "No," Ben said. "Too many people until this afternoon." "Do the little ones get out early, Mark?" "They go until 2 o'clock. "That leaves plenty of daylight," Ben said. "Mark's house first." Stakes. 34. As they drew closer to the lot, an almost palpable cloud of dread formed in Jimmy's bick, and conversation lagged. When Jimmy pulled off the turnpike at the large green reflectorized sign that read Route 12 Jerusalem's Lot Cumberland CTR, Ben thought that this was the way he and Susan had come home after their first date. She had wanted to see something with a car chase in it. "It's gone bad," Jimmy said. His boyish face looked pale and frightened and angry. "Christ, you can almost smell it." And you could, Ben thought, although the smell was mental rather than physical, a psychic whiff of tombs. Route 12 was nearly deserted. On the way in they passed Win Puritan's milk truck, parked off the road and deserted. The motor was idling, and Ben turned it off after looking in the back. Jimmy glanced at him inquiringly as he got back in. Ben shook his head. "He's not there." The engine light was on, and it was almost out of gas. "Been idling there for hours." Jimmy pounded his leg with a closed fist. But as they entered town, Jimmy said in an almost absurdly relieved tone, "Look there. Crosson's is open." It was. Milt was out front, fussing a plastic drop cover over his rack of newspapers, and Lester Silviews was standing next to him, dressed in a yellow slicker. "Don't see the rest of the crew, though," Ben said. Milt glanced up at them and waved, and Ben thought he saw lines of strain on both men's faces. The closed sign was still posted inside the door of Foreman's mortuary. The hardware store was also closed, and Spencer's was locked and dark. The diner was open, and after they had passed it, Jimmy pulled his Bic up to the curb in front of the new shop. Above the show window, simple gold-faced letters spelled out the name, Barlow and Straker Fine Furnishings. And taped to the door, as Callahan had said, a sign which had been hand-lettered in a fine script, which they all recognized from the note they had seen the day before, "Closed until further notice." "Why are you stopping here?" Mark asked. "Just on the off chance that he might be holing up inside," Jimmy said. "It's so obvious he might figure we'd overlook it. And I think that sometimes customs men put an OK on boxes they've checked through. They write it on with chalk." They went around to the back, and while Ben and Mark hunched their shoulders against the rain, Jimmy poked one overcoated elbow through the glass in the back door until they could all climb inside. The air was noxious and stale, the air of a room shut up for centuries rather than days. Ben poked his head out into the showroom, but there was no place to hide out there. Sparsely furnished, there was no sign that Straker had been replenishing his stock. "Come here," Jimmy called hoarsely, and Ben's heart leaped into his throat. Jimmy and Mark were standing by a long crate, which Jimmy had partly pried open with the claw end of his hammer. Looking in, they could see one pale hand and a dark sleeve. Without thinking, Ben attacked the crate. Jimmy was fumbling at the far end with the hammer. "Ben," Jimmy said, "you're going to cut your hands." "You?" He hadn't heard. He snapped boards off the crate, regardless of nails and splinters. They had him, they had the slimy night thing, and he would pound the steak into him as he had pounded it into Susan, he would. He snapped back another piece of the cheap wooden crating and looked into the dead, moon-pallid face of Mike Ryerson. For a moment there was utter silence, and then they all let out their breath. It was as if a soft wind had coursed through the room. "What do we do now?" Jimmy asked. "We better get out to Mark's house first," Ben said. His voice was dull with disappointment. "We know where he is. We don't even have a finished steak yet." They put the splintered strips of wood back helter-skelter. "Better let me look at those hands," Jimmy said. "They're bleeding." "Later," Ben said. "Come on." They went back around the building, all of them wordlessly glad to be back in the open air, and Jimmy drove the Bic up Jointner Avenue and into the residential part of town, just outside the skimpy business district. They arrived at Mark's house perhaps sooner than any of them would have liked. Father Callahan's old sedan was parked behind Henry Petrie's sensible Pinto runabout in the circular Petrie driveway. At the sight of it, Mark sucked in his breath and looked away. All color had drained out of his face. "I can't go in there," he muttered. "I'm sorry. I'll wait in the car." "Nothing to be sorry for, Mark," Jimmy said. He parked, turned off the ignition, and got out. Ben hesitated a minute, then put a hand on Mark's shoulder. Are you going to be all right? Sure. But he did not look all right. His chin was trembling and his eyes looked hollow. He suddenly turned to Ben and the hollowness was gone from the eyes, and they were filled with simple pain, swimming with tears. Cover them up, will you? If they're dead, cover them up. Sure I will, Ben said. It's better this way, Mark said. My father, he would have made a very successful vampire. Maybe as good as Barlow, in time. He was good at everything he tried. Maybe too good. Try not to think too much, Ben said, hating the lame sound of the words as they left his mouth. Mark looked up at him and smiled wanly. The wood piles around in the back, Mark said. You can go faster if you use my father's lathe down in the basement. All right, Ben said. Be easy, Mark. As easy as you can. But the boy was looking away now, swiping at his eyes with his arm. He and Jimmy went up the back steps and inside. 35. Callahan's not here, Jimmy said flatly. They had gone through the entire house. Ben forced himself to say it. Barlow must have gotten him. He looked at the broken cross in his hand. It had been around Callahan's neck yesterday. It was the only trace of him they had found. It had been lying next to the bodies of the Petrys, who were very dead indeed. Their heads had been crushed together with force enough to literally shatter the skulls. Ben remembered the unnatural strength Mrs. Glick had displayed and felt sick. Come on, he said to Jimmy. We've got to cover them up. I promised. 36. They took the dust cover from the couch in the living room and covered them with that. Ben tried not to look at or think about what they were doing, but it was impossible. When the job was done, one hand the cultivated, lacquered nails revealed it to be June Petrys protruded from under the gaily patterned dust cover, and he poked it underneath with his toe, grimacing in an effort to keep his stomach under control. The shapes of the bodies under the cover were undeniable and unmistakable, making him think of news photos from Vietnam battlefield dead and soldiers carrying dreadful burdens in black rubber sacks that looked absurdly like golf bags. They went downstairs, each with an armload of yellow ash stove lengths. The cellar had been Henry Petrie's domain, and it reflected his personality perfectly. 3 high-intensity lights had been hung in a straight line over the work area, each shaded with a wide metal shell that allowed the light to fall with strong brilliance on the planer, the jigsaw, the bench saw, the lathe, the electric sander. Ben saw that he had been building a bird hotel, probably to place in the backyard next spring, and the blueprint he had been working from was neatly laid out and held at each corner with machined metal paperweights. He had been doing a competent but uninspired job, and now it would never be finished. The floor was neatly swept, but a pleasantly nostalgic odor of sawdust hung in the air. This isn't going to work at all, Jimmy said. I know that, Ben said. The woodpile, Jimmy snorted, and let the wood fall from his arms in a lumbering crash. The stove lengths rolled wildly on the floor like jackstraws. He uttered a high, hysterical laugh. Jimmy! But his laugh cut across Ben's attempt to speak like jags of piano wire. We're going to go out and end the scourge with a pile of wood from Henry Petrie's back lot. How about some chair legs or baseball bats? Jimmy, what else can we do? Jimmy looked at him and got himself under control with a visible effort. Some treasure hunt, he said. Go 40 paces into Charles Griffin's north pasture and look under the large rock. Ha! Jesus! We can get out of town. We can do that. Do you want to quit? Is that what you want? No. But it isn't going to be just today, Ben. It's going to be weeks before we get them all, if we ever do. Can you stand that? Can you stand doing what you did to Susan 1,000 times? Pulling them out of their closets and their stinking little bolt holes, screaming and struggling, only to pound a stake into their chest cavities and smash their hearts. Can you keep that up until November without going nuts? Ben thought about it and met a blank wall, utter incomprehension. I don't know, he said. Well, what about the kid? Do you think he can take it? He'll be ready for the fucking nuthatch. And Matt will be dead. I'll guarantee you that. And what do we do when the state cops start nosing around to find out what in hell happened to Salem's lot? What do we tell them? Pardon me while I stake this bloodsucker? What about that, Ben? How the hell should I know? Who's had a chance to stop and think this thing out? They realized simultaneously that they were standing nose to nose, yelling at each other. Hey, Jimmy said. Hey. Ben dropped his eyes. I'm sorry. No, my fault. We're under pressure, what Barlow would undoubtedly call an end game. He ran a hand through his carroty hair and looked around aimlessly. His eye suddenly lit on something beside Petrie's blueprint and he picked it up. It was a black grease pencil. Maybe this is the best way, he said. What? You stay here, Ben. Start turning out stakes. If we're going to do this, it's got to be scientific. You're the production department. Mark and I will be research. We'll go through the town, looking for them. We'll find them, too, just the way we found Mike. I can mark the locations with this grease pencil. Then, tomorrow, the stakes. Won't they see the marks and move? I don't think so. Mrs. Glick didn't look as though she was connecting too well. I think they move more on instinct than real thought. They might wise up after a while, start hiding better, but I think at first it would be like shooting fish in a barrel. Why don't I go? Because I know the town, and the town knows me like they knew my father. The live ones in the lot are hiding in their houses today. If you come knocking, they won't answer. If I come, most of them will. I know some of the hiding places. I know where the winos shack up out in the marshes and where the pulp roads go. You don't. Can you run that lathe? Yes, Ben said. Jimmy was right, of course. Yet the relief he felt at not having to go out and face them made him feel guilty. Okay. Get going. It's afternoon now. Ben turned to the lathe, then paused. If you want to wait a half hour, I can give you maybe half a dozen stakes to take with you. Jimmy paused a moment, then dropped his eyes. I think tomorrow would be. Okay, Ben said. Go on. Listen, why don't you come back around 3? Things ought to be quiet enough around that school by then so we can check it out. Good. Jimmy stepped away from Petrie's shop area and started for the stairs. Something a half-thought or perhaps inspiration made him turn. He saw Ben across the basement, working under the bright glare of those 3 lights, hung neatly in a row. Something, and it was gone. He walked back. Ben shut off the lathe and looked at him. Something else? Yeah, Jimmy said. On the tip of my tongue. But it's stuck there. Ben raised his eyebrows. When I looked back from the stairs and saw you, something clicked. It's gone now. Important? I don't know. He shuffled his feet purposelessly, wanting it to come back. Something about the image Ben had made, standing under those work lights, bent over the lathe. No good. Thinking about it only made it seem more distant. He went up the stairs, but paused once more to look back. The image was hauntingly familiar, but it wouldn't come. He went through the kitchen and out to the car. The rain had faded to drizzle. 37. Roy McDougal's car was standing in the driveway of the trailer lot on the Bend Road, and seeing it there on a weekday made Jimmy suspect the worst. He and Mark got out, Jimmy carrying his black bag. They mounted the steps and Jimmy tried the bell. It didn't work, and so he knocked instead. The pounding roused no one in the McDougal trailer or in the neighboring one 20 yards down the road. There was a car in that driveway, too. Jimmy tried the storm door, and it was locked. There's a hammer in the back seat of the car, he said. Mark got it, and Jimmy smashed the glass of the storm door beside the knob. He reached through and unsnapped the catch. The inside door was unlocked. They went in. The smell was definable instantly, and Jimmy felt his nostrils cringe against it and try to shut it out. The smell was not as strong as it had been in the basement of the Mars 10 house, but it was just as basically offensive, the smell of rotten deadness. A wet, putrefied stink. Jimmy found himself remembering when, as boys, he and his buddies had gone out on their bikes during spring vacation to pick up the returnable beer and soft drink bottles the retreating snows had uncovered. In one of those, an Orange Crush bottle, he saw a small, decayed field mouse which had been attracted by the sweetness and had then been unable to get out. He had gotten a whiff of it and had immediately turned away and thrown up. This smell was plangently like that sickish sweet and decayed sour, mixed together and fermenting wildly. He felt his gorge rise. "They're here," Mark said. "Somewhere." They went through the place methodically: kitchen, dining nook, living room, the 2 bedrooms. They opened closets as they went. Jimmy thought they had found something in the master bedroom closet, but it was only a heap of dirty clothes. "No cellar?" Mark asked. "No, but there might be a crawl space." They went around to the back and saw a small door that swung inward, set into the trailer's cheap concrete foundation. It was fastened with an old padlock. Jimmy knocked it off with 5 hard blows of the hammer, and when he pushed the half-trap open, the smell hit them in a ripe wave. "There they are," Mark said. Peering in, Jimmy could see 3 sets of feet, like corpses lined up on a battlefield. One set wore work boots, one wore knitted bedroom slippers, and the third set tiny feet indeed were bare. Family scene, Jimmy thought crazily. Reader's Digest, where are you when we need you? Unreality washed over him. The baby, he thought. How are we supposed to do that to a little baby? He made a mark with a black grease pencil on the trap and picked up the broken padlock. "Let's go next door," he said. "Wait," Mark said. Let me pull one of them out. Pull. Why? Maybe the daylight will kill them, Mark said. Maybe we won't have to do that with the stakes. Jimmy felt hope. Yeah, okay. Which one? Not the baby, Mark said instantly. The man. You catch 1 foot. All right, Jimmy said. His mouth had gone cotton dry, and when he swallowed there was a click in his throat. Mark wriggled in on his stomach, the dead leaves that had drifted in crackling under his weight. He seized one of Roy McDougal's work boots and pulled. Jimmy squirmed in beside him, scraping his back on the low overhang, fighting claustrophobia. He got hold of the other boot, and together they pulled him out into the lessening drizzle and white light. What followed was almost unbearable. Roy McDougal began to writhe as soon as the light struck him full, like a man who has been disturbed in sleep. Steam and moisture came from his pores, and the skin underwent a slight sagging and yellowing. Eyeballs rolled behind the thin skin of his closed lids. His feet kicked slowly and dreamily in the wet leaves. His upper lip curled back, showing upper incisors like those of a large dog, a German shepherd or a collie. His arms thrashed slowly, the hands clenching and unclenching, and when one of them brushed Mark's shirt, he jerked back with a disgusted cry. Roy turned over and began to hunch slowly back into the crawl space, arms and knees and face digging grooves in the rain-softened humus. Jimmy noted that a hitching, Cheney-Stokes type of respiration had begun as soon as the light struck the body. It stopped as soon as McDougal was wholly in shadow again. So did the moisture extrusion. When he had reached his previous resting place, McDougal turned over and lay still. "Shut it," Mark said in a strangled voice. "Please shut it." Jimmy closed the trap and replaced the hammered lock as well as he could. The image of McDougal's body, struggling in the wet, rotted leaves like a dazed snake, remained in his mind. He did not think there would ever be a time when it was not within hand's reach of his memory, even if he lived to be 100. 38. Voiced by Books on English. They stood in the rain, trembling, looking at each other. "Next door?" Mark asked. "Yes." They'd be the logical ones for the McDougals to attack first. They went across, and this time their nostrils picked up the telltale odor of rot in the dooryard. The name below the doorbell was Evans. Jimmy nodded. David Evans and family. He worked as a mechanic in the auto department of Sears in Gates Falls. He had treated him a couple of years ago for a cyst or something. This time the bell worked, but there was no response. They found Mrs. Evans in bed. The 2 children were in a bunk bed in a single bedroom, dressed in identical pajamas that featured characters from the Pooh stories. It took longer to find Dave Evans. He had hidden himself away in the unfinished storage space over the small garage. Jimmy marked a check inside a circle on the front door and the garage door. "We're doing good," he said. 2 for 2. Mark said diffidently, "Could you hold on a minute or two? I'd like to wash my hands." "Sure," Jimmy said. "I'd like that, too. The Evanses won't mind if we use their bathroom." They went inside, and Jimmy sat down in one of the living room chairs and closed his eyes. Soon he heard Mark running water in the bathroom. On the darkened screen of his eyes he saw the mortician's table, saw the sheet covering Marjorie Glick's body start to tremble, saw her hand fall out and begin its delicate toe dance on the air. He opened his eyes. This trailer was in nicer condition than the McDougalls, neater, taken care of. He had never met Mrs. Evans, but it seemed she must have taken pride in her home. There was a neat pile of the dead children's toys in a small storage room, a room that had probably been called the laundry room in the mobile home dealer's original brochure. Poor kids, he hoped they'd enjoyed the toys while there had still been bright days and sunshine to enjoy them in. There was a tricycle, several large plastic trucks and a play gas station, one of those caterpillars on wheels. There must have been some dandy fights over that, a toy pool table. He started to look away and then looked back, startled. Blue chalk. 3 shaded lights in a row. Men walking around the green table under the bright lights, queuing up, brushing the grains of blue chalk off their fingertips. "Mark," he shouted, sitting bolt upright in the chair. "Mark!" And Mark came running with his shirt off, to see what the matter was. 39. An old student of Matt's, class of 64, A's in literature, CS in composition, had dropped by to see him around 2:30, had commented on the stacks of arcane literature, and had asked Matt if he was studying for a degree in the occult. Matt couldn't remember if his name was Herbert or Harold. Matt, who had been reading a book called Strange Disappearances when Herbert or Harold walked in, welcomed the interruption. He was waiting for the phone to ring even now, although he knew the others could not safely enter the Brock Street School until after 3 o'clock. He was desperate to know what had happened to Father Callahan. And the day seemed to be passing with alarming rapidity. He had always heard that time passed slowly in the hospital. He felt slow and foggy, an old man at last. He began telling Herbert or Harold about the town of Monson, Vermont, whose history he had just been reading. He had found it particularly interesting because he thought the story, if true, might be a precursor of the lot's fate. Everyone disappeared, he told Herbert or Harold, who was listening with polite but not very well masked boredom. Just a small town in the upcountry of northern Vermont, accessible by Interstate Route 2 and Vermont Route 19. Population of 312 in the census of 1920. In August of 1923, a woman in New York got worried because her sister hadn't written her for 2 months. She and her husband took a ride out there, and they were the first to break the story to the newspapers, although I don't doubt that the locals in the surrounding area had known about the disappearance for some time. The sister and her husband were gone, all right, and so was everyone else in Monson. The houses and the barns were all standing, and in one place supper had been put on the table. The case was rather sensational at the time. I don't believe that I would care to stay there overnight. The author of this book claims the people in the neighboring townships tell some odd stories, haunts and goblins, and all that. Several of the outlying barns have hex signs and large crosses painted on them, even to this day. Look, here's a photograph of the general store and ethyl station and feed and grain store what served in Monson as downtown. What do you suppose ever happened there? Herbert or Harold looked at the picture politely. Just a little town with a few stores and a few houses. Some of them were falling down, probably from the weight of snow in the winter. Could be any town in the country. Driving through most of them, you wouldn't know if anyone was alive after 8 o'clock when they rolled up the sidewalks. The old man had certainly gone dotty in his old age. Herbert or Harold thought about an old aunt of his who had become convinced in the last 2 years of her life that her daughter had killed her pet parakeet and was feeding it to her in the meat loaf. Old people got funny ideas. Very interesting, he said, looking up. But I don't think, Mr. Burke. Mr. Burke, is something wrong? Are you a nurse? Hey, nurse. Matt's eyes had grown very fixed. One hand gripped the top sheet of the bed. The other was pressed against his chest. His face had gone pallid, and a pulse beat in the center of his forehead. Too soon, he thought. No, too soon. Pain, smashing into him in waves, driving him down into darkness. Dimly he thought, watch that last step, it's a killer. Then, falling. Herbert or Harold ran out of the room, knocking over his chair and spilling a pile of books. The nurse was already coming, nearly running herself. It's Mr. Burke, Herbert or Harold told her. He was still holding the book, with his index finger inserted at the picture of Mom's son, Vermont. The nurse nodded curtly and entered the room. Matt was lying with his head half off the bed, his eyes closed. Is he? Herbert or Harold asked timidly. It was a complete question. Yes, I think so, the nurse answered, at the same time pushing the button that would summon the ECV unit. You'll have to leave now. She was calm again now that all was known, and had time to regret her lunch, left half-eaten. 40. But there's no pool hall in the lot, Mark said. The closest one is over in Gates Falls. Would he go there? No, Jimmy said. I'm sure he wouldn't. But some people have pool tables or billiard tables in their houses. Yes, I know that. There's something else, Jimmy said. I can almost get it. He leaned back, closed his eyes, and put his hands over them. There was something else, and in his mind he associated it with plastic. Why plastic? There were plastic toys and plastic utensils for picnics and plastic drop covers to put over your boat when winter came. And suddenly a picture of a pool table draped in a large plastic dust cover formed in his mind, complete with soundtrack, a voiceover that was saying, I really ought to sell it before the felt gets mildew, or something. Ed Craig says it might mildew, but it was Ralph's. He opened his eyes. I know where he is, he said. I know where Barlow is. He's in the basement of Eva Miller's boarding house. And it was true, he knew it was. It felt incontrovertibly right in his mind. Mark's eyes flashed brilliantly. Let's go get him. Wait. He went to the phone, found Eva's number in the book, and dialed it swiftly. It rang with no answer. 10 rings, 11, a dozen. He put it back in its cradle, frightened. There had been at least 10 roomers at Eva's, many of them old men, retired. There was always someone around. Always before this. He looked at his watch. It was 3:15 and time was racing. Let's go, he said. What about Ben? Jimmy said grimly, we can't call. The line's out at your house. If we go straight to Eva's, there'll be plenty of daylight left if we're wrong. If we're right, we'll come back and get Ben and stop his fucking clock. Let me put my shirt on again, Mark said, and ran down the hall to the bathroom. 41. Ben's Citroën was still sitting in Eva's parking lot, now plastered with wet leaves from the elms that shaded the square of gravel. The wind had picked up, but the rain had stopped. The sign that said Eva's Rooms swung and squeaked in the grey afternoon. The house had an eerie silence about it, a waiting quality, and Jimmy made a mental connection and was chilled by it. It was just like the Mars 10 house. He wondered if anyone had ever committed suicide here. Eva would know, but he didn't think Eva would be talking, not anymore. It would be perfect, he said aloud. Take up residence in the local boarding house and then surround yourself with your children. Are you sure we shouldn't get Ben? Later. Come on. They got out of the car and walked toward the porch. The wind pulled at their clothes, riffled their hair. All the shades were drawn, and the house seemed to brood over them. Can you smell it? Jimmy asked. Yes. Thicker than ever. Are you up to this? Yes, Mark said firmly. Are you? I hope to Christ I am, Jimmy said. They went up the porch steps and Jimmy tried the door. It was unlocked. When they stepped into Eva Miller's compulsively neat big kitchen, the odor smote them both, like an open garbage pit yet dry, as with the smoke of years. Jimmy remembered his conversation with Eva. It had been almost 4 years ago, just after he had begun practicing. Eva had come in for a checkup. His father had had her for a patient for years, and when Jimmy took his place, even running things out of the same Cumberland office, she had come to him without embarrassment. They had spoken of Ralph, dead 12 years even then, and she had told him that Ralph's ghost was still in the house every now and then. She would turn up something new and temporarily forgotten in the attic or a bureau drawer. And of course, there was the pool table in the basement. She said that she really ought to get rid of it. It was just taking up space she could use for something else. But it had been Ralph's, and she just couldn't bring herself to take out an ad in the paper or call up the local radio Yankee Trader program. Now they walked across the kitchen to the cellar door, and Jimmy opened it. The stench was thick, nearly overpowering. He thumbed the light switch but got no response. He would have broken that, of course. Look around, he told Mark. She's got to have a flashlight, or candles. Mark began nosing around, pulling open drawers and looking into them. He noticed that the knife rack over the sink was empty, but thought nothing of it at the time. His heart was thudding with painful slowness, like a muffled drum. He recognized the fact that he was now on the far, ragged edges of his endurance, at the outer limits. His mind did not seem to be thinking, but only reacting. He kept seeing movement at the corners of his eyes and jerking his head around to look, seeing nothing. A war veteran might have recognized the symptoms which signaled the onset of battle fatigue. He went out into the hall and looked through the dresser there. In the third drawer he found a long 4-cell flashlight. He took it back to the kitchen. Here it is, Jay. There was a rattling noise, followed by a heavy thump. The cellar door stood open. And the screams began. 40 TWO. When Mark stepped back into the kitchen of Eva's rooms, it was 20 minutes of 5. His eyes were hollow, and his t-shirt was smeared with blood. His eyes were stunned and slow. Suddenly he shrieked. The sound came roaring out of his belly, up the dark passage of his throat, and through his distended jaws. He shrieked until he felt some of the madness begin to leave his brain. He shrieked until his throat cracked and an awful pain lodged in his vocal cords like a sliver of bone. And even when he had externalized all the fear, the horror, the rage, the disappointment that he could, that awful pressure remained, coming up out of the cellar in waves, the knowledge of Barlow's presence somewhere down there, and now it was close to dark. He went outside onto the porch and breathed great gasps of the windy air. Ben! He had to get Ben. But an odd sort of lethargy seemed to have wrapped his legs in lead. What was the use? Barlow was going to win. They had been crazy to go against him. And now Jimmy had paid the full price, as well as Susan and the father. The steel in him came up. No. 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 He went down the porch steps on trembling legs and got into Jimmy's Bic. The keys hung in the ignition. Get Ben. Try once more. His legs were too short to reach the pedals. He pulled the seat up and twisted the key. The engine roared. He put the gearshift lever in drive and put his foot on the gas. The car leaped forward. He slammed his foot down on the power brake and was thrown painfully into the steering wheel. The horn honked. I can't drive it. And he seemed to hear his father saying in his logical, pedantic voice, you must be careful when you learn to drive, Mark. Driving is the only means of transportation that is not fully regulated by federal law. As a result, all the operators are amateurs. Many of these amateurs are suicidal. Therefore, you must be extremely careful. You use the gas pedal like there was an egg between it and your foot. When you're driving a car with an automatic transmission, like ours, the left foot is not used at all. Only the right is used, first brake and then gas. He let his foot off the brake and the car crawled forward down the driveway. It bumped over the curb and he brought it to a jerky stop. The windshield had fogged up. He rubbed it with his arm and only smeared it more. Screw it, he muttered. He started up jerkily and performed a wide, drunken U-turn, driving over the far curb in the process, and set off for his house. He had to crane his neck to see over the steering wheel. He fumbled out with his right hand and turned on the radio and played it loud. He was crying. 43. Ben was walking down Jointner Avenue toward town when Jimmy's tan Bic came up the road, moving in jerks and spasms, weaving drunkenly. He waved at it and it pulled over, bounced the left front wheel over the curb, and came to a stop. He had lost track of time making the stakes, and when he looked at his watch, he had been startled to see that it was nearly 10 minutes past 4. He had shut down the lathe, taken a couple of the stakes, put them in his belt, and gone upstairs to use the telephone. He had only put his hand on it when he remembered it was out. Badly worried now, he ran outside and looked in both cars, Callahan's and Petrie's. No keys in either. He could have gone back and searched Henry Petrie's pockets, but the thought was too much. He had set off for town at a fast walk, keeping an eye peeled for Jimmy's Bic. He had been intending to go straight to the Brock Street School when Jimmy's car came into sight. He ran around to the driver's seat and Mark Petrie was sitting behind the wheel, alone. He looked at Ben numbly. His lips worked, but no sound came out. What's the matter? Where's Jimmy? Jimmy's dead, Mark said woodenly. Barlow thought ahead of us again. He's in the basement of Mrs. Miller's boarding house somewhere. Jimmy's there, too. I went down to help him and I couldn't get back out. Finally I got aboard that I could crawl up, but at first I thought I was going to be trapped down there until SS sunset. What happened? What are you talking about? Jimmy figured out the blue chalk, you see? While we were at a house in the Bend. Blue chalk. Pool tables. There's a pool table in the cellar at Mrs. Miller's. It belonged to her husband. Jimmy called the boarding house and there was no answer, so we drove over. He lifted his tearless face to Ben's. He told me to look around for a flashlight because the cellar light switch was broken, just like at the Mars 10 house. So I started to look around. I noticed that all the knives in the rack over the sink were gone, but I didn't think anything of it. So in a way I killed him. I did it. It's my fault, all my fault, all my. Ben shook him, 2 brisk snaps. Stop it, Mark. Stop it. Mark put his hands to his mouth, as if to catch the hysterical babble before it could flow out. His eyes stared hugely at Ben over his hands. At last he went on, I found a flashlight in the hall dresser, see? And that was when Jimmy fell, and he started to scream. I would have fallen, too, but he warned me. The last thing he said was, look out, Mark. What was it? Ben demanded. Barlow and the others just took the stairs away, Mark said in a dead, listless voice. Sawed the stairs off after the second one going down. They left a little more of the railing so it looked like. He shook his head. In the dark, Jimmy just thought they were there. You see? Yes, Ben said. He saw. It made him feel sick. And the knives? Set all around on the floor underneath, Mark whispered. They pounded the blades through these thin plywood squares and then knocked off the handles so they would sit flat with the blades pointing. Oh, Ben said helplessly. Oh, Christ. He reached down and took Mark by the shoulders. Are you sure he's dead, Mark? Yes. He was stuck in half a dozen places. The blood? Ben looked at his watch. It was 10 minutes of 5. Again, he had that feeling of being crowded, of running out of time. What are we going to do now? Mark asked remotely. Go into town. Talk to Matt on the phone and then talk to Parkins Gillespie. We'll finish Barlow before dark. We've got to. Mark smiled a small, morbid smile. Jimmy said that, too. He said we were going to stop his clock. But he keeps beating us. Better guys than us must have tried, too. Ben looked down at the boy and got ready to do something nasty. You sound scared, he said. I am scared, Mark said, not rising to it. Aren't you? I'm scared, Ben said, but I'm mad, too. I lost a girl I liked one hell of a lot. I loved her, I guess. We both lost Jimmy. You lost your mother and father. They're lying in your living room under a dust cover from your sofa. He pushed himself to a final brutality. Want to go back and look? Mark winced away from him, his face horrified and hurting. I want you with me, Ben said more softly. He felt a germ of self-disgust in his stomach. He sounded like a football coach before the big game. I don't care who's tried to stop him before. I don't care if Attila the Hun played him and lost. I'm going to have my shot. I want you with me. I need you. And that was the truth, pure and naked. Okay, Mark said. He looked down into his lap, and his hands found each other and entwined in distraught pantomime. Dig your feet in, Ben said. Mark looked at him hopelessly. I'm trying, he said. 44. Sonny's Exxon station on Outer Joyner Avenue was open, and Sonny James, who exploited his country music namesake with a huge color poster in the window beside a pyramid of oil cans, came out to wait on them himself. He was a small, gnome-like man whose receding hair was lawn-mowered into a perpetual crew cut that showed his pink scalp. Hey there, Mr. Mears. How you doing? Where's your Citroen? Laid up, Sonny. Where's Pete? Pete Cook was Sonny's part-time help and lived in town. Sonny did not. Never showed up today. Don't matter. Things been slow, anyway. Town seems downright dead. Ben felt dark, hysterical laughter in his belly. It threatened to boil out of his mouth in a great and rancid wave. Want to fill it up, he managed. Want to use your phone? Sure. Hi, kid. No school today? I'm on a field trip with Mr. Mears, Mark said. I had a bloody nose. I guess to God you did. My brother used to get them. They're a sign of high blood pressure, boy. You want to watch out. He strolled to the back of Jimmy's car and took off the gas cap. Ben went inside and dialed the pay phone beside the rack of New England road maps. Cumberland Hospital, which department? I'd like to speak with Mr. Burke, please. Room for 02. There was an uncharacteristic hesitation, and Ben was about to ask if the room had been changed when the voice said, Who is this, please? Benjamin Mears. The possibility of Matt's death suddenly loomed up in his mind like a long shadow. Could that be? Surely not, that would be too much. Is he all right? Are you a relative? No, a close friend. He isn't. Mr. Burke died at 3:07 this afternoon, Mr. Mears. If you'd like to hold for just a minute, I'll see if Dr. Cody has come in yet. Perhaps he could. The voice went on, but Ben had ceased hearing it, although the receiver was still glued to his ear. The realization of how much he had been depending on Matt to get them through the rest of this nightmare afternoon crashed home with sickening weight. Matt was dead. Congestive heart failure. Natural causes. It was as if God himself had turned his face away from them. Just Mark and I now. Susan, Jimmy, Father Callahan, Matt. All gone. Panic seized him and he grappled with it silently. He put the receiver back into its cradle without thinking about it, guillotining a question half asked. He walked back outside. It was 5:10. In the west the clouds were breaking up. Comes to just $3 even, Sonny told him brightly. That's Doc Cody's car, ain't it? I see them MD plates and it always makes me think of this movie I seen, this story about a bunch of crooks and one of them would always steal cars with MD plates because. Ben gave him 3 $1 bills. I've got to split, Sonny. Sorry. I've got trouble. Sonny's face crinkled up. Gee, I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Mears. Bad news from your editor? I guess you could say that. He got behind the wheel, shut the door, pulled out, and left Sonny looking after him in his yellow foul-weather slicker. "Matt's dead, isn't he?" Mark asked, watching him. "Yes. Heart attack." "How did you know?" "Your face. I saw your face." It was 5:15. 45. Parkins Gillespie was standing on the small covered porch of the municipal building, smoking a Pall Mall and looking out at the western sky. He turned his attention to Ben Mears and Mark Petrie reluctantly. His face looked sad and old, like the glasses of water they bring you in cheap diners. "How are you, Constable?" Ben asked. "Tolerable," Parkins allowed. He considered a hangnail on the leathery arc of skin that bordered his thumbnail. "Seen you trucking back and forth. Looked like the kid was driving up from Railroad Street by hisself this last time." "That so?" "Yes," Mark said. "Almost got clipped. Fella going the other way missed you by a horsehair." "Constable," Ben said, "we want to tell you what's been happening around here." Parkins Gillespie spat out the stub of his cigarette without raising his hands from the rail of the small covered porch. Without looking at either of them, he said calmly, "I don't want to hear it." They looked at him dumbfounded. "Noli didn't show up today," Parkins said, still in that calm, conversational voice. "Somehow don't think he will. He called in late last night and said he'd seen Homer McCaslin's car out on the Deep Cut Road. I think it was the Deep Cut, he said. He never called back in." Slowly, sadly, like a man under water, he dipped into his shirt pocket and reached another Pall Mall out of it. He rolled it reflectively between his thumb and finger. "These fucking things are going to be the death of me," he said. Ben tried again. "The man who took the Mars 10 house, Gillespie. His name is Barlow. He's in the basement of Eva Miller's boarding house right now." "That so?" Parkins said with no particular surprise. "Vampire, ain't he? Just like in all the comic books they used to put out 20 years ago." Ben said nothing. He felt more and more like a man lost in a great and grinding nightmare where clockwork ran on and on endlessly, unseen, but just below the surface of things. "I'm leaving town," Parkins said. "Got my stuff all packed up in the back of the car. I left my gun and the bubble and my badge in on the shelf. I'm done with Lauren. Goin's to see my sister in Kittery, I am. Figure that's far enough to be safe." Ben heard himself say remotely, "You gutless creep. You cowardly piece of shit. This town is still alive and you're running out on it." "It ain't alive," Parkins said, lighting his smoke with a wooden kitchen match. "That's why he came here. It's dead, like him. Has been for 20 years or more. Whole country's going the same way. Me and Noli went to a drive-in show up in Falmouth a couple of weeks ago, just before they closed her down for the season. I seen more blood and killings in that first Western than I seen both years in Korea. Kids was eating and popcorn and cheering them on." He gestured vaguely at the town, now lying unnaturally gilded in the broken rays of the westering sun, like a dream village. "They probably like being vampires. But not me, Noli'd be in after me tonight. I'm going, Dot." Ben looked at him helplessly. "You two fellas want to get in that car and hit it out of here," Parkins said. "This town will go on without us, for a while. Then it won't matter." Yes, Ben thought. Why don't we do that? Mark spoke the reason for both of them. Because he's bad, mister. He's really bad. That's all. Is that so? Parkin said. He nodded and puffed his Pall Mall. Well, okay. He looked up toward the consolidated high school. Piss-poor attendance today, from the lot, anyway. Buses running late, kids out sick, office phone in houses and not getting any answer. The attendance officer called me, and I soothed him some. He's a funny little bald-headed fella who thinks he knows what he's doing. Well, the teachers are there, anyway. They come from out of town, mostly. They can teach each other. Thinking of Matt, Ben said, not all of them are from out of town. It don't matter, Parkin said. His eyes dropped to the stakes in Ben's belt. You going to try to do that fella up with one of those? Yes. You can have my riot gun if you want it. That gun, it was Nola's idea. Noli liked to go armed, he did. Not even a bank in town so's he could hope someone would rob it. He'll make a good vampire though, once he gets the hang of it. Mark was looking at him with rising horror, and Ben knew he had to get him away. This was the worst of all. Come on, he said to Mark. He's done. I guess that's it, Parkin said. His pale, crinkle-cut eyes surveyed the town. Surely is quiet. I seen Mabelwoods peeking out with her glasses, but I don't guess there's much to peek at today. There'll be more tonight, likely. They went back to the car. It was almost 5:30. 46. They pulled up in front of St. Andrew's at 5:45. Lengthening shadows fell from the church across the street to the rectory, covering it like a prophecy. Ben pulled Jimmy's bag out of the back seat and dumped it out. He found several small ampoules and dumped their contents out the window, saving the bottles. What are you doing? We're going to put holy water in these, Ben said. Come on. They went up the walk to the church and climbed the steps. Mark, about to open the middle door, paused and pointed. Look at that. The handle was blackened and pulled slightly out of shape, as if a heavy electric charge had been pushed through it. Does that mean anything to you? Ben asked. No. No, but... Mark shook his head, pushing an unformed thought away. He opened the door and they went in. The church was cool and grey and filled with the endless pregnant pause that all empty altars of faith, white and black, have in common. The two ranks of pews were split by a wide central aisle, and flanking this, two plaster angels stood cradling bowls of holy water, their calm and sweetly knowing faces bent, as if to catch their own reflections in the still water. Ben put the ampoules in his pocket. Bathe your face and hands, he said. Mark looked at him, troubled. That's sacrilege? Sacrilege? Not this time. Go ahead. They dunked their hands in the still water and then splashed it over their faces, the way a man who has just wakened will splash cold water into his eyes to shock the world back into them. Ben took the first ampoule out of his pocket and was filling it when a shrill voice cried, Here! Here now! What are you doing? Ben turned around. It was Rhoda Curlis, Father Callahan's housekeeper, who had been sitting in the first pew and twisting a rosary helplessly between her fingers. She was wearing a black dress, and her slip hung below the hem. Her hair was in disarray, she had been pulling her fingers through it. "Where's the father? What are you doing?" Her voice was reedy and thin, close to hysteria. "Who are you?" Ben asked. "Mrs. Curlis. I'm Father Callahan's housekeeper." "Where's the father? What are you doing?" Her hands came together and began to war with each other. "Father Callahan is gone," Ben said, as gently as he could. "Oh." She closed her eyes. "Was he getting after whatever ails this town?" "Yes," Ben said. "I knew it," she said. "I didn't have to ask. He's a strong, good man of the cloth." There were always those who said he'd never be man enough to fill Father Bergeron's shoes, but he filled them. They were too small for him, as it turned out. She opened her eyes wide and looked at them. A tear spilled from her left and ran down her cheek. "He won't be back, will he?" "I don't know," Ben said. "They talked about his drinking," she said, as though she hadn't heard. "Was there ever an Irish priest worth his keep who didn't tip the bottle? None of that mollycoddling and wet nursing, church bingo prayer basket for him. He was more'n that." Her voice rose toward the vaulted ceiling in a hoarse, almost challenging cry. "He was a priest, not some holy alderman." Ben and Mark listened without speech or surprise. There was no surprise left on this dream-struck day, there was not even the capacity for it. They no longer saw themselves as doers or avengers or saviors, the day had absorbed them. Helplessly, they were only living. "Was he strong when last you saw him?" she demanded, peering at them. The tears magnified the gimlet lack of compromise in her eyes. "Yes," Mark said, remembering Callahan in his mother's kitchen, holding his cross aloft. "And are you about his work now?" "Yes," Mark said again. "Then be about it," she snapped at them. "What are you waiting for?" And she left them, walking down the center aisle in her black dress, the solitary mourner at a funeral that hadn't been held here. 47. Eva's again and at the last. It was 10 minutes after 6. The sun hung over the western pines, peering out of the broken clouds like blood. Ben drove into the parking lot and looked curiously up at his room. The shade was not drawn and he could see his typewriter standing sentinel, and beside it, his pile of manuscript and the glass globe paperweight on top of it. It seemed amazing that he could see all those things from here, see them clearly, as if everything in the world was sane and normal and ordered. He let his eyes drop to the back porch. The rocking chairs where he and Susan had shared their first kiss stood side by side, unchanged. The door which gave ingress to the kitchen stood open, as Mark had left it. "I can't," Mark muttered. "I just can't." His eyes were wide and white. He had drawn up his knees and was now crouched on the seat. "It's got to be both of us," Ben said. He held out 2 of the ampoules filled with holy water. Mark twitched away from them in horror, as if touching them would admit poison through his skin. "Come on," Ben said. He had no arguments left. "Come on, come on." "No." "Mark?" "No." "Mark, I need you. You and me, that's all that's left. I've done enough." Mark cried. "I can't do any more. Can't you understand I can't look at him?" "Mark, It has to be the two of us. Don't you know that? Mark took the ampoules and curled them slowly against his chest. Oh boy, he whispered. Oh boy, oh boy. He looked at Ben and nodded. The movement of his head was jerky and agonized. Okay, he said. Where's the hammer? He asked as they got out. Jimmy had it. Okay. They walked up the porch steps in the strengthening wind. The sun glared red through the clouds, dyeing everything. Inside, in the kitchen, the stink of death was palpable and wet, pressing against them like granite. The cellar door stood open. I'm so scared, Mark said, shuddering. You better be. Where's that flashlight? In the cellar. I left it when. Okay. They stood at the mouth of the cellar. As Mark had said, the stairs looked intact in the sunset light. Follow me, Ben said. 48. Ben thought quite easily, I'm going to my death. The thought came naturally, and there was no fear or regret in it. Inward-turning emotions were lost under the overwhelming atmosphere of evil that hung over this place. As he slipped and scraped his way down the board Mark had set up to get out of the cellar, all he felt was an unnatural glacial calm. He saw that his hands were glowing, as if wreathed in ghost gloves. It did not surprise him. Let me be finale of scene. The only emperor is the emperor of ice cream. Who had said that? Matt? Matt was dead. Susan was dead. Miranda was dead. Wallace Stevens was dead, too. I wouldn't look at that, if I were you. But he had looked. That's what you looked like when it was over. Like something smashed and broken that had been filled with different colored fluids. It wasn't so bad. Not so bad as his death. Jimmy had been carrying McCaslin's pistol, it would still be in his coat pocket. He would take it, and if sunset came before they could get to Barlow, first the boy, and then himself. Not good, but better than his death. He dropped to the cellar floor and then helped Mark down. The boy's eyes flashed to the dark, curled thing on the floor and then skipped away. I can't look at that, he said huskily. That's all right. Mark turned away and Ben knelt down. He swept away a number of the lethal plywood squares, the knife blades thrust through them glittering like dragon's teeth. Gently, then, he turned Jimmy over. I wouldn't look at that, if I were you. Oh, Jimmy, he tried to say, and the words broke open and bled in his throat. He cradled Jimmy in the curve of his left arm and pulled Barlow's blades out of him with his right hand. There were 6 of them, and Jimmy had bled a great deal. There was a neatly folded stack of living room drapes on a corner shelf. He took them over to Jimmy and spread them over his body after he had the gun and the flashlight and the hammer. He stood up and tried the flashlight. The plastic lens cover had cracked, but the bulb still worked. He flashed it around. Nothing. He shone it under the pool table. Bare. Nothing behind the furnace. Racks of preserves, and a wallboard hung with tools. The amputated stairs, pushed over in the far corner so they would be out of sight from the kitchen. They looked like a scaffold leading nowhere. Where is he? Ben muttered. He glanced at his watch, and the hand stood at 6:23. When was sunset? He couldn't remember. Surely no later than 6:55. That gave them a bare half hour. "Where is he?" he cried out. "I can feel him, but where is he?" "There!" Mark cried, pointing with one glowing hand. "What's that?" Ben centered the light on it. "A Welsh dresser?" "It's not big enough," he said to Mark. "And it's flush against the wall. Let's look behind it." Ben shrugged. They crossed the room to the Welsh dresser, and each took a side. He felt a trickle of building excitement. Surely the odor or aura or atmosphere or whatever you wanted to call it was thicker here, more offensive? Ben glanced up at the open kitchen door. The light was dimmer now. The gold was fading out of it. "It's too heavy for me," Mark panted. "Never mind," Ben said. "We're going to tip it over. Get your best hold." Mark bent over it, his shoulder against the wood. His eyes looked fiercely out of his glowing face. "Okay." They threw their combined weight against it, and the Welsh dresser went over with a bone-like crash as Eva Miller's long-ago wedding china shattered inside. "I knew it!" Mark cried triumphantly. There was a small door, chest-high, set into the wall where the Welsh dresser had been. A new Yale padlock secured the hasp. 2 hard swings of the hammer convinced him that the lock wasn't going to give. "Jesus Christ," he muttered softly. Frustration welled up bitterly in his throat. To be balked like this at the end, balked by a $5 padlock. No. He would bite through the wood with his teeth if he had to. He shone the flashlight around, and its beam fell on the neatly hung tool board to the right of the stairs. Hung on 2 of its steel pegs was an axe with a rubber cover masking its blade. He ran across, snatched it off the wallboard, and pulled the rubber cover from the blade. He took one of the ampoules from his pocket and dropped it. The holy water ran out on the floor, beginning to glow immediately. He got another one, twisted the small cap off, and doused the blade of the axe. It began to glimmer with eldritch fairy light. And when he set his hands on the wooden haft, the grip felt incredibly good, incredibly right. Power seemed to have welded his flesh into its present grip. He stood holding it for a moment, looking at the shining blade, and some curious impulse made him touch it to his forehead. A hard sense of sureness clasped him, a feeling of inevitable rightness, of whiteness. For the first time in weeks, he felt he was no longer groping through fogs of belief and unbelief, sparring with a partner whose body was too insubstantial to sustain blows. Power, humming up his arms like volts. The blade glowed brighter. "Do it!" Mark pleaded. "Quick! Please!" Ben Mears spread his feet, slung the axe back, and brought it down in a gleaming arc that left an afterimage on the eye. The blade bit wood with a booming, portentous sound and sunk to the haft. Splinters flew. He pulled it out, the wood screaming against the steel. He brought it down again, again. He could feel the muscles of his back and arms flexing and meshing, moving with a sureness and a studied heat that they had never known before. Each blow sent chips and splinters flying like shrapnel. On the 5th blow the blade crashed through to emptiness and he began hacking the hole wider with a speed that approached frenzy. Mark stared at him, amazed. The cold blue fire had crept down the axe handle and spread up his arms until he seemed to be working in a column of fire. His head was twisted to one side, the muscles of his neck corded with strain, one eye open and glaring, the other squeezed shut. The back of his shirt had split between the straining wings of his shoulder blades, and the muscles writhed beneath the skin like ropes. He was a man taken over, possessed, and Mark saw without knowing, or having to know, that the possession was not in the least Christian. The good was more elemental, less refined. It was all, like something coughed up out of the ground in naked chunks. There was nothing finished about it. It was force, it was power, it was whatever moved the greatest wheels of the universe. The door to Eva Miller's root cellar could not stand before it. The axe began to move at a nearly blinding speed. It became a ripple, a descending arc, a rainbow from over Ben's shoulder to the splintered wood of the last door. He dealt it a final blow and slung the axe away. He held his hands up before his eyes. They blazed. He held them out to Mark, and the boy flinched. "I love you," Ben said. They clasped hands. 49. The root cellar was small and cell-like, empty except for a few dusty bottles, some crates, and a dusty bushel basket of very old potatoes that were sprouting eyes in every direction and the bodies. Barlow's coffin stood at the far end, propped up against the wall like a mummy's sarcophagus, and the crest on it blazed coldly in the light they carried with them like St. Elmo's fire. In front of the coffin, leading up to it like railroad ties, were the bodies of the people Ben had lived with and broken bread with, Eva Miller, and Weasel Craig beside her, Mabel Mullican from the room at the end of the second-floor hall, John Snow, who had been on the county and could barely walk down to the breakfast table with his arthritis, Vinnie Upshaw, Grover Vell. They stepped over them and stood by the coffin. Ben glanced down at his watch. It was 6:40. "We're going to take it out there," he said. "By Jimmy. It must weigh a ton," Mark said. "We can do it." He reached out, almost tentatively, and then grasped the upper right corner of the coffin. The crest glittered like an impassioned eye. The wood was crawlingly unpleasant to the touch, smooth and stone-like with years. There seemed to be no pores in the wood, no small imperfections for the fingers to recognize and mold to. Yet it rocked easily. One hand did it. He tipped it forward with a small push, feeling the great weight held in check as if by invisible counterweights. Something thumped inside. Ben took the weight of the coffin on one hand. "Now," he said. "Your end." Mark lifted, and the end of the coffin came up easily. The boy's face filled with pleased amazement. "I think I could do it with one finger." "You probably could. Things are finally running our way. But we have to be quick." They carried the coffin through the shattered door. It threatened to stick at its widest point, and Mark lowered his head and shoved. It went through with a wooden scream. They carried it across to where Jimmy lay, covered with Eva Miller's drapes. "Here he is, Jimmy," Ben said. "Here the bastard is. Set it down, Mark." He glanced at his watch again. 6:45, now the light coming through the kitchen door above them was an ashy gray. "Now?" Mark asked. They looked at each other over the coffin. "Yes," Ben said. Mark came around and they stood together in front of the coffin's locks and seals. They bent together, and the locks split as they touched them, making a sound like thin, snapping clapboards. They lifted. Barlow lay before them, his eyes glaring upward. He was a young man now, his black hair vibrant and lustrous, flowing over the satin pillow at the head of his narrow apartment. His skin glowed with life. The cheeks were as ruddy as wine. His teeth curved out over his full lips, white with strong streaks of yellow, like ivory. Mark began, and never finished. Barlow's red eyes rolled in their sockets, filling with a hideous life and mocking triumph. They locked with Mark's eyes, and Mark gaped down into them, his own eyes growing blank and far away. "Don't look at him!" Ben cried, but it was too late. He knocked Mark away. The boy whined deep in his throat and suddenly attacked Ben. Taken by surprise, Ben staggered backward. A moment later, the boy's hands were in his coat pocket, digging for Homer McCaslin's pistol. "Mark! Don't!" But the boy didn't hear. His face was as blank as a washed blackboard. The whining went on and on in his throat, the sound of a very small trapped animal. He had both hands around the pistol. They struggled for it, Ben trying to rip it from the boy's grasp and keep it pointed away from both of them. "Mark," he bellowed. "Mark, wake up! For Christ's sake!" The muzzle jerked down toward his head and the gun went off. He felt the slug pass by his temple. He wrapped his hands around Mark's and kicked out with one foot. Mark staggered backward, and the gun clattered on the floor between them. The boy leaped at it, whining, and Ben punched him in the mouth with all the strength he had. He felt the boy's lips mash back against his teeth and cried out as if he himself had been hit. Mark slipped to his knees, and Ben kicked the gun away. Mark tried to go after it crawling, and Ben hit him again. With a tired sigh, the boy collapsed. The strength had left him now, and the sureness. He was only Ben Miz again, and he was afraid. The square of light in the kitchen doorway had faded to thin purple, his watch said 6:51. A huge force seemed to be dragging at his head, commanding him to look at the rosy, gorged parasite in the coffin beside him. "Look and see me, puny man. Look upon Barlow, who has passed the centuries as you have passed hours before a fireplace with a book. Look and see the great creature of the night whom you would slay with your miserable little stick. Look upon me, scribbler. I have written in human lives, and blood has been my ink. Look upon me and despair. Jimmy, I can't do it. It's too late, he's too strong for me. Look at me." It was 6:53. Mark groaned on the floor. "Mom? Mama, where are you? My head hurts, it's dark. He shall enter my service castratum." Ben fumbled one of the stakes from his belt and dropped it. He cried out miserably, in utter despair. Outside, the sun had deserted Jerusalem's lot. Its last rays lingered on the roof of the Mars 10 house. He snatched the stake up. But where was the hammer? Where was the fucking hammer? By the root cellar door. He had swung at the padlock with it. He scrambled across the cellar and picked it up where it lay. Mark was half sitting, his mouth a bloody gash. He wiped a hand across it and looked dazedly at the blood. "Mama," he cried. "Where's my mother?" 6:55 now. Light and darkness hung perfectly balanced. Ben ran back across the darkening cellar, the stake clutched in his left hand, the hammer in his right. There was a booming, triumphant laugh. Barlow was sitting up in his coffin, those red eyes flashing with hellish triumph. They locked with Ben's, and he felt the will draining away from him. With a mad, convulsive yell, he raised the stake over his head and brought it down in a whistling arc. Its razored point sheared through Barlow's shirt, and he felt it strike into the flesh beneath. Barlow screamed. It was an eerie, hurt sound, like the howl of a wolf. The force of the stake slamming home drove him back into the coffin on his back. His hands rose out of it, hooked into claws, waving crazily. Ben brought the hammer down on the top of the stake, and Barlow screamed again. One of his hands, as cold as the grave, seized Ben's left hand, which was locked around the stake. Ben wriggled into the coffin, his knees planted on Barlow's knees. He stared down into the hate and pain-driven face. "Let me go!" Barlow cried. "Here it comes, you bastard," Ben sobbed. "Here it is, leech. Here it is for you." He brought the hammer down again. Blood splashed upward in a cold gush, blinding him momentarily. Barlow's head lashed from side to side on the satin pillow. "Let me go, you dare not, you dare not, you dare not do this." He brought the hammer down again and again. Blood burst from Barlow's nostrils. His body began to jerk in the coffin like a stabbed fish. The hands clawed at Ben's cheeks, pulling long gouges in his skin. "Let me go." He brought the hammer down on the stake once more, and the blood that pulsed from Barlow's chest turned black. Then, dissolution. It came in the space of 2 seconds, too fast to ever be believed in the daylight of later years, yet slow enough to recur again and again in nightmares, with awful stop-motion slowness. The skin yellowed, coarsened, blistered like old sheets of canvas. The eyes faded, filmed white, fell in. The hair went white and fell like a drift of feathers. The body inside the dark suit shriveled and retreated. The mouth widened gapingly as the lips drew back, meeting the nose and disappearing in an oral ring of jutting teeth. The fingernails went black and peeled off, and then there were only bones, still dressed with rings, clicking and clenching like castanets. Dust puffed through the fibers of the linen shirt. The bald and wrinkled head became a skull. The pants, with nothing to fill them out, fell away to broomsticks clad in black silk. For a moment a hideously animated scarecrow writhed beneath him, and Ben lunged out of the coffin with a strangled cry of horror. But it was impossible to tear the gaze away from Barlow's last metamorphosis. It hypnotized. The fleshless skull whipped from side to side on the satin pillow. The new jawbone opened in a soundless scream that had no vocal cords to power it. The skeletal fingers danced and clicked on the dark air like marionettes. Smells struck his nose and then vanished, each in a tight little puff: gas, putrescence, horrid and fleshy, a moldy library smell, acrid dust, then nothing. The twisting, protesting finger bones shredded and flaked away like pencils. The nasal cavity of the skull widened and met the oral cavity. The empty eye sockets widened in a fleshless expression of surprise and horror, met, and were no more. The skull caved in like an ancient Ming vase. The clothes settled flat and became as neutral as dirty laundry. And still there was no end to its tenacious hold on the world. Even the dust billowed and writhed in tiny dust devils within the coffin. And then, suddenly, he felt the passage of something which buffeted past him like a strong wind, making him shudder. At the same instant, every window of Eva Miller's boarding house blew outward. "Look out, Ben!" Mark screamed. "Look out!" He whirled over on his back and saw them coming out of the root cellar: Eva, Weasel, Mabel, Grover, and the others. Their time was on the world. Mark's screams echoed in his ears like great fire bells, and he grabbed the boy by the shoulders. "The holy water," he yelled into Mark's tormented face. "They can't touch us." Mark's cries turned to whimpers. "Go up the board," Ben said. "Go on." He had to turn the boy to face it, and then slap his bottom to make him climb. When he was sure the boy was going up, he turned back and looked at them, the undead. They were standing passively some 15 feet away, looking at him with a flat hate that was not human. "You killed the master," Eva said, and he could almost believe there was grief in her voice. "How could you kill the master?" "I'll be back," he told her. "For all of you." He went up the board, climbing bent over, using his hands. It groaned under his weight, but held. At the top, he spared one glance back down. They were gathered around the coffin now, looking in silently. They reminded him of the people who had gathered around Miranda's body after the accident with the moving van. He looked around for Mark, and saw him lying by the porch door, on his face. 50. Ben told himself that the boy had just fainted, and nothing more. It might be true. His pulse was strong and regular. He gathered him in his arms and carried him out to the Citroën. He got behind the wheel and started the engine. As he pulled out onto Railroad Street, delayed reaction struck him like a physical blow, and he had to stifle a scream. They were in the streets, the walking dead. Cold and hot, his head full of a wild roaring sound, he turned left on Joyner Avenue and drove out of a Salem's lot. Chapter 15. Voiced by Books on English. Ben and Mark. Mark woke up a little at a time, letting the Citroën steady hum bring him back without thought or memory. At last he looked out the window, and fright took him in rough hands. It was dark. The trees at the sides of the road were vague blurs, and the cars that passed them had their parking lights and headlights on. A gagging, inarticulate groan escaped him, and he clawed at his neck for the cross that still hung there. "Relax," Ben said. "We're out of town. It's 20 miles behind us." The boy reached over him, almost making him swerve, and locked the driver's side door. Whirling, he locked his own door. Then he crouched slowly down in a ball on his side of the seat. He wished the nothingness would come back. The nothingness was nice. Nice nothingness with no nasty pictures in it. The steady sound of the Citroën's engine was soothing. Nice. He closed his eyes. "Mark?" Safer not to answer. "Mark, are you all right?" Mark. Far away. That was all right. Nice nothingness came back, and shades of grey swallowed him. TWO. Ben checked them into a motel just across the New Hampshire state line, signing the register Ben Cody and Son, scrawling it. Mark walked into the room holding his cross out. His eyes darted from side to side in their sockets like small, trapped beasts. He held the cross until Ben had closed the door, locked it, and hung his own cross from the doorknob. There was a color TV and Ben watched it for a while. 2 African nations had gone to war. The president had a cold, but it wasn't considered serious. And a man in Los Angeles had gone berserk and shot 14 people. The weather forecast was for rain-snow flurries in northern Maine. 3. Salem's lot slept darkly, and the vampires walked its streets and country roads like a trace memory of evil. Some of them had emerged enough from the shadows of death to have regained some rudimentary cunning. Lawrence Crockett called up Royal Snow and invited him over to the office to play some cribbage. When Royal pulled up front and walked in, Lawrence and his wife fell on him. Glynis Mayberry called Mabel Woods, said she was frightened, and asked if she could come over and spend the evening with her until her husband got back from Waterville. Mabel agreed with almost pitiful relief, and when she opened the door 10 minutes later, Glynis was standing there stark naked, her purse over her arm, grinning with huge, ravenous incisors. Mabel had time to scream, but only once. When Delbert Markey stepped out of his deserted tavern just after 8 o'clock, Carl Foreman and a grinning Homer McCaslin stepped out of the shadows and said they had come for a drink. Milt Crossan was visited at his store just after closing time by a number of his most faithful customers and oldest cronies. And George Midler visited several of the high school boys who bought things at his store and always had looked at him with a mixture of scorn and knowledge, and his darkest fantasies were satisfied. Tourists and through travelers still passed by on Route 12, seeing nothing of the lot but an Elks billboard and a 35-mile-an-hour speed sign. Outside of town they went back up to 60 and perhaps dismissed it with a single thought, "Christ, what a dead little place." The town kept its secrets, and the Mars 10 house brooded over it like a ruined king. 4. Ben drove back the next day at dawn, leaving Mark in the motel room. He stopped at a busy hardware store in Westbrook and bought a spade and a pick. Salem's lot lay silent under a dark sky from which rain had not yet begun to fall. Few cars moved on the streets. Spencer's was open, but now the excellent cafe was shut up, all the green blinds drawn, the menus removed from the windows, the small daily special chalkboard erased clean. The empty streets made him feel cold in his bones, and an image came to mind, an old rock and roll album with a picture of a transvestite on the front, profile shot against a black background, the strangely masculine face bleeding with rouge and paint. Title, "They Only Come Out at Night." He went to Eva's first, climbed the stairs to the second floor, and pushed the door to his room open. Just the same as he had left it, the bed unmade, an open roll of life-savers on his desk. There was an empty tin wastebasket under the desk, and he pulled it out into the middle of the floor. He took his manuscript, threw it in, and made a paper spill of the title page. He lit it with his cricket, and when it flared up he tossed it in on top of the drift of typewritten pages. The flame tasted them, found them good, and began to crawl eagerly over the paper. Corners charred, turned upward, blackened. Whitish smoke began to billow out of the wastebasket, and without thinking about it, he leaned over his desk and opened the window. His hand found the paperweight, the glass globe that had been with him since his boyhood in this night town, grabbed unknowing in a dreamlike visit to a monster's house. Shake it up and watch the snow float down. He did it now, holding it up before his eyes, as he had as a boy, and it did its old trick. Through the floating snow you could see a little gingerbread house, with a path leading up to it. The gingerbread shutters were closed, but as an imaginative boy, as Mark Petrie was now, you could fancy that one of the shutters was being folded back, as indeed, one of them seemed to be folding back now, by a long white hand, and then a pallid face would be looking out at you, grinning with long teeth, inviting you into this house beyond the world in its slow and endless fantasyland of false snow, where time was a myth. The face was looking out at him now, pallid and hungry, a face that would never look on daylight or blue skies again. It was his own face. He threw the paperweight into the corner, and it shattered. He left without waiting to see what might leak out of it. 5. He went down into the cellar to get Jimmy's body, and that was the hardest trip of all. The coffin lay where it had the night before, empty even of dust. Yet, not entirely empty. The stake was in there, and something else. He felt his gorge rise. Teeth. Barlow's teeth, all that was left of him. Ben reached down, picked them up, and they twisted in his hand like tiny white animals, trying to come together and bite. With a disgusted cry he threw them outward, scattering them. "God," he whispered, rubbing his hand against his shirt. "Oh, my dear God. Please let that be the end. Let it be the end of him." 6. Somehow he managed to get Jimmy, still bundled up in Eva's drapes, out of the cellar. He tucked the bundle into the trunk of Jimmy's pick and then drove out to the Petrie house, the pick and shovel resting next to Jimmy's black bag in the back seat. In a wooded clearing behind the Petrie house and close to the babble of Taggart Stream, he spent the rest of the morning and half the afternoon digging a wide grave for feet deep. Into it he put Jimmy's body and the Petries, still wrapped in the sofa dust cover. He began filling in the grave of these clean ones at 2:30. He began to shovel faster and faster as the light began its long drain from the cloudy sky. Sweat that was not wholly from exertion condensed on his skin. The hole was filled in by 4. He tamped in the sods as well as he could, and drove back to town with the earth-clotted pick and shovel in the trunk of Jimmy's car. He parked it in front of the excellent cafe, leaving the keys in the ignition. He paused for a moment, looking around. The deserted business buildings with their false fronts seemed to lean crepitatingly over the street. The rain, which had started around noon, fell softly and slowly, as if in mourning. The little park where he had met Susan Norton was empty and forlorn. The shades of the municipal building were drawn. A "Be Back Soon" sign hung in the window of Larry Crockett's insurance and real estate office, with hollow jauntiness. And the only sound was soft rain. He walked up toward Railroad Street, his heels clicking emptily on the sidewalk. When he got to Eva's, he paused by his car for a moment, looking around for the last time. Nothing moved. The town was dead. All at once he knew it for sure and true, just as he had known for sure that Miranda was dead when he had seen her shoe lying in the road. He began to cry. He was still crying when he drove past the Elk sign, which read, "You are now leaving Jerusalem's lot, a nice little town. Come again." He got on the turnpike. The Mars 10 house was blotted out by the trees as he went down the feeder ramp. He began to drive south toward Mark, toward his life.